Israel, Amen Shema Israel.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Cantillation, Interpreter of the Bible, was written by Mark Siegel and is based on the book The Cantillation of the Bible by Professor Solomon Rosowski.
Bereshis Boro Elohim Eis HaShomayim Ve'eis Horet Ve'horet
You are listening to the first verses of the Bible being chanted in Hebrew, as they have been chanted for thousands of years. The words and the music are inseparable. Together, they form a pattern of rhythms and accents, which is traditional. There are many styles of this intonation, but the precise relationship of each syllable, word, and phrase is fixed, rigidly fixed by one of the oldest forms in musical history. It is called cantillation. Its importance and its interest are more than musical, for cantillation is an art form. It is the interpreter of the Book of Books, the guide to a crystal clear understanding of the Word of God. How did cantillation come to be? Why did it develop? How is it used to transmit the ageless message of the Bible?
The questions have occupied scholars for a great many years.
It is a fascinating study, for if the words of the book go back to the dawn of creation, the music of the book goes back to the dawn of human communication.
Cantillation is basically an intonation, and intonation is a function of communication. We should know precisely what is meant by any sentence of the Bible. Cantillation provides the intonation which lets us know.
In every word we speak, in any language, one syllable is spoken with greater emphasis and clearer enunciation than the rest.
In the beginning, Bereshis.
About it, the other syllables are grouped, some with a slight stress, some with no stress at all.
Similarly, in every phrase, in every sentence, some words are pronounced with marked distinctness, while others are spoken hastily, almost without a stop.
We call these stresses, as you know, accents.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. In an ordinary page of English, the word accents are never indicated, nor are the groupings of words by phrases completely indicated.
They are, of course, in the Greek, but then very few of us, I suppose, speak Greek. The Hebrew word for accent is tam.
The same word can be translated as taste, as it is in Exodus, as judgment or good sense, as it is in the book of Samuel, or as sense or words of sense, as it is in the Talmud.
And this makes perfect sense, because it is the accents in a word and the accents in a sentence which weld disjointed speech into logical meanings.
Cantillation fixes, with no room for doubt, the exact accents of each word, each phrase, each sentence of the Bible.
Listen once again.
Bereshis Boro Elohim Eis ha-shomayim ve'eis ha'aretz.
There are a good many theories as to how cantillation of the Bible began. Most scholars accept as one of the reasons the fact that the Bible was read in public before large audiences.
Language is a function of occasion. Words addressed to an intimate group are delivered one way. Words directed to a large audience are delivered another way.
Let's suppose for a moment that Abraham Lincoln was expressing a certain well-known thought in the confines of a White House sitting room rather than at a public gathering. He might well have said,
87 years ago, our forefathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation.
But put the same man on a speaker's platform on the battlefield at Gettysburg.
87 years ago,
The phrasing is different.
our fathers
The accents are different.
brought forth upon this continent a new nation.
The intonation is different. In a sense, old Abe is beginning to sing.
Conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
He is beginning to sing the speech in order to make his meaning clear. Of course, we can't be quite sure the way he delivered his speech. There isn't any cantillation for the Gettysburg Address. It's a long trip from Gettysburg to Jerusalem, but we're about to make it.
You are listening to the voice of the spiritual leader of the Samaritans, an ancient sect. The reading is of the Ten Commandments in Hebrew.
You'll notice that the text is being read, not sung. This is the way the text of the Decalogue is studied today by the priests of the Samaritan sect.
But when the same text is read in public, it sounds like this.
The priest is singing to speech. He is cantillating the Decalogue, and his purpose is to make the text attractive. Intonation, accent, and the phrasing for public reading, these are three of the functions of cantillation. But how is it done? What is the particular system of notation which allows the reader of the Bible to chant the ancient words in the ancient way? Let's begin at the beginning. And the beginning is to find out what cantillation is not. That was our musical scale, made up of notes, the familiar do, re, mi.
Cantillation is not just a series of notes.
Now, here's a song, a rhythmic and familiar tune, made up of certain notes played in certain rhythms.
Cantillation is not a song.
My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing.
The words of this song may be meaningful, but there isn't any great relationship between the words and music. You can sing other words to this tune.
Ask the British.
God save our gracious Queen, long live our noble Queen, God save the Queen.
In short, cantillation is not words added to music. It is music which has grown out of the words to make their meaning clearer.
Kadmo munach zarko munach segol munach.
What you are hearing now is the ABC of cantillation, the basic accents or groups of notes which a beginner learns. The words are the names of each motif, and the names themselves suggest the function of each motif in helping to make the text of the Bible clear. The signs of the cantillation show us which words go together and which should be held apart. They also serve a grammatical purpose.
In short, they are the periods, commas, semicolons, and question marks of the Bible.
The names of the accents include, for example,
resting,
Munach, munach,
staying,
yesiv,
cessation,
siluk,
and end of verse.
Soposuk,
may we hear that again?
soposuk.
Well, there's a period if you ever heard one. The system of cantillation is a technical one. Technical in the sense that the chanting of the Bible, according to these traditional accents, requires a knowledge of the signs and of their relationship to each other. But cantillation is also an expression of mood, an expression of the close relationship of man to the word of his Maker, and an expression of the exaltation with which man divines the ageless wisdom of the Bible.
And so what began as a single system of accents to make words of the Bible clearly understood developed over the centuries into a highly diversified series of systems reflecting mood, subject matter, geography, and even occasion.
We said before, the experts couldn't be exactly sure of just which way the Bible was cantillated in ancient times. The reason is that while the accents are fixed, the musical content of each accent is not.
Music, even the music of the Bible, reflects the culture in which it develops.
And so there are variations in the traditions of cantillation, variations handed down from father to son in different parts of the world.
What sounds natural in Baghdad can sound strange in Lithuania.
Also the other way around. Each of the traditions of cantillation is a melodic world in itself. For example, let's return to the chanting of the first verses of Genesis as it is read today in synagogues in the United States.
Bereshis boro Elohim eis hashomayim ve'eis haaretz.
That is in the East European tradition. But here is the same text chanted in the Oriental tradition. It's Yemenite. The singers are a father and his son.
The father sings a verse in Hebrew, then according to custom, the son translates the verse into Aramaic. Aramaic was the common language of the people 2,000 years ago.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. This is how these words sounded in the Yemenite tradition.
Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'hara. Bakal min bara Adonai yashamaya v'yas'ara. V'hara asayadona v'v'av v'hashach al panedam v'ruach Elohim مرحبا على الفم شبال فيميو.
That was Yemenite cantillation. We could also let you hear variations from Baghdad, Kurdistan, Morocco, Lithuania, Germany, and Poland, Spain, the Netherlands, and Italy. That is, to mention a few.
But in each locality, in each tradition, the function of the chanting is the same. Cantillation is the interpreter of the Bible. In the book of Nehemiah, there is a description of the beginnings of the public reading of the Bible.
Then did Ezra the priest bring forward the law before the congregation, both of men and women, and everyone that had understanding to listen attentively. And he read therein. And the ears of all the people were directed unto the book of the law. So they read in the book, in the law of God distinctly, and exhibiting the sense, so that the people understood what was read.
This was the beginning of the public reading of the books of the Bible within the religious services of Judaism. The 5 books of Moses are read completely in designated portions for each Sabbath of the year. On special holidays, the books of Ruth, Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Songs are read in public. Esther, Lamentations, and the Prophets each have their place within the liturgical calendar.
The moods of these books of the Bible vary greatly.
Some are expressive of despair, and some of joy. Some are books of comfort, and some of poetic imagery. Over the centuries, certain of these books of the Bible have acquired distinct modes of cantillation.
Consider, for example, the cantillation of the Book of Lamentations.
Lamentations is read in the synagogue on Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, the fast day, which commemorates the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem.
It is a day of mourning, and the special cantillation of Lamentations is an expression of mourning.
These are the words of the 5th chapter of Lamentations.
Remember, O Lord, what has come upon us. Consider and behold our reproach.
Our inheritance is turned to strangers, our houses to aliens.
We are orphans and fatherless. Our mothers are as widows.
We have drunken our water for money. Our wood is sold unto us.
Our necks are under persecution. We labor and have no rest.
Listen now to these words, cantillated in the original Hebrew, as they are heard in the great synagogue in Jerusalem. It is hardly necessary to know the Hebrew, for the special cantillation of Lamentations is a lamentation in itself, an expression of despair, which is universally understandable.
זכור אדוני מה היה לנו, הביטה וראי את חרפתנו, נחלתנו נבחר זרים.
Consider now the cantillation of the book of Esther.
The story of Esther is a tale, a chronicle, a reporting of history.
The cantillation of Esther is repertorial, dramatic, a story almost acted out, so that all who hear it may understand. Here is a reading of Megillus Esther, the scroll of Esther, as it is cantillated in Persia. Quite different from the cantillation of Lamentations,
but expressive of the mood of the books.
In the words of Nehemiah,
exhibiting the sense so that the people understood.
Cantillation is the interpreter of the Bible.
Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for thy love is better than wine. Thine ointments have a goodly fragrance. Thy name is an ointment poured forth.
Of all the books of the Bible, none is more lyric or poetical than the Song of Songs, the idyll of King Solomon. And the mode of cantillation of the Song of Songs is a song of songs in itself.
שיר השירים אשר לשלמה ישקני מן נשיקות פיהו כי טובים דודיך מיין, לריח שמניך טובים, שמן תורק שמך, על כן, על אמות אהבוך.
And so, cantillation, which began as a way of making the words of the Bible clear, of accenting what should be accented, developed also into a form of art, a form in which the music itself expresses the mood, the words of the given book of the Bible.
On a few occasions in the Bible, the mode of cantillation will change within a single reading.
Take, for example, a moment in Deuteronomy, the last of the 5 books of Moses.
Chapter 1, verses 11 to 13.
Verse 12 is a sentence of despair. The cantillation changes from the mode of the book of Moses to the mode of lamentations.
Adonai Elohei Avotechem, Yosef Aleichem Kochem Elef Yomim, Vivorech Etchem Ka'asher Diber Lochem.
The Lord God of your fathers make you 1,000 times so many more as ye are, and bless you as he hath promised you.
That was verse 11. But verse 12 reads,
How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance, and your burden, and your strife?
Now, let's hear them together.
Adonai Elohei Avotechem, Yosef Aleichem Kochem Elef Yomim, Vivorech Etchem Ka'asher Diber Lochem. Eichu Esol Levadi, Tochachem Umasachem Verivechem. Horu Lochem Anoshim Chachomim Unevanim Viduim Leshivteichem Va'asimem Beroshechem.
The words are the music, and the music is the words. Cantillation is the interpreter of the Bible.
There are other modes of cantillation. The cantillation of the prophetic books, portions of which are read in the synagogue on the Sabbath. The cantillation of study. The cantillation of prayer itself. There are variations according to traditions, geography, local custom, and mood. And out of this wealth of musical material, musical traditions have grown, which have deeply affected the secular music of our culture.
Out of the cantillation of the Bible came the plain song of the church, and out of the plain song of the church, musical influences that helped to build the great body of Western classical music.
But the deeper meaning of the cantillation is its expression of a people's faith and its intention that the sacred scriptures should be shared by all. In the synagogues of the world, the Torah, the teaching of Moses, is chanted in the ancient cantillation, the musical system devised to make the Bible clear to the people so they would understand. Today, thousands of years later, in our sophisticated times, we read with great ease, with greater understanding, with few obstacles between us and the Word of God. But the cantillation remains, a joy to the ears and to the heart, and a reminder in our time, as in its beginnings, that by these words we may go our way and prepare for ourselves a great joy, because we have understood the words which were given to us and to all mankind as a heritage and blessing, a light that man may follow towards a time to come when all shall dwell in brotherhood, in justice, and in peace.
Asher osom Moshe le'enei kol Yisroel.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Marvin G. Weiner, Director of the National Academy for Adult Jewish Studies of the United Synagogue of America. Rabbi Weiner.
The program you have just heard was presented in honor of the 80th birthday of Professor Solomon Rozovsky. Professor Rozovsky has achieved world renown as a distinguished authority on the cantillation of the Bible. His entire life's work has been dedicated to this unique religious phenomenon. The reading of the Torah represents an ancient and hallowed tradition in Jewish life, whereby religious instruction is included as an integral part of the service of prayer and song. This reading aloud of a portion of sacred scriptures traces back over 24 centuries, and its development as an institution is recorded in the Bible itself. The Bible represents the abiding source of religious inspiration for the religions of the Western world. Modern scholarship has reaffirmed for us the accuracy and historicity of Scripture as a fixed and permanent record of God's revelation to man and man's progress toward God. And yet, paradoxically enough, this fixed and unchanging sacred text is accompanied by a continuing spiritual creation, the cantillation. Basically, the cantillation serves to clarify and make precise the meaning of the text. And yet we have heard how cantillation provides a variety of moods, distinguishing the various Sabbaths and festivals by special musical motifs. Furthermore, there are additional variations in each of the many sub-traditions of Judaism. Hence the Zarkah and the Segol, which you heard, serving the same function throughout the synagogues of the world, nonetheless differ in musical content from New York to Paris and Baghdad. How remarkable it is that the very means of standardizing and of unifying serves also to particularize and differentiate. Cantillation, symbolizing the universal and the particular, represents as well the continuum of an ancient tradition enriched by the full range of human emotions in every generation as it acts upon the lives of those who seek, in the words of the psalmist, to worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness.
Thank you, Rabbi Weiner. Our Eternal Light drama today, Cantillation, Interpreter of the Bible, was written by Mark Siegel and was based on the book Cantillation of the Bible by Professor Solomon Rozovsky. The liturgical introduction was sung by Cantor Robert Siegel, and the biblical passages cantillated were performed by Raphael Edgar. Musical recordings heard on today's program are from the Dr. Johannes Spector collection, recorded for the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, Israel. Featured in the cast, Guy Rep, Charles Webster, and Petoniak. The narrators were David Ross and Roger DeKoven. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, David Dubinsky, Man of Labor, was written by Harry Gersh.
The psalmist wrote, "When thou eatest the labor of thy hands, happy shalt thou be, and it shall be well with thee." In each age and culture this has been repeated. Happy is the man who eats the bread of his own labor. But there were many who labored from dark to dark and had no bread to eat. There were those who had to call upon small children to labor with them, and still there was not enough bread to eat. It was not well with these laborers. Then arose men who brought the laborers together to seek an end to hunger and an end to injustice. These men believed as the psalmist believed, and they did the work of the Lord. Among these was David Dubinsky. David Dubinsky was a skilled worker by the time he was bar mitzvah, a master baker when he was 15. In America, he was a sewing machine operator, and then a clothing cutter. For the past 25 years, David Dubinsky has been president of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union.
Now, wait a minute. Can we have a little order? Please. Now, look, Mr. Cohen, at least we can agree on this. Let's have a little quiet. We're not getting anywhere this way. Will you agree to arbitration?
Now, look, nothing was said about arbitration.
That's what I thought.
All right, you want arbitration? We'll take it to arbitration. We're not afraid.
Oh, well, you asked for it. Who will it be?
Professor Martin.
That school teacher? What does he know about business? How about Mr. Ramsey?
Yeah. That banker? What does he know about living on a worker's wage? It's like I suggested Dubinsky.
Dubinsky? Dubinsky? All right, I'll accept Dubinsky.
You'll what?
Mr. Miller, you understand what you're doing?
I'll accept David Dubinsky.
An arbitrator for this contract?
To give a decision on how much raise the union will get?
Look, I know what arbitration means, and I know David Dubinsky is president of this union. But I've known him, maybe I should say I've fought with him for 20 years. I will accept his decision as to what is good for the industry and what is fair for the workers.
So a group of employers, successful, tough-minded operators in one of the most competitive businesses in the country, agreed to have the president of the International Union arbitrate their differences with a local union. A unique and unheard-of occurrence. But it happened in the ladies' garment industry. Perhaps it could only happen in the ladies' garment industry. Perhaps it could only happen to David Dubinsky. He lived in Lodz, in Poland. 16 Wyszodnia Street, a small house in a mean street. In the cellar of the house was Bezalel Dubinsky's bakery. Bezalel employed 2 bakers, so he was called the boss. But the family lived in one room behind the bake shop. The father and mother and one son slept in that room. David slept on a bed of straw in a wagon in the courtyard, except in winter when he bedded down in the hallway with his head in the warmth of the bakery. Each night, he watched the baker at work. That way he learned his first trade. When he was 13, he was a baker and a member of the Jewish Socialist Workers' Bund. When he was 15, he was a union leader. It happened like this.
All right, we still haven't got a secretary for the union.
I nominate Muttle Goldfeather.
Quiet, please. Muttle, can you read and write? You see, Jacob, Muttle can't even answer, let alone write. The secretary has to be able to read and write. Oh, wait, I have an idea. David Dubinsky.
David? He's still a boy. How will it look for the local to have a bar mitzvah boy for a secretary?
You know someone else in the union who can read and write Yiddish and Russian and Polish? All in favor of David Dubinsky as secretary of the Lodge Bakers Union, let's hear.
All right, good idea, great.
All right, David, you're the secretary. I don't have to tell you how important it is. You can start taking notes right away. Now, brothers, we have to talk about the strike.
I never saw such cold. Why is it we only go on strike in 2 seasons, either in the middle of the winter or the middle of the summer?
This is a picket line, Jacob, but not a picnic.
Don't worry, I could tell. And if I couldn't, my wife would remind me. You know what she told me this morning?
No, what?
She told me not to walk too much on the picket line because these are my only pair of shoes. Have to save them for Passover.
Hello, Abram. Hello, Jacob.
He's here. Dubinsky, the labor leader. What's the matter? You're late for the picket line.
I was at headquarters, writing up the demands we're giving the boss bakers.
That's fine, David. Don't listen to Jacob. If you came early, he would complain you were looking for glory. As for being a labor leader, well, I guess you are. And that means you can expect only complaints from your union brothers.
That was his first strike, more than 50 years ago. It was Russian Poland, and no one had any rights. Living was a privilege granted by the Tsar. One morning, right after the strike.
Dubinsky. David Dubinsky, where is he?
David? What do the police want with a young boy?
We asked the questions. Where is he?
Well, how should I know? I'm only the baker here.
It won't help him to run. The shop is surrounded.
Someone looking for me? Oh, it's the police.
Yeah, the police. Come on.
Oh, what's all the talk? A man can't even get a night's sleep. Police? What is it?
It's all right, Papa. They came for me.
But why the police?
You don't know your son is a revolutionary?
What kind of a revolutionary? My son David never.
He's an officer of the Bakers' Union.
The Bakers' Union. But this you take a young boy to jail?
All right, enough talk. Let's go.
It's all right, Papa. It's all right.
A boy? Jail? But wait, please, wait a minute. David, you'll wear this, yes?
Now? You give me an arbor confess now?
Yeah.
All right, Papa.
Good.
I'll wear the sacred garment. It will make you feel better. Maybe me, too.
So David Dubinsky made his first trip to jail for being secretary of the Lodge Bakers Union. He went with the arbor confess his father gave him.
Hello, son. How is it with you?
Papa, how did you get into the prison?
Don't be worried, David. How does one do these things? For 5 rubles, the warden sold me 5 minutes. Also, he agreed not to beat you and to give you the food that the Tsar's government pays him to give you.
But why?
Why? David, if you're old enough to go to prison, you're old enough to understand these things.
All right, Papa. Let's give the warden the rubles.
Now you're acting sensibly.
But not for special treatment. Tell the warden that for 5 rubles a month, I am to receive and send 1 letter a week. We must know what goes on outside, and our brothers in the union must know what we think.
But, David, for this you would trade the whips and the hunger of prison? You would take a drunken guard's beating for a letter from your union? You're older than I thought, my son, and wiser than I. It shall be as you say.
This was the beginning of David Dubinsky, labor leader. A memory of a tag of the Psalms from Cheder, the harsh life of a Jew in Vilna, or even a boss's son had to sleep in a wagon in the courtyard. He came to America in 1911, January 1st, 1911, and in 2 weeks he was a real American. He had his first citizenship papers. He was registered in night school, and he had a job as a dishwasher. Then he got himself a card in the International and became a garment worker. He became part of the wild jungle the garment industry used to be before the International cleaned it up.
All right, boys. Be quiet, boys. Here's the garment. See, all straight seams, easy. You can do the whole thing in a few minutes. Who wants to give me a price? What's the matter? You afraid to talk? Or you afraid to work?
25 cents.
You came here to make jokes or to look for work? 25 cents.
Well, it's a fair price.
Sure. 22 cents.
This is Houston Street, boys, not Fifth Avenue. You don't want to work, then leave my shop. Now, who'll sew this dress for 18 cents?
We'll stop sewing a dress like that for 18 cents.
Yeah, starvation
How can you
wages.
live? All right, that's all. There's no work here. Go.
I'll take 18 cents.
Don't take it. You'll pay more if we stick together.
I need the work.
Now, there is a smart man. Now, who else wants to work?
Well,
How about you?
all right.
All right, fine. You. Come on inside. The rest can go.
Please, mister, you forgot me.
I got enough.
I need work, mister, my children.
I said I got enough.
I'll work for 16 cents.
Now, there is a man who understands the market. All right, you can come on in. Price is now 16 cents a dress for everybody. Who wants to work?
Those were the conditions in the garment industry. And those were the conditions wiped out through the International and David Dubinsky.
Workers can live in the garment trade now without begging and without losing their humanity. There is a Talmudic injunction that says, the right of the working man has precedence. In a way, we built the International on that line.
When the dark night of humanity spread over the face of Europe like a black stain, erasing not only people but the qualities which separate people from beasts, there were other working men who required precedence.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, David. We just had another letter from Paris. The news is bad.
What do they say?
3 more escaped and got through. They're hiding now in Paris. But it looks as if they'll have to move again.
Where can they move to?
Nowhere, unless we can bring them here.
What does Washington say?
The same. No visas.
The secret weapon again, huh? Red tape. Well, we'll see. Tell the committee we're going to Washington tomorrow. I think the first train is 6:30. In the morning, that is.
But the negotiations, they're supposed to start tomorrow.
The dress manufacturers will have to wait until we finish negotiations with the Department of State. Hello, Mr. Dubinsky. Hello, Mr. Secretary. Boys, this is the Assistant Secretary of State. This is a delegation from the Jewish Labor Committee, Mr. Secretary.
Oh, happy to meet you, gentlemen. What brings you to Washington?
100 visas.
100 visas? To where?
To where? To the United States. What other places left?
We can't issue visas. Who are these 100 people? What are their names?
Well, we don't know yet.
I don't understand, Mr. Dubinsky.
All right, we'll explain it. There is only one group that the Nazis hate as much as they hate the Jews. You know who they are?
Well,
Union leaders and social democratic leaders. The Nazis can make deals with communists, but the social democrats will not do business with Hitler.
Yes, that's so.
Believe me, I know that Jews, union leaders, and social democrats have top priority for the concentration camps. Every time Hitler comes near another border, another group of union leaders who are too old or too well known or too important to go underground have to run. By now, we have almost 100 hidden in Paris. It will be 100 by the end of the week. And we don't know how long they'll be safe in Paris.
Granted, Mr. Dubinsky, but there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of decent people fleeing Hitler. They all want visas. Now, how can we give you 100?
When we freed Germany and Austria and Czechoslovakia, who will be left in these countries to give leadership, to remind the people of democracy? If we save these 100 men, we can rebuild soundly.
But it's impossible to give visas wholesale. There are procedures. They have to be investigated.
There's no time. Hitler doesn't investigate before he kills, nor does he follow procedures. I personally will vouch for every one of these people.
You, Mr. Dubinsky?
It's not good enough?
Well, it's not that. There's the financial guarantee.
Why, I didn't think of that. With my bank balance... excuse me.
David, the executive board...
Who's the executive board? They came out of the shop like you and me. You don't trust them?
Yes, but...
Mr. Secretary.
Yes?
The International Ladies Garment Workers Union will go bond for 100 social democratic and trade union leaders.
These men were saved, and others. Sometimes it was David Dubinsky, president of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, who had a hand in their saving. Sometimes it was David Dubinsky, friend of President Roosevelt. And sometimes it was David Dubinsky, leader of the Jewish Labor Committee. But there were some who were not saved because they could not leave.
It's confirmed, David. Ehrlich and Alter were killed.
Why? Why? Aren't the Russians fighting Hitler, too? Weren't Ehrlich and Alter fighting the Nazis?
Yes. Stalin is fighting the Nazis, but not for the reasons we are, or the Jewish-Polish Bund is. But what can we do? We are at war. Russia is our ally. That is the overriding fact.
Not to me. There are things I wouldn't even permit the American government to get away with. Shall we crawl before Stalin? Hannah, rent Mecca Temple for the first available day. Notify the Workmen's Circle, the Jewish Labor Committee, and every union in the city that we will protest the murder of Ehrlich and Alter at a mass meeting.
The committee is here, Mr. Dubinsky.
Oh, send them in. Sit down, gentlemen. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Dubinsky. Beautiful offices you have here. The ILG has certainly come a long way.
You told me the same thing last year across the bargaining table, but it wasn't for the same reason. Anyway, you didn't come here to talk about our union. You came to talk of Ehrlich and Alter, no?
A tragic thing, Mr. Dubinsky, but they are dead. The important thing is the war effort.
Yes, we have to win the war. I have no fear that we won't. But I worry a great deal about what comes after.
Let me be frank, Mr. Dubinsky. The Russians are a suspicious bunch. We're giving them billions of dollars of goods, and still they don't trust us. But we have to fight together. Maybe they're changing. And your protest meeting will only irritate delicate relationships. This is a time for Soviet-American friendship, not for mass meetings protesting Russian execution.
My friend, the difference is that I've been fighting this war for a long, long time. Much longer than the Russians. So their delicate sensibilities don't worry me too much. The Tsar sent me to jail for organizing unions. Stalin would do the same if he could lay hands on me.
I understand that, Mr. Dubinsky.
Do you know who Ehrlich and Alter were?
Yes, they were Jewish leaders.
Yes, they were that. But the communists didn't kill them because they were Jewish leaders. Henrik Ehrlich and Victor Alter were the souls of the Jewish Labor Federation of Poland. While they lived, Poland had a chance for democracy after the war. But Stalin wants Poland for the same reasons Hitler does. So Stalin has to kill those who are the essence of democratic Poland.
I can see that I'm not convincing you.
We will protest the murder of Ehrlich and Alter. Henrik Ehrlich and Victor Alter were murdered by Stalin's executioners. The free world does not know where these martyrs to freedom lie buried. But Ehrlich and Alter do not need stone markers. As long as men value liberty above life itself, their memory will be green. Their names will be sweet upon the lips of every man who can or wants to hold his head upright.
In the years after the war, there was trouble and growth and work. A $90,000 gift to the auto strikers and an ORT school in Paris. $7 million worth of Israeli housing bonds and a 35-hour week in the garment industry. The star of Italian solidarity from the president of Italy and a Medal of Service from King George of England.
We've got to get through this correspondence, D.D.
Sure.
Hello? It's Los Angeles. About the piecework clause in the new contract.
Hello. Sure, I understand, but does the Employers Association understand? We'll maintain the rates. You tell them I said so. Goodbye.
Can I finish this letter by myself?
Sure, just say we'll go along.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Rockefeller, certainly. It's Mr. Rockefeller.
Oh. Hello? I'm fine. That's right. It's not a rumor. We're putting $20 million into a housing for Air Force personnel. With you? You want the ILG to go partners with the Rockefeller brothers on housing in Puerto Rico? How many million? Yes, I think the executive board will go along. Thanks. Goodbye. You heard, Hannah?
Yes.
We're in partnership with the Rockefellers. Well, why not? What else do we have to do?
Oh, but there's no time. All right. I'll take care of the rest.
Are you sure there's nothing else I have to see?
Yes, I'm sure.
Well, how about the dinner for the UN group?
It's all arranged.
Well, how about the menu?
It's decided.
Deep in the East Side, the streets are as crowded as they were when the ILG was born. The buildings as scabrous and smells as sharp. The teeming ghetto is still a teeming ghetto of other newcomers to the Golden Shore. Where the Manhattan shore bulges the East River, at Corlear's Hook, the slum skyline breaks, and there are great tall houses and trees and open spaces where women sit and children can feel air that has tasted green. There where the most tubercular slums were, rise the skyscrapers of the cooperative houses of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union.
We are here today as natives returning to the scenes of our childhood. We are the sons and daughters of immigrants and of this East Side. There were rooms in these houses where the sun never shone. There were rooms in which children slaved over bundles of garments, breathing the foul air. There were rooms in these houses where men and women worked until they dropped. Here on these streets, men and women spoke a multitude of tongues, but all of them spoke the same dream of an end to poverty, of enough to eat, of trees in the streets and homes filled with fresh air and sunshine. Now, 50 years later, the garment workers return to their place of origin. We have wiped out the sweatshop. Now we return to wipe out the slum.
This is an unfinished story because all the slums have not been wiped out, nor all injustice and bigotry and prejudice. But there is hope that we may one day do so. For we have David Dubinsky and other men like him. He is in the mainstream of a river called freedom that began to roll when man was young. He is one of those who enforces the injunction written into the Proverbs, "Rob not the poor, for the Lord will plead their cause, and spoil the soul of those that spoil them."
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. George Meany, president of the AFL-CIO. Mr. Meany.
What can a man say in praise of David Dubinsky that hasn't been well and truly said scores and hundreds of times during the past quarter century? For 25 years, crucial years in American history, Dave Dubinsky has given the International Ladies Garment Workers Union devoted, dedicated, imaginative, and fearless leadership. All of American labor has benefited because this man has dared to dream and to pioneer and yet has never lost the practical point of view. The scorecard of David Dubinsky's achievements is so long and so impressive that it would be impossible for me to single out any particular one for special praise. Perhaps it is best to talk about Dubinsky the man rather than to discuss his individual achievements. He possesses a rare combination of ability and talent and understanding of human nature that makes him easily one of the 20th century's outstanding labor leaders. He is basically a humanitarian, a man who understands the grave problems of our times in the simple terms of individuals, of men and women, of families. It is people who are important to David Dubinsky, and it is his love of people that has shaped his lifetime of service to his union, to the labor movement, to his adopted land, which he loves so dearly. It is typical of Dave Dubinsky that he never rests on past laurels. Today's achievement to him is just a stepping stone toward tomorrow's goal of a better life for people in a land of democracy and freedom and brotherhood. I count it an honor to call David Dubinsky my friend. I am proud to join in this program honoring such a distinguished American. I trust and I pray that David Dubinsky's years of further service to the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, to the labor movement, and to mankind will be as many as I know they will be fruitful.
Thank you, Mr. Meany. Our Eternal Light drama today, David Dubinsky, Man of Labor, was written by Harry Gersh. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. David Dubinsky was impersonated by Louis Van Ruten. Others in the cast were Maurice Tarplin, Beatrice Pons, Joey Fallon, Daniel Acco, Guy Repp, Bill Zuckert, John Seymour, and Joseph Boland. The narrator, Norman Rose. This is Mel Brandt. Our program was directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Next week, we shall present the first program in the Eternal Light Summer Series, Words We Live By, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel in discussions of great words in the literature of the Bible. Be sure to be with us then. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The High Places, was written by Joseph Mindell and is presented in commemoration of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year.
launching area. All personnel to assigned stations. 10 minutes to blast off.
Released by the gantry cranes, the slender ship emerged, a monument unveiled to an event yet undefined. Long ago, in the early test stages, when it stood on the launching pad of Earth, reaching upward, restrained as it were by the clusters of men with instruments and cables. On that day, there came to someone the words of the book of Genesis. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. Now the ship that was only a number had a name, and the name was Jacob's Ladder.
3 minutes, Captain Morrison. Your final instrument check should be complete.
Just finishing. Davis?
Engine instruments check.
Clark?
Okay in the navigation department, Captain.
Controls check. That's it.
Hey, you forgot Doc Fields. You don't want to hurt his feelings.
Thanks, Clark. I just checked. My feelings are under control.
All right, then. Let's get into the acceleration harnesses. Don't touch that dial, Clark.
Only half a minute, Captain. I just want to switch to a network frequency.
What for?
Oh, last send-off, maybe. I'd like to hear that again about intrepid explorers of space, you know?
Sure, historic flight around the moon.
Yeah, that's it, Davis. Modern Magellans circumnavigating a new world.
First men to see the dark side of the moon.
The Francis Drakes of our century.
2 minutes.
I guess you're right, Captain. Suppose I got to believe I was an intrepid explorer. Uh-oh, I better get strapped into the harness.
We'd better all get ready.
Look at us. Strapped down flat on our backs.
Reminds me of the operating table when I was 10 years old and had my tonsils out.
Hey, doesn't it remind you of something, Doc?
You tell me.
I was only thinking, must be a new experience for a psychiatrist.
Stop needling, Clark.
I mean lying on a couch like the rest of us patients.
That's enough, I said.
It's all right, Captain Morrison. Let him talk.
Well, we can do without that kind of talk right now.
It's not serious. I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh, I'm worried, Doc. I'm seriously worried.
What, and you, a modern Magellan?
Oh, not me, Davis. I just decided. I don't care what's on the other side of the moon.
What's this all about, Clark? If this is your idea of a joke...
Oh, it's not funny. I keep asking myself, what am I doing here?
You volunteered, like the rest of us, along with a couple of hundred others. And you were picked.
Right now, Captain, that doesn't explain a thing.
Maybe you're making too much of this, Captain Morrison.
Am I? Listen to me, all of you. If one of the voltmeter needles fell off its pivot now, this second, or if the computer of the automatic pilot shorted a 2-inch connection, this flight would be called off.
But, Captain
Morrison... nothing. Everything has to be just exactly right. I don't like this, not one bit. Dr. Fields, this is your department. What do you say?
Every man here was picked, as you said, Captain, for what he knows and what he can do. Clark is a good man.
He's no good if he falls to pieces.
He was picked after thorough psychological testing.
I want an answer, Dr. Fields. Do we call it off? Yes or no?
I've given you my answer. Why don't you ask Clark?
What's the use? He's too frightened to talk.
What kind of an answer do you want? I'm still in my harness.
All right, Clark. It's an answer.
Final countdown on signal.
Hold your hats, boys. Here we go.
0 minus 10, 9, 8.
I wonder what it's like, Clark.
7.
What?
6.
The other side of the
5,
moon.
4, 3, 2, 1, fire. Control to Jacob's Ladder, report. Control Center to Jacob's Ladder, waiting for report. The instruments show the engine is off. Are you out of your acceleration harnesses? Captain Morrison, can you hear me? Captain Morrison.
I hear you.
Is anything wrong, Captain?
What's our distance?
Roughly 2,000 miles. Why didn't you answer?
We were looking.
What do you mean, looking? At what?
The earth. The sky.
Oh. What's it like, Captain Morrison? Captain?
I can't tell you.
For Pete's sake, there's no secret. Your television cameras are broadcasting the whole Earth.
Well, then you know.
Astronomers are going crazy around the screen, but it doesn't look like anything to me. You guys don't talk much, do you?
We've been looking out since the engine stopped. Maybe nobody knows what words to say.
Know what it's like, Captain? Remember the first time you were up in a plane?
Yes, I remember, Clark.
My first flight was from New York to Washington. And I looked down on Chesapeake Bay. You know, all those coves and inlets? And suddenly, for the first time, I believed in geography.
So?
Now I look out. I believe in the world. The Earth. Up there.
Up? You mean down?
You don't understand. How can you?
Listen, you blast off from the Earth, you're up. We're down. Stands to reason.
Now, you can't argue with me. Where we are, up and down are different. Everything's different. There's just us. And the world. Hey, Doc. Take a look at Davis. Mumbling to himself.
I've been watching him, Clark. Davis. Davis.
Huh?
Something troubling you?
Oh. No, Doc, no trouble. Just that coasting like this, since the engine cut out, how long? 3 days?
2 more days. We make the turn around the moon.
You get to thinking about things.
What kind of things?
Well, take this ship. The rockets fired for 5 minutes or so and then cut off automatically when the tape in the computer figured the speed was right.
I may be wrong, but as I understand it, that was all calculated in advance. Firing time, acceleration, the orbit.
That's right. Figure 8 around the moon and back to Earth. And suppose we get off course.
It's very unlikely, Davis.
Even so, Captain, just suppose.
Your job is the engine. Leave the navigation to Clark.
All right. What would Clark do?
I wouldn't do anything. The automatic pilot makes all course corrections.
That's what I mean.
Now, look here, Davis.
Excuse me, Captain. Davis, I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Look, Doc. Here we are, 3 days out from the Earth. The thermostat moves reflectors on the hull if it gets too hot or too cold in here. The radiation detector activates screens. The meteor control seals punctures. Even the observation instruments operate themselves.
Isn't that how it was planned by the scientists?
Sure, but what I want to know is, what do they need us for?
Hey, why don't you laugh? Davis said something funny.
He's not laughing, Clark.
He doesn't realize how funny it is. He feels inferior to a machine.
Out here, a man is inferior.
You seem to like the idea, Captain Morrison.
You can count on a machine to do its job without being afraid or bored or feeling inferior.
Without thinking, asking questions.
They warned us when we were in training. There's even a name for it, space fatigue. Is it getting you too, Dr. Field?
I don't know. But a man has a brain.
Yes, a man has a brain, and there are better uses for it than griping and feeling sorry for yourself. Look out there. Go on, Davis, Clark. Tell me what you see.
You know what? The moon.
You don't even know how to look. We're seeing the moon closer and plainer than anyone ever saw it. We're making a jump that's bigger than anything since the wheel and fire. That's why we volunteer. That's why we're here. I won't let anybody endanger the job the machines are doing. Is that clear?
Clear enough. But there's something you've forgotten.
I don't think so.
You forget that every one of these automatic machines has a button marked manual control. What are you doing, Clark?
I'm getting ready to take some pictures, Doc.
But
Davis, will you handle the stereo cameras?
Sure thing. But everything is automatic, radio-controlled from the Earth.
Notice where we are, Doc?
Well, the moon does look a little different. I'm afraid I'm not much of a navigator.
Any minute now, we'll be where radio waves from the Earth can't reach us. Behind the moon, Doc.
Seeing what we came nearly 250,000 miles to see, the dark side of the moon.
30 seconds. Radio contact ends in 30 seconds.
Ready, Clark? Davis?
All set, Captain.
Jack?
So they do need you after all, David.
Not now, Dr. Field. We'll be in the moon's shadow for an hour or less, and there's a lot to be done. Clark, start the motion picture cameras now. We were trained for this, Doctor. Just keep out of the way and let us do our job. You'll be seeing what nobody ever saw. Observe what you can.
Captain Morrison, for 5 days, I've been observing what I was trained to observe.
You're entering the moon's shadow. Good luck. Safe journey
And a safe return.
We're coming out of the moon's shadow.
Look fast, Doc. Who knows when you'll see another total eclipse of the Earth by the moon.
There it is. The first crescent.
Good old Earth.
We're out. You can shut off the cameras.
Aye, aye, sir.
The radio, Clark. Thanks. Jacob's ladder to control. We've rounded the moon and we're coming home. That was official. Any special messages?
Just one, Captain. Yippee!
That goes for me, too.
I guess they heard that all right. Now, let's finish the job. Collect the films, and we feed them into the television transmitter.
What's the hurry, Captain?
Those were our instructions, Clark. You know that as well as I do.
Well, I only meant in 5 days, they'll have the films themselves.
Of course. But maybe it's just in case...
Sure. Just in case.
Optimistic bunch, aren't they? Well, let's get it done.
I was wondering...
Oh, not again, Dr. Fields.
You'd expect a message of, well, congratulations or something.
Jacob's ladder to control. This is Jacob's ladder reporting to control station. We're on the last leg of the orbit. Any instructions? Jacob's ladder calling Earth control. Calling Earth. Calling Earth. Is it the solar batteries, Clark?
Well, they're outside the hull. As far as I can check from inside, they're not losing power any faster than expected.
The electronic equipment?
Can't find anything wrong.
There must be some explanation, Clark.
Sure, Doc. I can think of half a dozen. We've been in space 5 days, bombarded by ultraviolet and cosmic rays. Who knows what that does to battery elements, to transistors, to the conductivity of metals. Maybe it was some kind of radioactivity from the moon. Or damage by microscopic meteors, or...
Never mind speculating. Can you fix it?
I can't find anything to fix, I tell you.
What's all the excitement about? So the radio's dead. So we don't know how the Dodgers made out. We coast for 5 days and then we're home, aren't we? Well? Aren't we?
While I was checking back there, I made some rough calculations. We're drifting off course.
But the automatic pilot...
It's radio control, Davis. Did you forget that?
Oh. Wait, there's something you forgot. The manual control button. You're the navigator, Clark. I'm the engineer. You give me the course corrections, and I'll handle the rocket burst.
With the baby computer on the ship, I can't make exact calculations.
Well, then you'll correct the corrections as we go along. You can do that, can't you?
Yeah. If you had an unlimited fuel supply...
Is there any more bad news that you're keeping secret? No? Well, then, let's get started.
Wait a minute. We can't receive the control station, but can they hear us?
I don't know, Captain. Maybe.
There's a chance.
Bare chance?
Clark, you start your calculations. In the meantime, Davis, feed the rest of the films into the television transmitter.
What for?
We were sent to do a job. Let's finish it.
No more fuel?
No more, Doc.
What happens now?
Do I have to draw you a picture?
I want to know, Clark.
Look at Davis and you'll know.
Answer me.
We're still 3 days out. We can't make any more course corrections. If we're lucky...
I know, but if not?
If we miss the Earth, the ship will keep going in space forever.
They can't just leave us hanging nowhere.
Take it easy, Davis.
What are we supposed to do, just wait doing nothing?
Got any ideas?
Get out of my way, Clark.
Don't touch the radio.
I'll make them answer. Jacob's ladder to control. Jacob's ladder to control.
No use, Davis.
Jacob's ladder to control. For the love of God, answer us.
You're wasting your breath. The radio's dead.
How do you know, Clark?
What kind of question is that, Doc? I checked it, didn't I?
And you found nothing wrong. Maybe the trouble is not with our radio.
What are you driving at?
You know what I mean. Maybe they can't answer us.
Well, it's not possible. We were out of contact less than an hour.
How long does it take? Maybe in that hour the missiles were finally released. Maybe yesterday the bombs fell at last and every city on Earth was covered with the cloud of death. And those who remain have forgotten us.
The rotten murderers.
Stop it, Davis.
They're leaving us here to die, Captain. They can't...
It wasn't necessary to hit him, Captain.
It was necessary to remind him that he's still alive.
For how long?
Nobody gave us any guarantees. We took the risk. What of it? There's a risk every time you cross the street. But we're not dead yet. And as long as we're alive, there's a chance. Maybe we'll go into orbit around the Earth. Maybe they'll find a way of reaching us.
Do you really believe that?
It doesn't matter. This ship will be run on that basis on regular schedule, and right now the schedule calls for food.
I'm not hungry, Captain.
So much the better. As of this minute, we're on half rations, in case there is a chance.
Wake up, Captain Morrison.
Huh?
Doc, wake up.
What's the matter?
Davis.
Yes.
Davis has a can of food.
What? One. Look at the cans he's eaten.
I'll kill him.
Yes.
Kill him.
No, this is wrong.
Hold on.
No, let him go, Morrison. He's unconscious. Morrison. Clark, help me get him away.
Stealing our food? Gorging himself like an animal.
How is he, Clark?
He's coming out of it.
Oh, good.
Doc. Dr. Fields.
How far we came to find out what we are.
You're no better than the rest of us.
I am no better. I beat him as you did. My fists are also wet with his blood.
Then shut up.
Are you still afraid to understand?
I've had enough, Fields. Do you hear?
I will explain it to you.
I warn you. There's a limit to what a man can stand.
No, Morrison, there is no limit, and we are the proof. Man was born to walk on the earth, but it was not enough for him. He also wanted to swim beneath the waters and move through empty space. And he did.
You make it sound wrong.
Only because in doing it, he destroyed the earth and himself, for all we know.
Why were you picked for this? You never looked at the stars and hated the distances between you. You've never loved the metal of the ship, the heat of the rocket flame that could bring you to the stars. Why did they send you?
Because ships do not go for their own sake. Because if men journey to observe the dark side of the moon...
Not only the moon, someday the stars.
It is still necessary to understand the observers as well. I also have a report to make, Captain Morrison.
What can you say when you never believed in this from the beginning? When you don't believe in what man is capable of?
I remember what Clark said the first day. From a plane, he first believed in geography. Where must we be and what must we do in order to believe in man?
Words again. It's too late for words.
It's too late for anything except words and understanding. We have reached where no man ever reached, and I see Davis with blood on his face, and I am ashamed for him and for us. If we followed the orbit of the stars and pulled the planets around by strings, and I saw the blood on his face, I would still be ashamed. I must make my report. Clark, the radio.
Doc.
They must know what a wonderful thing it is that man should learn to breathe in water and to fly in air and empty space. But it's not enough. No. He must also learn to walk like a man. They must understand it, don't you see? Everybody in the world must know it. Only who will tell them, Clark? Who will tell them?
This is written. He dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. A day is enough, an hour. There is time for the children of men when they will learn how to set their feet on the rungs of Jacob's ladder to reach the high places. For is it not also written, Thou hast made them but little lower than the angels? The time is now, and the words are said on Rosh Hashanah, the day of the new year. Then shall the just also see and be glad, and all wickedness shall be wholly consumed like smoke, when thou makest the dominion of arrogance to pass away from the earth. And in this season of the year, the anniversary of creation, let another prayer be spoken. In the book of life, may we be remembered and inscribed. He who maketh peace in his high places, may he make peace for us and for all men.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. David de Sola Poole, Rabbi Emeritus of the historic Spanish and Portuguese Synagogue in New York City. Dr. Poole.
In the story to which we have just listened, there is suggested something of our fabulous progress in mastering the mechanics of living. We can now peer into the very constitution of the atom, and we're preparing to explore the infinity of stellar space. Yet, today's piling up of armaments born of such scientific research threatens the very destruction of human society tomorrow. Science, symbolized by man's flying to the moon and beyond, can mechanize life with almost incredible techniques, but it cannot give it a soul. Unless our progressive control of physical life is accompanied by a sensitizing of our spiritual life, man's future will be dark indeed. if we are to be saved from self-destruction by our newly discovered technology, the power of religion must be greater than that of nuclear fission. Life on Earth will retain its meaning, its beauty, its soul, and its very existence only in the measure that the work of statesmen and scientists will be illumined and controlled by the supreme moral and spiritual force of religion, with human efficiency wedded to the triumphant morality that is the essence of all religion. It is in this spirit the Jews the world over will throng tonight and the days following to their synagogues to celebrate their religious new year by praying and resolving that in the coming year they will help make life on earth a heavenly experience of love, beauty, and peace. They will come forth from their synagogues with souls strengthened by a moral upsurge and a determination to help achieve a better life on earth. For they will have sacredly reaffirmed the unshakable faith of their prophets that life can and must be made ever better, that human nature can and must be ever more ennobled, that war shall be no more, and that all men shall be one in brotherhood and love of neighbor, with human life flowering into the kingdom of God on earth.
Thank you, Dr. Poole. Our Eternal Light drama today, The High Places, was written by Joseph Mindell and was presented in commemoration of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Guy Rep, Leon Jenney, Ralph Camargo, Joseph Julian, and Roger DeCoben. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, To Begin Again, was written by Joseph Mindell and is presented in commemoration of Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement.
Joshua!
Oh.
Joshua!
It's you, Samuel.
Wait, now, what? I'll go home with you.
Come then, it's late.
Well, I'm coming. That is, in just a minute.
Samuel, I worked 2 hours extra today. I'm tired and I'm
I've
hungry.
been listening to these people trying to find out what all the excitement is for.
Well, what difference does it make? It's no concern of yours or mine.
How do you know, Joshua?
Samuel, are you coming or not?
How can you know so surely what concerns you and what does not?
We have to be patient with him, Joshua. After all,
I know, Miriam, I know. He's your father, and he's too old to work, and after all, he lives with us. Have I ever complained?
No, but...
But today, just today, I'm too hungry to wait until he comes home from running around.
Here's your soup.
Yeah, he's running around like an old woman with a nose quivering for gossip. Ooh, boy, that's salty as seawater.
Well, what do you expect? I've been keeping it warm for 2 hours.
Miriam, I haven't been gambling or drinking. I've been working. The hay has to be taken in before it rains.
Well, at least if it were your own hay.
Should I let it rot because it's not mine?
Or if it were to feed your own herd.
I was paid extra for the extra time. Miriam, why are we quarreling?
Oh, I don't know, Joshua. Maybe the waiting. I'm uneasy.
Because I was an hour or two late.
Well, it's as if something horrible were hanging in the air.
Miriam, nothing happened. Nothing's going to happen. I had the chance to earn something extra. Should I have let it pass?
Oh, I'm being foolish, I know.
I don't want to be a hired worker all my life. I've been talking to Enoch. He also wants the same thing. Soon, maybe we'll be able to buy a herd together. Oh, a small one, but our own herd.
I don't know what the world is coming to. Just a plate of soup will be enough for me, Miriam. Oh, you've already eaten.
Well, how long should we wait while you dawdle there with the other old men?
Don't, Miriam, don't. You were right. I'm sorry, Samuel. We should have waited.
It doesn't matter. Joshua, Miriam, a thing like this hasn't happened since... I remember my grandfather told me once...
What are you talking about?
12 men, 24. Nobody knows how many. On horses, wild horses, some people say.
What about them?
They drove off an entire herd, 2,000 head of cattle.
Oh.
That's all you have to say, Joshua?
Samuel, thieves are not new in the world. What do you want me to say?
Not a thought for the poor man who lost everything he owns?
Well, I don't take pleasure in his misfortune. Well, of course, I'm sorry for him, still.
Ah, you're sorry for him, but...
Samuel, whoever has great possessions runs the risk of great losses.
Listen, Joshua!
Huh?
Joshua, wake up!
What?
Get up!
Miriam, what is it? Oh, it's too early to get up. It's the middle of the night.
Now listen, something is happening.
Well, you're right. What's wrong? Where are you all running to? What is it? Whose house? Yes.
What is it, Joshua? Tell me.
Well, they answered me without stopping, Miriam. I'm not sure. A house collapsed or was blown down.
Well, how? There's no wind.
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
You were gone so long.
What is it, Joshua?
I didn't know what to think.
What happened? A house, you said?
A house is filled with a man's sons and daughters come together. Brothers and sisters.
What man?
In 1 minute, the roof falls in, the walls collapse. Sons and daughters and their sons and daughters. A man's children. His grandchildren, all of them.
Answer me, Joshua. What man?
The same man whose cattle were stolen. The same old man who lost his possessions in the day and his children in the night. Who sits now in the dust of the street, homeless, childless. Why are you crying, Miriam?
Leave her be, Joshua. It is a terrible thing.
Are you crying for him? He does not ask for tears.
Well, he has not yet grasped all that has happened.
I tell you, he does not ask for her tears or your sympathy.
How can we know what he asks or what he needs? How can we understand?
I will never understand it.
Tomorrow we will speak to him.
I spoke to him just now, Samuel. I put out my hand and I called his name. Job. He did not answer. Job, I said. Take my hand and come. Then he spoke. But not to me.
No more, Joshua. The pain is too fresh.
Job spoke now, and his pain is greater. He did not speak to me, but I heard his words. Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
Miriam.
He should have been home long ago.
Miriam, you've wiped the same plate 4 times. It's clean.
He can't be working so late. It's almost dark.
Now, stop it, Miriam. He's not a child.
I would know how to soothe a child that was frightened.
Is that what you think? Is Joshua frightened?
I don't know. Afraid or angry or lonely. I don't know. I awoke early this morning before the sun and got up quietly. But Joshua was already awake, lying on his back, his eyes open. I think he did not close them all night. Why doesn't he come home?
You can't soothe him like a child.
Where is he? I want him home.
All right, Miriam. I'll bring Joshua home.
You know where he is?
I think I know where to find him.
Don't turn your eyes away, Samuel. Look at him. Look at Job in the dust.
Oh, the sores. The running sores. Oh, the poor man.
Is this the shape of a man? So twisted with sickness and pain that his friends saw him and did not know him? No, don't turn away, Samuel.
This does no one any good, Joshua. Come.
Why are you here if you will not look?
It's very late.
And Miriam is worried. Job's wife is also concerned for her husband. She is with him on the ground.
You're talking wildly, Joshua.
No. But she spoke just now before you came. Job, she said. Job, do you still hold fast to your integrity? Her lips were stiff with fear and pity and the residue of tears. He could hardly hear the words. Job, my husband, blaspheme God and die. He would not speak, Samuel. He would not die.
Let the day perish.
Joshua, for Miriam's
Be still.
sake.
Be still, it's Job.
Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night wherein it was hid. A man-child is brought forth. Let that day be darkness. Let darkness and the shadow of death claim it for their own.
He is cursed, but he does not blaspheme. He continues to live.
Joshua.
Let go of me, let go. I don't want to see any more. He will not die. He refuses to die.
Joshua!
It's me, Enoch.
Yes, Enoch.
Is Joshua sick? It's 2 days now that he hasn't come to work.
Come in, Enoch.
What's wrong, Miriam?
Joshua left the house this morning, as usual.
Then what could have happened? I don't mean to alarm you, only where could he be?
He's here. He returned an hour ago.
Are you hiding something? Why don't you talk? You're very strange, Miriam.
I'm strange.
Tell me. Joshua's my friend. I want to know.
Joshua is my husband. I also want to know. I want to know why he stands in a dusty street staring at a man suffering, hearing words of anguish under the hot sun.
Where is he? I'll talk to him.
Oh, it's no use, Enoch.
Joshua.
What do you want?
That's a fine greeting.
If you're offended, I'm sorry.
You're not? But I'm not offended. You've been working too hard. We all have. You're overtired.
Then let me rest.
Sitting up? Oh, come, Joshua, lie down so you'll be ready to work tomorrow. You are coming to work. They're counting on you to help get in the hay.
Are they? How can they count on me?
After all, Joshua...
Never mind. It was not a question to be answered.
I'm trying to be patient, but I must tell you, I don't like the way you're talking.
I didn't ask you to come here, Enoch.
I'm not a stranger asking questions. We're friends. We have plans. Don't you remember? If you don't work, if you don't earn money, then when will we be able to buy our own herd? You see, I am also depending on you.
Then you were a fool.
You're not well, Joshua. I'll talk to you when you get over this sickness.
There is no remedy for this sickness. Don't you see, Enoch? There is no cure for understanding.
I understand how you feel, Joshua. I, too, keep thinking of Job, stricken and suffering. Yes, I understand. Even when you try to sleep, you...
Sleep? He sat there all night.
Let me talk to him, Miriam. Listen to me, Joshua.
He won't listen. He doesn't even know you're here.
Please, Miriam. Joshua, if you were my son, I would say the same thing. We can grieve with Job, console with him if it's possible. Now, what more can we do?
What did Job do?
You must listen to me, Joshua.
Answer me, Samuel. What did Job do that this should come to him?
How can I tell you? A man lives and things happen.
Of what sins is he guilty? What crimes did he commit?
I don't know. I'm not sure I want to know.
I know. I listened there in the ruins of his house. I know, and I will tell you what he did. When a man was hungry, Job gave him food. If a child was fatherless, Job cared for him. If a stranger was wronged, Job brought him justice.
There may be other things you do not know, that he himself does not remember, having done them unwittingly.
Samuel, you are like Job's friends who sat down with him and covered their heads with ashes and consoled him.
And he returned anger for their pity.
There were no sores under their sackcloths, no pain in their bones, no suffering in their hearts. There was no understanding, and there was no consolation.
Because in his arrogance he would not listen to men and complained against God. I was there. I heard him.
Were you there? Did you hear him? Did you hear his words, Samuel? Behold, he said. Behold, I cry out violence, but I am not heard. I cry aloud, but there is no justice. Samuel, if he complains, he has sufficient reason.
What reason have you? Oh, I didn't mean to raise my voice. I'm trying to help you.
There is no help.
I know how you feel. You must believe me. But you're so greatly concerned.
I see pain, injustice. I am greatly concerned.
And yet, not an easy thing to say. Yet the pain is Job's. If there is an injustice, it was done him. I can understand compassion, pity, but you...
Oh, Samuel, don't stare at me.
It almost seems that you are also complaining.
I feel what Job feels.
And you're angry.
For the pain and injustice that Job suffers.
No, not for Job. Oh, not for him alone. You're angry for yourself.
Oh, don't tell me what I feel.
Why are you angry?
But there's no use talking to you, Samuel. Your mind is feeble with age, like your back.
I don't want to quarrel with you, Joshua. You're my daughter's husband. I'm thinking of you and of her. Do I have to remind you, Joshua? You have work to do, a household to maintain. You have plans and responsibilities.
So did Job.
He did what he had to do all his life.
For what purpose? To earn what he has now?
I am not talking about Job.
Neither am I. What difference does it make if I work or not? If I do justly or not? The end is the same.
Joshua, I have lived longer than you, and...
And you still don't understand, Samuel. You saw what happened to Job, and the meaning is still not clear to you.
You are not Job.
You're afraid to understand. You're afraid to see that any day, any second of any day, violence can fall on a man's life and put an end to plans, to hopes. Then why should I work for tomorrow? Why? Why should I take the responsibilities forced on me?
Forced on you? What do you mean?
Oh, he knows what I mean. Why should I carry the burden of his old age?
Joshua! He spoke without thinking. Wait! He doesn't mean it! Oh, Joshua! What have you done? Have you seen him? An old man who walks slowly.
An old man? Yes.
Where? Tell me where.
I saw many old men. They're all there, looking at Job and growing older and older.
Yes, Miriam, I was with the others.
And you saw him? You saw my father?
Not there. I saw him earlier.
Where is he?
I don't know. He was walking. You know how he walks slowly in that direction, out of the city.
No one is there, Miriam.
I know. I want the door open if he comes back.
No tears, Miriam? Now is the time to cry.
He's alone. He has no one.
Then cry for him. Cry for all the old men and the young men.
And you, Joshua? What about you?
I have no tears. I'm too angry for tears.
No, Joshua. What? You're not angry.
Oh, you came back. Praise God you came back.
Where else could I go?
Oh, you must be tired and hungry. Where have you been so long?
In that same place where the old men gather and the young men. But no one was there. Only Job alone under the moon.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You're home.
I am not Job. My skin shrivels with pity and horror when I look at him. I am not Job, and yet it also happened to me. In 1 minute, I was also alone in the night. Why? For what reason?
Oh, no more. You're not alone now.
I worked hard all my life, didn't I, Miriam? You remember, as a child, I was a good father, wasn't I?
Oh, don't. Please.
A good father, a good husband, a good friend. I tried to be honest. I didn't lie or cheat. I didn't slander or steal. Then why? What's the sense of it all?
Now you're beginning to understand.
Yes. But you don't understand. You still think you're angry.
As you should be, too.
I saw Job in the moonlight, listening. There was not a sound, but he was listening. And for the space between two breaths, I thought I heard what he heard. Joshua, you don't have to be afraid.
I'm not afraid. Why shouldn't I be? In a world where pain comes without reason.
Is that what you want? To live without pain? It's an easy thing. Love no one because love may bring pain. Trust no one and no one will betray you. Engage with no person and you will never be dealt with unjustly. Make no judgments you will not run the risk of being wrong. It's not hard, Joshua. But neither is it living as a man. Is that what you want?
I want to live today in expectation of tomorrow. I want to taste the fruit of my work without fear that it will be snatched from me.
Who guarantees you the future? Who promised you rewards for doing this or shunning that? You take me in hope of recompense and turn me out when you're disappointed?
No. No, Samuel. I saw how Job was tried and tested, and I was afraid.
You are not Job. You don't have to be afraid, Joshua. Each is tested according to his strength.
Without cause, without reason.
By God's mercy and God's justice and his reasons. Joshua, you cannot understand entirely the actions of other men. Do you hope to understand all of God's doings?
Samuel...
I came back to tell you this. How Job listened to a voice I could not hear. Then he lifted his head and he spoke. Who is this that hideth counsel without knowledge? Therefore have I uttered that which I understood not. Things too wonderful for me which I knew not. Wherefore I abhor my words and repent, seeing I am dust and ashes.
Dust and ashes to be blown by the wind.
No, Joshua. Now listen. Job rose up from the dust of the street, tall and straight. A man. No possessions, no promises. A man unafraid, with a life to live. Waiting for tomorrow to begin again.
These are the words spoke on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement.
What shall we say before thee, O thou who dwellest on high? Dost thou not know all things, both the hidden and the revealed? Thou searchest the innermost recesses, and tries the reins and the heart. Naught is concealed from thee, or hidden from thine eyes. May it then be thy will, O Lord our God, and God of our fathers, to pardon and forgive. Remember us unto life, O Lord, who delightest in life.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Judah Nadish, spiritual leader of the Park Avenue Synagogue in New York City. Dr. Nadish.
This beautiful religious drama, to which we have been listening, based as it is on the ancient book of Job, reminds us that the theme of that biblical book is one of recurrent interest in every generation. For it gives voice to the frightening questions that men ask in every age. Why do the righteous suffer, and the wicked seem to go free? How, therefore, can there be any justice undergirding the universe? And if there be no justice, there certainly can be no God. And without God, life itself loses meaning. Then it is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Then man becomes distraught, as was our Joshua in the play, with anxiety and fear. Without faith, without hope, man can neither plan nor work for the morrow. But Job's answer is that God is, that life does have significance and purpose. To be sure, questions force themselves to our lips, questions that cannot be answered. Man's finite mind cannot grasp the infinity of God's doing, much of living and dying will for all time remain a mystery. But in the meantime, there is light enough to live by, enough to give us the hope and the courage needed to perform the task to which we are summoned, the task we are called upon to do. And on the most sacred day of the Jewish religious year, on Yom Kippur, 3 days hence, we Jews shall reaffirm that faith, each one of us, as he stands before God, casting off through atonement and repentance the guilt that estranges man from God and his fellow man, feeling free and reborn, unafraid, with a life to live, waiting for tomorrow to begin again.
Thank you, Dr. Nadish. Our Eternal Light drama today, To Begin Again, was written by Joseph Mindell and was presented in commemoration of Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Charles Wilson, Bob Hastings, Diana Barth, Maurice Tarpland, and Guy Rep. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, As Deep Waters, was written by Joseph Mindell and is presented to commemorate the Jewish holiday of Simchas Torah, the celebration of the reading of the Scripture.
For as the rain comes down, and the snow from heaven, and returns not hither, except it water the earth, and make it bring forth, and bud, and give seed to the sower, and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth.
This is the story of a book. The words are written. The type is cast in molten metal. The press clamors, printing the separate pages. And I remember another, more ancient book.
The words of a man's mouth are as deep waters, a flowing brook, a fountain.
When the pages are cut and bound and the ink is dry, you will perhaps hold the book in your hand. But there is more that I must tell you. For the meaning of a book is sometimes greater than the sum of the words written. September of 1942. A German train passes through Polish fields loaded with human freight.
Stand still, Fellner. It's bad enough without your pushing.
I want to move in. Let others get to the window.
Window? A hole not even a foot square.
The stench is not as bad here. We'll take turns.
How? We're packed so close you can't move an inch.
We have to try. It's no use. Even here there are degrees of misery.
Console yourself, Fellner. Our turn will come. Do you see the light coming in? The afternoon sun is on the left.
I see it.
Don't you understand? We're going north. They're taking us to a concentration camp in the north. We'll be the first to freeze at this window of yours. You see, it evens out.
Yes. In the concentration camp, we will all freeze.
Didn't you bring something warm to wear?
There was no time. I heard the footsteps on the stairs, and it was too late.
Of course it's too late then. Didn't you know they would come for us sooner or later?
I knew.
You see my bundle? It was ready months ago at the side of my bed every night. Oh, I thought about it for a long time. I packed nothing new, nothing a Nazi guard would want. There's a sweater in here, old and torn, but warm. I prepared for them, Fellner. What were you doing all these months?
There are different ways of preparing. I had to finish something.
What are you talking about?
I wrote every night, page after page, sometimes until daybreak. And I did finish. Then the boots on the stairs.
And in that last minute before they broke down the door, that's what you picked up? That's what you're carrying with you to the concentration camp, wrapped so carefully and tied with a string? Oh, Fellner.
Don't laugh.
There's nothing to laugh about. I also packed a woolen vest. You can wear that.
You think I'm a fool?
You're worse than a fool. Oh, I don't know what I think. Is a moth-eaten sweater a surer sign of wisdom? But you are a fool if you think they'll let you keep your scribbling.
Why not? Why shouldn't they?
Because you value it. Because words written down may be dangerous. Or for no reason at all.
I'll hide it.
They'll find it. And when they do, they'll burn it.
No. They can't. Do you hear me? They mustn't burn it.
They can and they will.
Here, take it. Take it, I say.
But your manuscript is no safer with me.
Your left arm is free. You can reach the window.
A cat could hardly squeeze between those bars.
Try. Do what I tell you.
All right.
Throw it as far as you can.
All right. There. It's done. Words written down can pass through a narrow space, eh, Fellner? Tell me something. I still have my sweater. Fellner, what do you have left?
In that time and in that place to which they were taken, nothing was left to shield them against the cold night and the final bitter end. Nothing was left, only a narrow space in which to whisper a denial, and a package carefully wrapped and tied with string lying in a Polish field, and therefore it was not an end.
Later, Anya, when we've finished working.
So come and look.
You don't make a harvest by looking down the tracks and wondering where the train goes. You know where it goes. Just be thankful we're not Jews.
Look at what I found.
Oh, what? A bird's nest?
I almost didn't see it hidden here under the bushes.
Huh?
It's tied with so many knots. It must be something precious.
Don't open it, Anya.
Oh, I want to see what it is.
Not now. Not here. They can see us from the other end of the field. They're looking at us already.
Let them look.
Go back to work, Anya. Hide it under the bushes and get back to work. Later, I'll carry it home under my jacket. Then we'll see what we have. Hang something over the window.
What's the matter with you, Mikhail?
Ladislav walked home with us, didn't he? He's curious, I can tell.
But what of it? I found something in the field. Is that a crime?
Anya, where do you think it came from, this package you found?
I don't know. I didn't think about
Well,
it.
think about it now. Well, Anya?
Well, it fell from a train that went by.
You understand, if we don't bring it to the German commandant in the town hall, then it is a crime. We'll have to be careful.
Well, let's get rid of it. Tomorrow you'll throw it in the river.
No.
Mikhail, I'm afraid.
Anya, what does a farmer, a poor farmer like me, have to look forward to?
Mikhail,
Well, I'll tell
don't-
you, bad luck. If not today, then next week or next month. The crop fails or the cow gets sick and doesn't give milk. Or the Germans come and they take the harvest and the cow. But now something good happens. Should we throw it away because we're afraid? No. Don't cover the window, Anya. We'll soon see what it is. Ah, there's so many knots.
Give it to me. I'll untie them.
Whatever it's worth, if only a few zlotys, we're entitled to a little good luck. Only a little bit. What? Mikhail's treasure. Paper. Nothing but sheets of useless, worthless paper.
No, Mikhail, don't tear it.
Why not? What's it good for? Here, I'll show you. Here, you can use it to light a fire in the
Don't give
stove.
it to me. Oh, look what you did. It's all wrinkled now. Mikhail, what does the writing say?
It's not even in decent letters like a book. It's handwritten.
Well, you can read it. What does it say?
The Way of Life by Leon Fellner.
The Way of Life. What does it mean?
Oh, how should I know? It's time to eat, Anya. I'm hungry.
Oh, I'll light the fire and warm up the soup.
So, you're burning it after all.
No, only the wrapping. I'll keep it in my shawl. My good one with the satin binding.
Anya, it's late. Why don't you go to sleep?
I'll sit up for a while.
Then put out the lamp so I can sleep.
Soon, Mikhail. Just a little longer.
I don't understand you, Anya. You sit there turning the pages as if
Of course I turn the pages.
as if you could read them.
It's a book, isn't it?
Come in, Ladislav. Come in. Anya! Where did you hide the treasure? She wrapped it up in her best shawl. Anya!
Why do you want it?
Never mind. Just let me have it now.
I am interested in books, Anya.
He used to be a clerk, you know.
It's not a book. It's written by hand.
Well, it's the same thing after all.
Come. Bring it out. We can trust Ladislav. Besides, he's willing to pay for it.
I'll want to see it first, you understand.
Oh, naturally.
It's not for sale.
Anya, do as I ask you.
I found it, didn't I? You would have thrown it in the fire, but I saved it. It's mine. and it's not for sale.
I'll come back another time, Mikhail.
Don't go, Ladislav.
Maybe tomorrow, if Anya will allow you to bring your friends to the house.
You should not have done what you did.
Don't, Mikhail. I know that look. When I lived in my father's house, he also used to beat me.
If you also shamed him before his friends, then I don't blame him.
That was all he knew to do for his children. A slap and a curse. Never a word to help. Never sending them to school to learn. He was an ignorant peasant just like you.
What do you mean, ignorant? I know how to read.
What good is it if you don't read?
Well, how can I read when there isn't a book in the house?
In my father's house, there were no books either. Mikhail, if we have sons or daughters, I don't want them to grow up in a house without a book.
Oh. All right, Anya. You can keep it.
I'm glad. Mikhail, will you do something else for me?
What?
Our book. Read it to me.
Now? All at once?
A little at a time, every night after work, when we're resting.
Anya, this isn't a letter from your sister. This is a book. And reading isn't the same as understanding.
There's enough time. You'll read it over and over until we do understand. Maybe, who knows? Maybe I'll learn to read it myself.
Ladislav would have given half a zloty for it.
Will you do it? Will you read it to me?
Or at least a quarter of a zloty.
You must, Mikhail. So that we'll have something to be a heritage for our children.
The inheritance of those years was blood and hunger. Trains rolled through the Polish fields, and armies fought, and battles were lost and won. In a good season, wheat grew again beside the tracks. Though now the German commandant was gone, and a commissar sat in the town hall.
Mikhail?
Yes, Your Excellency.
No. No titles. We are all comrades. Now, it has come to my attention that you have a certain manuscript.
Ladislav told you.
Never mind who told me.
Oh, how does he know? Did he see it?
That's not your affair.
Well, just ask him. Did he see it? Ask him to swear by the memory of his father and mother.
Comrade.
Anybody can talk about a manuscript. Even I might have said something. But talk isn't proof. A man can say many...
Still. Comrade?
I'm sorry, Comrade Commissar. I got excited. But after all, just because Ladislav said that he...
That's enough. I did not call you here to argue with you. You see the sergeant there at the desk? Tomorrow you will bring the manuscript and leave it with him.
Bring the book to the table, Anya. Oh, that shawl was such a pretty blue. It's faded.
Mikhail, I don't want to give up our book.
I'll tell you what he said, Anya. Comrade, he said, the possession of unauthorized literature is an offense against the people's state.
Before the communists, when the Nazis were here, we hid the book from them. It was also a crime.
Oh, my little Anya is becoming a hardened criminal.
Don't make jokes. Mikhail, you said he wasn't sure.
Well, how can he be sure? Ladislav himself never saw it.
Then if you just don't go to the town hall tomorrow,
You didn't
maybe...
see the look on his face when he called me, comrade.
If you don't, then maybe he'll think it was a mistake and forget about it.
Comrade Commissar won't forget. If I don't bring him the manuscript, he'll come here with soldiers to search for it.
And if he doesn't find it?
Well, how is that possible? Our house isn't so big. There aren't so many hiding places.
I mean, suppose it's not in the house at all. Suppose it's hidden in the fields, buried in the earth.
Yes, it could be done.
Then hurry, Mikhail, while it's still
Oh,
dark.
wait. We have to consider, Anya.
Not now. Hurry.
Now, listen to me. What will be accomplished this way?
If you bring it to them tomorrow in the town hall, they'll burn it.
And if we bury it in the earth, then what do we have?
The book will be safe. Don't you understand?
Oh, it's only little pieces of paper we're scribbling. No, Anya, I don't understand.
They are the words of a man's imagining. Look. I can read them now. The Way of Life by Leon Fellner. Mikhail, if you save a book, maybe it's like saying how you want to live.
A seed planted is safe, buried in the earth. But if it does not sprout and bear fruit, then what is it? For there is a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to keep silence and a time to speak.
There was a stranger in the town today.
A stranger?
I saw him when I went to the market.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to me, Mikko.
The side needs sharpening, Anya. I can listen at the same time.
He was from America.
America? Why should anyone come here from America?
They were walking through the market, he and the commissar. I heard him say that he was sent to look for survivors.
He doesn't have to look far. Didn't he see you? Didn't he see all of us?
No, he meant those who were in the camps and are still alive.
He won't find many.
Mikko, he spoke to me.
Anya, it's dangerous to speak to foreigners.
He spoke to me.
Even so. What did he say?
He wants to come to our house to talk to us.
A foreigner in our house? An American? We'll both be put in prison.
He has permission to make inquiries. The commissar himself said so.
Anya, what can we have to tell him? This stranger from America.
When the camps were thrown open, the people often came back to their former homes. Do you know of such a person in this neighborhood?
If there was someone, what would you do?
I would... Well, that is, the committee I represent would help them.
With money?
If they wanted to remain here. Or if they wanted to leave, we would help them do that.
Where would they go?
I have a number of visas for Israel.
Israel? It's far, isn't it?
Very far. But it's a place where they are wanted. Do you know of someone?
No. We don't know anybody.
You have nothing to tell me?
We've answered your questions.
Yes. Will you answer just one more? Is it true that you've been hiding a manuscript?
He knows.
He's still on you. Who sent you? The commissar?
I'm clumsy. Forgive me. I didn't mean to frighten you. The commissar had nothing to do with it.
Who told you?
Listen to me. You know why I'm here. To help those who survived the camps. And those who did not. It is also important to save what can be saved. Will you please show me the manuscript?
It's ours.
Anya, please.
I found it. I hid it from the Nazis, from the communists. It's mine.
Anya, if a book is written, to whom does it belong? The shawl is stained by the earth, but the writing is still clear.
I'll wrap it in something else and bury it again. I can wait. The Nazis were here and they're gone. Someday the communists will be gone. I can wait.
Look, Anya. The paper's beginning to rot like a seed buried too deep.
You want to give it up, Mikko.
He has only to tell the commissar, Anya.
Do you think I would do that, Mikhail? Did you let me read it thinking that?
No. Well, what would you do with it?
A book should be read by others, or else it is only paper buried in the earth.
You take it to Israel to be printed?
No.
This is all that Leon Fellner left.
And I saved it. We're his heirs.
Yes, Anya. The inheritance is for you. But not for you alone.
Give it to me.
Anya!
Where is he, Mikko? Do you see him?
Be careful, Anya. You carry it openly as if you...
It's only a bundle wrapped in a shawl. Look for him.
You brought it, Anya.
Oh. Here. Take it. For a little while, I thought I could hide it again. Take it with you.
Put it here on the crate, and when you go, leave it there. It's safer that way. Anya, thank you.
Listen, there's something you must tell me.
The train goes in a few minutes.
It won't take long. You did not know Leon Fellner. Of course not. Neither did I. But he taught me how to read.
Every night we sat together, Anya and I, and she learned.
I see him at his table writing. Oh, I see him plainly as I see the words he wrote. A man cannot say to the angel of death, wait, I wish to arrange my affairs. Then I will not waste my breath. I will write down that which must be said quickly, quickly, before the clatter of boots on the stairs drowns out the sound of my voice. I read the words and I do not understand. I do not understand.
Anya, my little Anya, please.
The way of life, he called it. Don't you see him sitting at his table in a world black with terror and death? But he could write of love and mercy and justice, of living without fear and hate. He was waiting for death. Tell me how he could think of the way of life. Tell me.
You do not have to ask me, Anya.
Then whom shall I ask?
The answer is here in the book. It is not an answer Leon Fellner discovered, but one written long ago in a world that was no gentler than his. The laws of the Torah were given that men should live by them, not that they should die by them.
It is a story of survival. And if you ask me what survives, I will tell you this. The words of a man's mouth are as deep waters, a flowing brook, a fountain. I see a faded shawl stained by the earth and a book, printed so that others may read. And I hear the voice of Isaiah.
For as the rain comes down and the snow from heaven and returns not hither, except it water the earth and make it bring forth and bud and give seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Martin Kane, prominent business and civic leader, a member of the Metropolitan New York Cabinet of the Jewish Seminary of America. Mr. Kane.
Today's script raises many questions. Questions about values, about human brotherhood, and about the nature of survival itself. It is easy to understand that under certain circumstances, a warm sweater should seem more important than even a major contribution to human knowledge or welfare. After all, we too live in a world in which millions are spent for armaments and for defense, and woefully little to finance the important contemporary efforts to create the basis for a lasting peace. Similarly, it is easy to understand the impulse to destroy a document which has been fortuitously acquired and which has relatively little meaning to its custodians, especially when mere possession of it constitutes a threat to life itself. Anya's purposeful defense of the manuscript, her recognition that it embodies values beyond her comprehension, and her gratitude because it has provided her with the key to the magic world of literacy, are actions which transcend the animal drives of much daily behavior and symbolize the divine potentiality which is part of our human nature. If more of us could learn her respect for values beyond our understanding, or its relevance to our own lives, human brotherhood would rapidly become an actual condition rather than an aspiration and an ideal. Finally, we are stimulated to think about survival itself. Is it merely a question of keeping the body alive for as many years or days or hours or minutes as possible? Or is the survival of Leon Fellner the immortality achieved by fulfilling one's role and leaving the world richer by a book or a poem or a thought because one has lived? Is this, we ask ourselves, a higher order of survival? Unfortunately, not all of us are blessed with the ability to create, but many of us have found that by working with institutions and organizations concerned with ultimate human values, we can participate, at least vicariously, in this higher kind of survival. I know that my work, small though it may be, for the Jewish Theological Seminary of America has given me a sense of identification with all of the seminary's work, including the eternal light, which is sometimes more satisfying than those day-to-day business achievements which, because they have a tangible dollar reward, should perhaps, under the aspect of eternity, be equated with a woolen sweater.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Our Eternal Light drama today, As Deep Waters, was written by Joseph Mindell and was presented to commemorate the Jewish holiday of Simchas Torah, the celebration of the reading of the Scripture. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Joan Laser, Larry Robinson, Leon Janney, Eeyore Francis, Joseph Boland, and John Seymour. Your narrator was Roger DeCoven. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, 4.5 Feet of Faith, was written by Mark Siegel. In 1492, Christopher Columbus, standing high on the bridge of a tiny Spanish sailing ship, discovered the New World.
Land ho!
The fact, however, is open to question. It may have been Leif the Lucky or Eric the Red in Viking craft who were the first to scan the American horizon. 400 years later, another band of pioneers uncovered another new world. About their discovery, there is no question whatsoever. They were the women of America.
This 19th century has made a great discovery, and we have helped to make it. It is for some a startling discovery. Women are people.
The new world of freedom and of service they uncovered, in the view of history, may be bigger and broader than the American continent itself. There was Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who considered it perfectly logical for women to be emancipated along with slaves. There was Susan B. Anthony, who held the revolutionary notion that women should vote. There was Carrie Chapman Catt, who fought for equal rights, and Jane Addams, who fought for equal responsibilities. There was Lucy Stone, who insisted on the right to her own name after marriage. And among the pioneers, adding to their fire the tradition of an ancient heritage, there was a little lady 4.5 feet tall. Her name was Hannah Greenebaum Solomon.
Gentlemen! We have rather an unusual speaker with us this evening. A distinguished speaker who is to address us on the subject of women as breadwinners, a topic in which, no doubt, some of us have a passing interest. Our speaker has given a great part of her time to an investigation...
Mr. Chairman.
Sir?
Mr. Chairman, did you say her time?
Why, yes, that's what I said, and
Mr. Chairman, you know perfectly well that no woman has ever addressed this organization.
The program committee has discussed this matter. What is more, sir, I consider it extraordinarily discourteous of you to raise your objection when Mrs. Solomon is standing on this platform prepared to speak.
Mrs. Solomon is on the platform. I don't see any woman on the platform.
She is standing behind the speaker's podium.
Mrs. Solomon, I beg your pardon. I didn't see you.
I assure you it's totally unimportant to me as to whether you can see me. It is quite important, however, that you should hear me. And I expect you will.
She was 4.5 feet tall, but her stature was unquestioned. She had a way of breaking precedents, and she did so with a twinkle in her eye and a voice that could reach the last row of any auditorium, particularly if there were men sitting in it. You must understand, of course, that the year was 1896, that all of this took place long, long ago, in a time before women had been accorded any real measure of social or political equality. It was before women had careers. And in Hannah Solomon's time, there were certain people who failed to recognize the dawning of a new era of freedom and service for women.
A little less meddling and a little more mending.
It seems to us the world can use a little mending, too.
A little less studying and a little more cooking.
Education never spoiled a dinner.
The Lord didn't mean for women to get all tied up in causes of politics and organizations. Women are the weaker sex.
The Lord provided us with greater strength than you think.
I beg your pardon.
The position of women today might have been foretold at the beginning. Instead of creating her out of dust, the Lord waited until he could build her out of a strong, healthy, germ-proof bone. I suppose he knew that in some century or other we'd need our strength.
Now, I suppose you're gaining the impression that Hannah Solomon did nothing in her life but fight against unsympathetic men. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. She could roast the best goose, play the best Beethoven sonata, and deliver the best recitation in her family, which is saying quite a lot. There were 10 brothers and sisters in the Greenebaum family, one of the first Jewish families to settle in Chicago. She did fight all her life against injustice and poverty, against persecution and intolerance, against tragedy and war. It just happened that, the world being the way it was, the opposite side of the question was generally stated by men.
But you can't do that, Mrs. Solomon. A woman just cannot do that.
And always there was Hannah Solomon to say,
why not?
According to one of her favorite granddaughters, with whom she traveled abroad on several occasions, Hannah Solomon's why not impressed the men of several continents in several ways. For example, there was the moment in Russia when the day's last train for Leningrad was ready to pull out of a provincial railroad station.
Lady, you'll never make it.
Why not, God? Why not?
There's a fence between here and the train. There, you see it?
Of course I see it. It's right in front of us.
But, lady, the fence is 5 feet high. It's higher than you are. Lady, where are you?
On the other side of the fence, guide.
You jumped over the fence? How did you jump over the fence?
There wasn't any other way. What else could I do?
There is a fact to be added. Mrs. Solomon's running leap over the immovable obstacle was accomplished at the age of 72. In deference to more important matters, we will not report in detail on the rickshaws, camels, gondolas, or cable lifts ridden by Hannah Solomon at various advanced ages. We will also skip the pyramids, Chinese walls, Athenian and prehistoric ruins scaled. What is more important, perhaps, is that for the almost 85 years of her life, Hannah Solomon left behind her a foaming wake of reactions, no matter what the country of the world. And perhaps it would be fair to say that these reactions split into 2 parts. From the men.
Lady, you can't do that.
And from the women.
Why not? Yes, why not?
The people who knew her, who had heard her speak, who had shared her dreams, the people who stood with her or against her in 1,000 battles for a better world, all of them wondered, as perhaps you do, what were the sources of her strength. Hannah Solomon, for all her public life an introspective woman, wondered too.
How far do fate and chance mold our behavior and our lives? Do we remember clearly those moments when inspiration was born through contact with rich minds? Those in which courage was instilled and new insight kindled?
The words are from an autobiography written in Hannah Solomon's 84th year.
If we could see the whole fabric of our lives spread out, what a wonderful weaving it might show. Many a thread that we thought lost would reappear and form strange patterns of cause and of effect.
Father?
Yes, Hansi.
Father, why is everyone so quiet?
Everyone is very sad, Hansi.
Because Mr. Lincoln's dead, Father?
Yes, Hansi. What is it, child?
Why did they shoot him, Father?
Why? Because of what he thought, I suppose.
What did he think?
A great many things, Hansi. The big thing he thought was that all people are created equal.
Doesn't everybody think that?
No, Hansi. I'm afraid not everyone does.
Do you?
Of course I do.
Does Mama?
Why, of course, Hansi.
Oh. Father.
What, Hansi?
Father, if you believe what Mr. Lincoln did, won't they come and shoot you?
Oh, no, Hansi, no. No one's going to shoot Mama or me. We're not that important, for one thing.
Oh, you won't tell anyone what you believe, then?
Of course we will, Hansi.
Even if it's not safe?
Hansi, when you believe something, when you know you're right, the safe thing is to say what you believe. Say it to anyone who will listen. Say it as often and loudly as you can. If you are truly in the right, in the end, all will see your truth.
This was a thread that would reappear. This and 1,000 others from a childhood surrounded by an atmosphere of faith and social responsibility.
Father, how did you do it? You look so funny.
The mud on my suit?
It's up to your waist.
Well, my carriage got stuck in the mud, and just as I got it out, another carriage came along. I called to the people to warn them, but they didn't hear me.
But how did you get your beautiful white linen suit so full of mud?
Well, I jumped in and ran towards the other carriage. I went right in up to my waist.
But why? It if you knew there was mud there, Father.
To warn them, Hansi, so they wouldn't get stuck in the mud.
Even when you knew it would ruin your suit?
If I knew there was mud there, I couldn't let someone else fall in, could I, Hansi?
These were some of the threads that would enter into the pattern of her life. To speak out for the right, to influence others, to be concerned with others. And there was another theme that reappeared consistently in the course of her 84 fruitful years.
The majority of our citizens are too far removed from scenes of misery and suffering. We find that the offenders against society are a small minority, but an active one. We hear of the contagion of evil not because it is evil, but because it is active. Good is also contagious under similar conditions.
In defense of the so-called stronger sex, it should be noted that Hannah Solomon reached many of her views with the active assistance of many men. Among them her distinguished grandfather, who was a founder of the first Jewish congregation in Chicago, her father, who was a leader in the abolitionist cause, and her gentle husband, whose kindness and sense of community responsibility were legendary. But the anvil against which she shaped her greatest contribution to the world in which she lived was the resistance and obstinacy of the eternally opposed man.
The answer is no, madam. We are asking for your cooperation, not your domination.
The year was 1893, a year when a World's Fair was to commemorate the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America in Chicago.
Mrs. Solomon, I will ask you again. Will you Jewish women cooperate with us in our sessions?
As I've told you before, we will join with the men in a presentation of Judaism at the Parliament of Religions, if we are accorded an active role.
Mrs. Solomon, we have been through this all before.
I'm willing that we should go through it again, if necessary.
I have no doubt, Mrs. Solomon, that an appropriate role will be found for the women.
And when will we know just what that appropriate role is, Mr. Chairman?
After our next program committee has met, Mrs. Solomon. At our next meeting.
I presume that no woman will serve on the program committee, Mr. Chairman.
You presume correctly, Mrs. Solomon.
Then we will reserve judgment as to our participation until the program is prepared. We will look forward with interest to what the Jewish men of Chicago consider an appropriate role for the Jewish women of Chicago. Mr. Chairman, I do not understand. I simply do not understand.
There's nothing very complicated about it, Mrs. Solomon. The program seems self-explanatory.
I told you at our last meeting that we had proposed 2 speakers for the Parliament of Religions.
Oh, yes. Miss Henrietta Zold, was it? On what Judaism has done for women.
You have a good memory. We had also proposed Miss Josephine Lazarus to discuss the outlook for Judaism.
Oh, yes, I recall that.
Neither name appears upon this program.
Well, Mrs. Solomon,
I am waiting for your answer.
Well, Mrs. Solomon, the program seems complete just as it stands.
I see. And the appropriate role for women which you promised at our last meeting.
Hostesses, Mrs. Solomon. Hostesses.
Mr. Chairman, the suggestion is insulting.
Mrs. Solomon, it would not have been insulting to your mother.
I am not my mother.
Ah, you are the new woman?
Mr. Chairman, I did not come here to engage in a discussion of the new woman, which has become, unhappily, a very old subject.
Nonetheless, you take the position that what was good enough for your mother isn't good enough for you.
If you wish to stand still, you may do so. The world has a way of moving forward.
I prefer it as it is.
You're inviting a speech.
Perhaps.
We would prefer that our speeches be given where they should be given.
At the Parliament of Religions?
Precisely.
Well, you have seen the program, and that is the committee's decision.
then you leave us no alternative than to present you with our decision. We do not care to cooperate with you. We will not cooperate with you. And I request that the fact of our presence at this meeting be expunged from the records.
You are sure you wish to do that?
Positive.
Really, Mrs. Solomon, I am sorry. I would have wished to see our women have some participation in the Parliament of Religions.
I assure you that your wish will be granted.
I beg your pardon.
We will participate as women, on our own, as new women, if you like. And since you are going to meet a good many new women in the years to come, Mr. Chairman,
yes, Mrs.
let
Solomon.
me identify her for you. She is the woman who has the courage of her convictions, who expresses them when she sees fit to do so, and who follows them when the occasion arises. She is the woman who dares go into the world and do what her convictions demand.
And what are those convictions?
In this case, that she be represented with dignity in the Parliament of Religions. We hope that you will do us the honor of attending the women's sessions.
The fence which Hannah Solomon had promised to hurdle was more than 5 feet high. The year was 1893. There was no ready telephonic communication. There was no radio to flash the message across the continent in the twinkling of an eye. No non-stop flights were as yet scheduled between Chicago and New York. Do you suppose this stopped Hannah Solomon? Hannah Solomon pulled on her boots. They were size 3, donned her combat uniform, a trailing gown of white cotton lace, and sounded a clarion call to action. There were new women in Chicago who were ready.
But how, Hannah? That's the question.
We said we're going to present a Jewish Women's Congress at the Parliament of Religions. We'll do it.
Agreed. But that means gathering together the leading Jewish women of the country.
Exactly.
But we don't even know who they are.
We'll find out.
But how, Hannah?
We'll start out by writing to the rabbis of all the congregations in the country. They should be able to make recommendations.
By writing to all the rabbis?
As many as we can find addresses for.
But, Hannah, that's hundreds of personal letters to be written.
My dear, it's more than letters we'll be writing.
There's something else to be enclosed?
No, that's not what I mean. What we're beginning now is the very first attempt of Jewish women anywhere to assemble together as an entity in a great religious gathering. The very first. It's not just letters we'll be writing. We'll be writing history.
Hannah, do you have any idea of how many letters we've written in these past months?
Have you been counting?
More than 2,000.
It's not the number of letters that counts. It's the number of women coming to the Congress.
I know.
I think we may have as many as 100.
It's wonderful. Really wonderful. But, Hannah...
But what, my dear?
But isn't it rather a waste? I mean, to bring these women together, the women of intelligence and understanding that we found, to bring them together for so short a time and then to let them go their ways?
You think that is what will happen?
Won't it, Hannah?
Do you really think we've worked these many months to write a brief, brief tale? They met and parted?
Well, haven't we?
My dear, I told you we were writing history. We will never let them go. Out of this Congress, we will shape something permanent, something organized. Oh, something urgently needed.
Do you think we can, Hannah? Do you think we really can?
I'll answer your question with a question. Why not?
They came, the Jewish women of America, marching uncertainly at first, to join their brothers and their sisters of the world in the great Parliament of Religions. On the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America, they came, the men of every clime from every corner of the earth, to meet beneath the banner of religion, the followers of Confucius and of Buddha, of the Jewish prophets, of Mohammed, of all the great religions of the West and East. And, among them, a little lady 4.5 feet tall, repeating with all assembled,
Have we not all one Father? Hath not one God created us all?
It was the beginning. The unity of men of many nations would be shattered many times in the years that followed, but one group, a group of gallant ladies, of new women, led by a lady 4.5 feet tall, would emerge in unity and permanence as the first national organization of Jewish women in the history of the world. This was her great creation, the National Council of Jewish Women, and at its head she would attack evil in a world that women never made, a world that would not ever be quite the same. She would lead a battalion that would become a brigade that would become an army of women, dedicated to faith and humanity, sometimes at its head, always at its heart. She would organize Jewish women in many lands and sit with the women of all faiths in earnest universal striving for peace and justice. She would consecrate every day of the week to the service of the poor and persecuted, the underprivileged and the unemancipated. And, eventually, the eternally opposed man would ask with newly gained compassion,
Mrs. Solomon, how do you endure all you see and hear?
I believe all sense of horror leaves us when we stretch out our hands to help. Life is complete only when it has in its span consciousness of light, taken from the bright places in its own and transmitted into homes of sorrow and gloom, thus dividing the fullness of earth with those whose portions are nothingness.
She was a little lady, just 4.5 feet tall. Yet she was big as her heart, multiplied by the thousands of women she brought to fruitful endeavor. And she brought to many, including me, the realization that how little we are is unimportant. What is important is how big we are. I trust that Hannah Solomon would accept this tribute in the spirit in which it is offered, even from a man.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Now we take great pleasure in presenting Mrs. Moise S. Kahn of New Orleans, President of the National Council of Jewish Women. Mrs. Kahn.
16 years have passed since Hannah Greenebaum Solomon flung her last challenge at life. And I have no doubt that when she knew she must at last face her Maker, she murmured quietly, "Why not?" When at 84, in the year 1942, her questing mind found the eternal answers and her courageous soul its everlasting peace, the work she had begun was deeply rooted in American Jewish life. And today the organization she founded, the first important national Jewish women's organization in the world, is celebrating its 65th birthday. Through these 65 years, the National Council of Jewish Women has continued in Hannah Solomon's image, dedicated to service to others and the responsibilities of informed citizenship. In our times, the need for a woman's helping hand has not diminished. The times in which we live are both critical and complex. The American Jewish woman of today recognizes that she must fill many roles. She cares about her growth as a citizen. She cares about the betterment of her own community. She cares about the development of a Jewish community 5,000 miles away. And she cares about all these things at once. As an American, she is concerned with the quality of American justice, the wholeness of American freedom, the sensitivity of American democracy, the opportunities for health and education for all fellow Americans, and the worthiness and success of American aims throughout the world.
As a Jew, she believes that she is personally responsible for fulfilling her Jewish traditions through her actions and for passing on her Jewish heritage to her children. She has an awareness of historic continuity and a sense of identity with her fellow Jews everywhere. As a woman, she wishes to meet the practical needs of people with love and with understanding, to strengthen family life, and to achieve in her own neighborhood what she speaks for as a citizen. This is the American Jewish woman to whom our organization addresses itself today. Great personalities like Hannah Solomon are few in each generation. They are the prophets of our times who conceive the direction, pioneer the road, and point the way to the future. Very few of us can be prophets, but each of us can, in her own way, make her own contribution to society. Moved by the indomitable spirit and great vision of Hannah Solomon, we perpetuate her memory through our work for democracy and for human welfare. In this, the 65th year of its history, the National Council of Jewish Women rededicates itself to the principles which make her immortal.
Thank you, Mrs. Kahn. Our Eternal Light drama today, 4.5 Feet of Faith, was written by Mark Siegel. Canna Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Virginia Payne, Leon Janney, Roger DeKoven, Beverly Lunsford, Iva Francis, and Rita Lloyd. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, 2 Ounces of Lead, was written by Mark Siegel.
A 100 years ago, as blue-clad soldiers marched the dusty roads that led to tragedy and victory at Gettysburg and Chancellorsville, at Lookout Mountain and all the storied battlegrounds of the Civil War, there was a song that echoed to the cadence of marching feet. Perhaps you remember the words. John Brown's body lies a-moldering in the grave, but his truth goes marching on. What was his truth? It is that each man who lives bears a God-given responsibility not only for his own freedom, but for the freedom of all other men. It is a truth which marches on. This is a story of a man who fought with John Brown in the bitter years before the Civil War. But more than that, it is the story of a man who believed in freedom, who fought for freedom, who defended freedom and extended freedom. His name was August Bundy. His life is part of America's glory.
Of course I can tell you about August Bundy. One of the first jobs he ever worked at in this country was as a clerk in my dry goods store in St. Louis. Later, we were partners. Benjamin Bundy and Weiner, that was the firm, General Merchandise. I was the senior partner. Jacob Benjamin's the name. There's lots to tell about August, but I guess the one thing that stands for all the rest is that when he died, he had 2 ounces of lead in his body. He was very proud of those 2 ounces of lead.
You cannot win a struggle without being a target. Every man who loves freedom has 2 ounces of lead in his body.
I used to tell him he needn't be so proud.
Depends on why you're wounded, Jacob, and for what. These 2 ounces of lead are part of freedom. I added them to my weight in the Civil War, but I guess I was getting ready to acquire them a long time before that.
And that was true. August Bundy spent his whole life acquiring those 2 ounces of lead. To understand those 2 ounces of lead, you have to go back a few years and to the other side. To the year 1848 in Vienna, when August was 15 years old.
Mama, where are you?
Here, August, packing.
And Papa?
Arranging for a carriage. He'll be here in a few minutes.
Oh, it won't be too soon.
It's bad out there, August, in the city?
No, Mama. Quiet now. But they are making arrests.
Oh, don't worry, my son. We'll escape.
That's not why I worry, Mama.
Oh, you're thinking of Otto, then?
Yes, of Otto and David and so many others.
August, it's terrible. So young they were.
But to die for nothing, Mama, for nothing.
August, don't say that. It was not for nothing.
But they've crushed us, Mama. Don't you understand?
Of course I understand.
All we asked was a right to be free. All we wanted was a republic, a country where men would be equal. And now it's over.
It's not over, August. It's never over, my child. And you will also learn that Otto and David and the others, they didn't die for nothing.
How can you be sure, Mama? How can you be so sure?
August, when Moses led our people out of Egypt, he himself did not reach the promised land. People who fight for freedom, August, they live forever in all generations. Oh, you remember that, my child?
I will try, Mama.
Good, then. Now help me close this chest. Pop will be here soon with the carriage. And we go to a land, God willing, August, where we can make a new life of freedom.
They came to St. Louis. There were many of us in St. Louis then. Immigrants from Austria and Bohemia, men who had fought in Germany, in Hungary, in all of Central Europe for a new freedom, but who had been defeated. Or it seemed then to us that we had been defeated. Most of us in those first years struggled for a foothold in America. We became peddlers and farmers and storekeepers and tried for the moment to put out of our minds everything but the need of earning our bread. Most of us, I say, but not young August Bundy.
Mama?
What is it, August?
Mama, there is something I must tell you. I've told Papa already.
It's so serious, August?
Early tomorrow morning I am leaving for New Orleans.
New Orleans? Why to New Orleans?
There are some men who are making up an expedition to Cuba. To free Cuba from Spanish rule.
To fight, August?
If necessary.
Again, August, again to fight?
Someone must do it, Mama. They are like slaves in Cuba.
But you again, my son? 2 years we've been in St. Louis. You have work. You have your first position, yes? Why should you go to Cuba?
Mama, the people, they are like slaves in Cuba.
You said that before, August.
And once, Mama, the day we left Vienna, you said the struggle for freedom is never over.
There are many ways to struggle for freedom, August. And not all the ways are with guns.
I know that.
To work to build a free country. That's also to struggle for freedom.
But there are others who will do that. But, Mama, there aren't many willing to help the people of another country.
I see. August, you're 17. That's a restless age. Do you go to help the Cubans? Or
For what?
For your own needs? Because you're restless, perhaps, or because you seek excitement and adventure?
If I go, does it matter why I go?
You haven't answered my question.
Mama, in Vienna you told me a man must fight for the freedom of all men. Does it matter why he fights?
It matters very much.
But why? Doesn't it come to the same thing in the end?
No, not the same thing at all, my son. August, the world is full of men who do the right thing for the wrong reason.
And that is wrong? Even if what they do helps others?
Very wrong, August.
Mama, I don't understand. How can one man ever know why another man does what he does?
The important thing is that the man himself should know why he does what he does.
And if others think he is wrong?
Then it doesn't matter. If he knows in his heart that what he does is right, that's the path he must follow. Think, August. Think before you go. And if you go for the right reason, God be with you, my child.
He was only 17 years old then. And that night he struggled with his soul. And when he had satisfied himself that he was joining the expedition not for his own needs, but because he believed that men should live in dignity and freedom, he set out for New Orleans. It was a year later that I first met him.
Mr. Benjamin?
That's my name, young man. What can I do for you?
I'm August Bundy, Mr. Benjamin. I read your notice. I've come to make application for the position.
Sit down, Bundy.
Thank you, sir.
I suppose you've worked as a clerk in a store before?
No, sir.
You've kept books, then?
No, sir. I haven't done much of anything, sir, except being a soldier.
I wasn't aware that there was a war just now.
I fought in Vienna, Mr. Benjamin, and last year in Cuba.
Ah.
Both times we lost.
Yes, I know. Young man, the hours are 6 in the morning till 8 at night. You'll have to keep records of the stock, keep the store spotless clean, feed the stove with wood that you've chopped, wait on folks and deliver what they buy. You think you can learn to do it?
I'm sure I can, Mr. Benjamin.
You'll work hard, but the pay is fair. $2 a week. If you're willing, I'm ready to give you a try.
Thank you, sir, but...
But what, Bundy?
Well, there's a question I'd like to ask you.
Ask it.
Do you keep any slaves?
Why do you ask?
I won't work for a man who keeps slaves.
Even if the pay is good?
Even if the pay were $20 a week.
Really?
Really.
Good. I'm glad you asked. I've been looking for a man to work for me who wouldn't work for a man who kept slaves. You can start work tomorrow. He was a good clerk, but more than that, he was a good man. For 4 years, he worked for me in St. Louis. And in those 4 years, he became invaluable, not only in our business, but as a friend. It was in the spring of 1855 that I asked him to become my partner.
Jacob, I'm grateful to you.
Now, you needn't be, August. You've more than earned a partnership.
But I must refuse.
What's that?
I've been wanting to tell you, Jacob. I'm going across the line into the Kansas territory.
August, Kansas is a battleground. The pro-slavery men are driving the Free Staters out of the territory every day.
That's why I'm going.
They're desperados, August. They'll stop at nothing.
Jacob, if they're allowed to do what they're doing now, Kansas will come into the Union as a slave state.
I know that as well as you do, August, but doesn't a partnership with me mean anything to you, August?
It means a lot. But there are things which mean much more.
You're sure you're not doing this simply because... Well, because you're looking for a change? Did I say something funny?
No, not really, Jacob. It just seems to me that every time a man makes a decision to do something different, Someone's bound to ask him if he isn't maybe just plain restless.
That's logical, isn't it?
Only if the man doesn't have convictions. That's something I thrashed out with my mother a long time ago.
Well, I suppose I should have known you'd be going to Kansas sooner or later. Here. Take this as my parting gift.
A musket? I won't be needing it, Jacob.
August, don't be a fool. You'll have to fight to survive in Kansas.
If I have to fight, I'll get a musket. But not before.
If you're not planning to fight, just what is it you're going to do in the territory?
Do? Jacob, I'll be opening a store, just like this one.
And you think opening a store is going to keep Kansas free?
There are many ways to build freedom, Jacob. Not only with guns. That's something else my mother taught me.
She's a very wise woman.
The wisest.
It'll take a lot of work for us to get going.
Us?
Of course, us. Your mother's just convinced me to go to Kansas. We crossed the line into the territory on April 2nd, 1855. And in May, we settled on the Mosquito branch of Pottawatomie Creek in Franklin County. We kept our goods under canvas to protect them from the weather and began to build a little cabin that would be our store.
Well, Jacob, I guess that does it for today.
Yeah. Unless you're looking to work by starlight, August.
Oh. It'll be a fine store. The claim here's a real pretty one. Good water, lots of timber. What more could we ask?
We could ask not to be molested. That's what we could ask.
No one's bothered us to now, Jacob.
Don't count on it to stay that way.
I won't. Oh, come on. Let's hew another beam, Jacob.
Well, there it is. Pretty as can be.
It'll do for a start. Now let's get our stock inside and onto the shelves.
Good.
Then tomorrow we can let the folks around here know that we're ready for business. Come on right in.
Welcome to Benjamin and Bondi. You're our first customer, friend.
How do?
We've a full stock of axes, shovels, blankets,
Hold
pails,
on, mister. I ain't buying just yet.
Well, sure. Have a look around.
Ain't looking just yet, neither.
Suit yourself.
Come by to see where you fellas stand.
How's that?
Things is pretty divided hereabouts in Franklin County.
What do you want to know, friend?
Don't want to know nothing, really. Just stopped by to give you all a friendly word.
And your friendly word, what is it?
Be careful of fires. Been lots of fires hereabouts lately.
We've heard. We watch our fires very carefully.
Makes sense to. Seems as how a mighty lot of folks has been burned out. Particularly Free Staters, Mr. Bondi and Benjamin. You understand?
It was the first threat, but not the last. For it was a tangled time in Kansas, those years of the late 1850s. The country waited and watched, wondering if the Kansas Territory would enter the Union as a free or a slave state. And the decision was being left to men like August. It was in October of 55 we heard the Free State men were holding an election for a territorial convention. When the news came to us, August was down with a fever.
I don't care about it, Jacob. You've got to take me along.
Now, it's a 3-day ride, August. It'll be your death to go.
But this is why we came to Kansas in the first place, Jacob. Remember?
Certainly I remember. But you can't sit in a saddle 10 minutes, let alone 3 days.
The ox cart, then. Just load me into the ox cart.
I never knew a man more stubborn. You've got a fever, August. Can't you admit it?
I've got more than one kind of fever. Get out the ox cart, Jacob.
Well, there she is. That's the meeting house.
Told you I'd make it, Jacob.
Fact is, August, you look healthier than when we started.
Doing the right thing, that's a tonic, Jacob.
Tonic or no tonic, I'm happy you're alive. Well, let's get you on inside where we can meet some of the Free State folk we've been looking for.
Brothers in freedom. Brothers in freedom. We're met to take our stand, to say our say, to declare in the sight of the Lord, who created man equal, that we live by his word. Shall the sinful blight of slavery fall upon the Kansas Territory? No.
We listened, the Free State men of Kansas Territory, and a man named John Brown thundered his intention. His white beard flowing, his eyes ablaze, his jaw set, and our resolve was hardened. As John Brown, who looked like a Hebrew prophet, spoke the words of a Hebrew prophet.
Let his words guide us. Let us stand fast in our righteousness. Let each man look to the words of the Holy Scriptures. Justice shalt thou pursue.
Captain Brown?
Sir?
My name is Bondi, August Bondi.
From down Pottawatomie way? They've told me of you.
I've looked to meeting you, Captain, for almost half a year.
They're not very friendly to Free Staters out there, I'm thinking.
No, not very.
Likely things be worse when you get back there and folks know you've been to vote.
I suspect so.
You can count on me and my sons to help if things get bad, Bondi.
And you on us, Captain.
But I'm hoping and praying they won't. Though I doubt the slave men will give up without violence.
Those that talk against you say you hope for violence, Captain.
Do you hope for it?
I hope for peace.
Good. I won't tolerate a man who looks for fighting. We came from Ohio, all my family. Our cattle, all we own. We didn't come to fight.
I believe you, Captain.
We settled in the territory to help make Kansas a free state by lawful means. But we're bound to resist force by force. That's part of a man's duty to God.
Captain Brown, there are words of a hero of my faith that fit.
Of your faith?
I am a Jew.
Ah, then, Bondi, I believe I know the words.
You do?
I believe I do. Are they not? Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God.
It took 3 days in the saddle for us to get back to our claim. But the news of the Free Staters' meeting got to Pottawatomie before us.
Jacob! Jacob, do you see it?
Smoke! And for sure it's hanging over our claim.
Burned to the ground.
Yeah.
Well, they told us to take care of fires, didn't they?
Well, August, what now?
Now, we'll build again.
And if they burn us out again?
We'll build another time. Jacob, it takes a lot of building to build liberty.
We built again. And they burned us out again. We built a third time. And now it seemed burning us out had become too slow.
What is it, Jacob?
A rock this time. There's a note on it.
Yeah. Get out and stay out.
I mean it, August.
Yes, they do.
August, don't you think it's time we armed ourselves?
Not yet, Jacob. Not till they force us to.
wave of violence grew not only on Pottawatomie Creek, but all over Kansas. And on the morning of May 21st, 1856, we were awakened by the sound of galloping hooves.
Barney, Benjamin, we're here.
One of Captain Brown's men.
The pro-slavery men, they've attacked the town of Lawrence.
Attacked? With guns?
With guns, with fire, even with cannon. Captain Brown's getting men together.
We're with you then.
I'll saddle the horses.
No time for that, Jacob. We'll ride without saddles. You'll find 2 rifles in the hollow log behind the shed.
You have 2 rifles?
Since the day we got here, Jacob. Now hurry. There's no time to be lost.
We joined John Brown, his 4 sons, and a few others. And at Lawrence, Kansas, we fired what were really the first shots of the Civil War. We were too late to save the lives of the Free State men of Lawrence. Too late to do more than show that in the name of freedom, free men would resist force by force. By nightfall, we were in flight. We retreated to a secluded ravine some 20 miles to the north to camp for the night. By the light of the campfire, I looked at the faces of the 9 other men in John Brown's company. John Brown looked into the fire as if it were the future. There was no trace of defeat in that heroic face. Nor was there in the face of August Bondy, my partner.
You look weary, Jacob. Try to sleep.
I am weary, August. But it is a weariness of the spirit. They've outnumbered us. They've outmaneuvered us.
And you wonder what sense it makes to go on fighting.
Yes, I do. I think it's time to go back to Missouri.
No. It is time to stay.
But this fight, it's lost, August. It's over.
It's never over, Jacob.
What do you mean?
It's something my mother taught me long ago. The fight for freedom. It's never over.
And for the men who died today, it's not over for them?
People who fight for freedom, Jacob, they live forever in all generations. This, too, my mother taught me. And it is something that I know, Jacob. Something that I feel. Something that I believe with all my soul. So I think does John Brown.
In the years that followed, millions of men marched to the swinging cadence of a song. And among those men was August Bondy, my partner and my friend. He served in the Kansas Volunteer Cavalry until the last year of the Civil War, when his wounds brought him his discharge. It was in the Civil War he picked up the 2 ounces of lead he carried in his body till he died. And sometimes, it seems to me, he's marching still with John Brown down the dusty road of history in your time as he did in mine. For those 2 ounces of lead are part of freedom, and people who fight for freedom, they live forever in all generations. It is a truth which marches on.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Milton Wheel, prominent communal leader of New York City, former president of the Federation of Jewish Philanthropies of New York, and honorary trustee of the Park Avenue Synagogue, New York City. Mr. Wheel.
August Bondy's story might have taken place today. Its locale might be our own South. It might be the Far East. It might be South Africa. It might be any place or many places in the world where men struggle for human rights, for freedom from oppression, or freedom for equality. Our founding fathers spelled out their beliefs in freedom in a stirring Declaration of Independence and in a masterful Constitution. Rudyard Kipling poetically phrased his thought when he wrote, "All we have of freedom, all we use or know, this our fathers bought for us long and long ago." When President Roosevelt acclaims, as he did in 1941, his concept of the 4 freedoms, when President Eisenhower proclaims the rights of small nations and free men to defend their concept of freedom by democratic processes and is ready to bring to their assistance aid with which to resist outside forces that seek to destroy this freedom by ruthless, aggressive measures, when the United Nations dedicates itself to the protection of the rights of all nations, to the peaceful resolvement of their individual destinies, they seek, in a much broader way, for the same principles and ideals that Bundy, in his individual way, fought to preserve. Today, we still have our enemies of freedom, even as in Bundy's day, when those opposed to freedom took the law in their own bigoted hands and burned down the homes of those who fought for the rights of man. So today, do we still find right here in our own United States fiendish enemies of a free way of life, irresponsibly bombing out sacred houses of worship to threaten and bludgeon those who stand for principles with which they do not agree. The world needs today, as it did in Bundy's day, fighters for freedom, men ready to risk the danger of even more than 2 ounces of lead. Yes, even as in August Bundy's day, the struggle for the right of free men to remain free is never over. As in the case of John Brown, its truth must still go marching on.
Thank you, Mr. Weil. Our Eternal Light drama today, 2 Ounces of Lead, was written by Mark Siegel. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Leon Janney, Bob Hastings, Beatrice Pons, Danny Acco, and Guy Rep. Norman Rose was your narrator. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Moses, Levy in the Wilderness, is written by Joseph Mindell.
Excuse me, will you tell me, please, where is the governor's mansion?
Huh?
I have just arrived here in St. Augustine. Where is the governor?
No comprendo. Preguntarle a otra persona.
Oh, hágame el favor de decir... he is in a hurry, that one. Sir, excuse me, but can you tell me... dites-moi, s'il vous plaît, où est le palais du gouverneur?
Le gouverneur, c'est pas là, voyez-vous. Pas là.
Well, I do not see that there is anything humorous.
Nothing personal, mister. When a man asks a question in 3 languages and gets no answer...
Should I try Arabic or Hebrew or Danish?
Could you?
If you have lived in many places, you'll learn many languages.
Where are you from?
Well, why should it interest you, my friend?
Stockton's my name, Jeff Stockton. You got any secrets, I don't want to know them.
Well, it's no secret, Mr. Stockton. I was born in Morocco.
You don't look like an Arab.
My name is Moses Elias Levy. Do I look like a Jew?
Don't know. I never saw one before. About all those languages.
Oh, yes. After Morocco, I lived in Gibraltar, then the island of St. Thomas, then Cuba, and most recently Charleston.
Yeah?
If you will be good enough to tell me where I can find the governor.
Old Hickory's in Pensacola on the Gulf.
Old Hickory?
Andy, General Jackson. But he has a deputy here in St. Augustine. If you don't mind my asking, Mr. Levy, you've traveled a good bit. Any special reason for coming here to Florida?
A very special reason, Mr. Stockton. I'm tired of traveling.
In the year 1821, Moses Elias Levy came to St. Augustine in the territory of Florida, newly acquired from Spain. He came as one who has been a stranger in strange lands, so that his coming was a seeking, a pilgrimage.
It is good of you to see me.
As Deputy Governor, I'll be glad to help you in any way I can, Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Again, I make you laugh, Mr. Stockton. I think you are easily amused.
Don't mind Jeff, Mr. Levy. We fought together in the Seminole War under Andy Jackson. He still sees me in dirty buckskins covered with swamp mud. Hey, Jeff?
I sure do, Your Excellency.
Besides, we don't go much for titles.
I see. I suppose it's natural.
It is?
Considering that the governor himself is known as Old Hickory.
Well, now, what can I do for you, Mr. Levy?
When I was still in Cuba, I bought some land here in Florida.
Oh, whereabouts?
Inland, around Lake George. I plan to grow sugarcane there.
Oh, it's out of the question.
Sugarcane grows in Cuba. The climate here is not greatly different.
Mr. Levy, you go a few miles inland from the ocean, or from the Gulf of Mexico on the other side of the peninsula, and you're in heavy forest, swampland, jungle. It's a wilderness.
Land can be cleared.
Now, you don't understand. There are no settlements, no roads.
Roads can be built.
You're a stubborn man, Mr. Levy. Now, I'm trying to help you.
You can, by finding me a guide.
Oh, if that's what you want, it's easy enough. Jeff was a scout for Jackson in the war. He's been through that country.
Well, Mr. Stockton, will you do it?
I don't know.
I'll pay you well.
I never yet did anything for money I didn't want to do.
Well, I meant no offense.
Oh, money don't offend me, mister. I tell you what I think. Might be worth it just to see your face when we get there. All right, Moses Levy, I'll take you where you want to go. Well, what do you think?
It is a wilderness, Jeff.
Well, that's what I said. I guess you've seen enough, huh?
This little clearing is the place to begin.
We'll start back to St. Augustine in the morning.
Stream runs close by. The ground is level enough.
Well, I'll be...
What's the trouble, Jeff?
We were 5 days, coming 60 miles. From the St. Johns River on, we practically chopped our way through. This is the only spot for miles around where the trees thin out enough so you can see the sky. And you start making plans.
Of course. That's why I came.
You're a stubborn man, Moses Levy.
That's what Governor Jackson's deputy said. Still, you came with me from St. Augustine.
I figured you and Andy Jackson are the two stubbornest men this side the Alleghenies.
Well, all I want is to build a house and grow sugarcane.
That's all, huh?
I'll need men with strong backs, willing to work. Can I find them in St. Augustine?
Well, sure.
Now, let's see. The other houses should be further down along the stream.
Now, listen to me. What other houses?
For the plantation workers later on.
What's on your mind, Moses? To grow sugar cane or build a city?
Maybe the two are not so different. Will you help me, Jeff?
Nobody can help you. What you want can't be done.
I do not know this General Jackson of yours, but I have a feeling that on occasion you have said the same thing to him.
Moses, if you and him ever got into a hassle, it would be a sight to see.
He and I would not disagree, I think. About his deputy in St. Augustine, I'm not so sure. You know what I want, Jeff. How many men will I need?
Plenty. First, you'll have to buy enough slaves.
No.
What's the cheapest way?
I want the best way, not the cheapest. If you are building a city or growing sugarcane, the best way is not with slaves, but with free men. Now, you will pick out the logs of oak, of hard pine, and put them aside. You understand, Miguel?
Si, Senor Levy.
The carpenters will saw them into planks. The rest?
The rest we burn when we burn the stumps. It will be done. Buenos dias, Senor Stoker.
Same to you, Miguel. Hey, I sure got bargain for you and him and the others.
What do you mean, the others?
The Spaniards. They work for half the usual wages.
Well, not here, Jeff. I pay by the work a man does, not according to where he was born.
Don't be a fool, Moses. You know what they work for under the Spanish governor?
I do not care to know.
They don't expect no more, those Spaniolas. Well, what's the matter now?
I wonder, when you talk about me, Jeff, you say, that Jew?
Oh, come on now, Moses. That's different.
Well, Florida has an American governor now. That's why I came. Because in America, there are not differences for different people, but the same for all. At least, that is what I thought.
Well, sure.
Then I will pay each man the same.
It's your money. It seems to me there are easier and less expensive ways of building a plantation.
Maybe, Jeff. But I am also building a place in which I want to live.
Slowly, the wilderness yielded a small space, and Moses Elias Levy built a house. Andrew Jackson named his house in Tennessee the Hermitage, the place to which he retired from the world. Moses Levy called his the Pilgrimage, coming to it eagerly after long seeking. When the house was finished, he made the journey back to St. Augustine.
Howdy, Mr. Levy.
I hear you pay good wages, Mr. Levy. You need another hand?
Well, as a matter of fact, I am looking for people.
Well, you found one.
Is your family with you here in Florida?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Levy, I'm a backwoodsman all the time, but a soldier when there's fighting. All the family I got's right here, my gun and my axe.
I see.
You give me a good partner, I can clear an acre in a week. You can believe that.
Oh, I believe it. But there's enough land cleared. Now the stumps have to be burned out, the soil made ready, the crop planted and cared for and harvested. It's year-round work. Well?
You don't want me, Mr. Levy. You want a man to live on the land.
There's a time for the gun and the axe, Jeff, but the land is ready now.
Be reasonable, Moses. You can't expect men to bring their wives and children to live out there.
Well, I do expect it.
Everybody don't have the same hankering for your wilderness that you do.
A wilderness is where no people live. Jeff, tell them houses are waiting for them, a place to work and to raise a family. Everything. Everything except one thing.
What's that?
A school for the children. Jeff, look for people willing to live on the land, and look also for a schoolmaster. Is this an official visit, Mr. Deputy Governor?
Call it unofficial curiosity, Mr. Levy.
I see your settlement is growing.
20 families so far, and more coming, Jeff Stockton says.
Oh, yes, Jeff Stockton. He's been making inquiries about a schoolmaster.
Yes.
Mr. Levy, officially this is not my business. Yet. But maybe you won't mind if I make a suggestion or two.
A man should never refuse to hear advice.
I've had experience in this inland country. Out here, important matters should come first.
I agree with you entirely, sir.
Oh, do you? Well, take the road, for example. From the St. John's River on, it's little more than a trail.
We are working to improve it.
Then there's the matter of defense. It's true that Indian trouble is unlikely.
We are friendly with the Indians.
Oh, yes, I know. Then you don't need a stockade. All the same, you should post sentries to keep watch.
We had a meeting to consider it and voted against it.
It's not a question of voting. Mr. Levy, the safety of this settlement is my responsibility.
And mine, too. But we do not seem to agree on what safety is.
No, not when you neglect your roads and defenses and look for a schoolmaster.
I have also had experience with safety. When I was a child, my father was Grand Vizier to the Sultan of Morocco.
Mr. Levy, I will listen to the story of your life another time.
I want you to understand now. We lived in a house guarded by soldiers and surrounded by a wall of stone, 12 feet high. But they were no protection when a new sultan came to power.
Get to the point, Mr. Levy.
I lived in Europe when it was ruled by Napoleon, and in Cuba under the King of Spain.
But you're in America now. It's different.
Yes, it is different. If there are Indians or outlaws, I'm not afraid because guns and stockades can be sufficient protection. But how do you provide safety against kings and emperors?
You're talking about something else entirely.
Do you know the words of the psalm? Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain.
I did not come to hear scripture, Mr. Levy, but to investigate the conditions of your settlement.
That is just what I'm talking about. An investigation made long ago by a wise man who came to a town and was shown the watchmen on the four corners of the walls. They are no profit to a city, he said. They are only an expense.
Save your stories for children. Do you take me for a fool?
No. A man as wise, I hope, as this one. For he said, the Lord does not guard a city where there are no schools. The real watchmen are the schoolmasters. Mr. Deputy Governor, when you return to St. Augustine, will you help Jeff Stockton find us a watchman?
It's no use, Moses. I asked pretty near every man in St. Augustine that can read and write.
Jeff, this is Miss Sarah Hickman.
Howdy, man. I even sent word to Pensacola.
Yes, I know. That's why Sarah is here. But Jeff, your mouth is open.
You're not telling me she's going to teach school here?
Why shouldn't I teach school here? I know how to read and write.
And a good deal more, according to my friend Rebecca Gratz of Philadelphia.
But a woman schoolmaster.
Usually called schoolmistress. You object to females, Mr. Stockton?
Why, no. Only you being out here alone.
I've been alone in the Florida Territory since my father died.
It's not safe, Miss Sarah.
I came here alone from Pensacola. No one bothered me.
I mean, well, you being a single woman.
Mr. Stockton, I'm an old maid of 32. I'm not handsome, but...
No, I wouldn't say that.
I'm saying it. I'm no beauty, but I have a mind and some education. And I intend to use them for a good purpose.
Does it have to be in Moses Levy's wilderness?
There are families with children here, and there will be more. Don't you believe in education, Mr. Stockton?
Oh, I'm all for it, ma'am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Once or twice, I even wished I had more learning myself.
Aha.
Now, don't you go aha on me, Moses. You ought to know by now that I'm going to say what I think.
I'm listening, Jeff.
All right. If I wanted to grow sugar cane, I'd clear me a plantation and get to work without bothering my head about schools and school teachers.
If you were contractor to the Spanish army in Cuba, why would you want to leave a prosperous business to grow sugar cane?
Why? Well, because any man in his right mind would rather live in a free country.
Then you understand why I have to do what I'm doing.
Mr.
I know
Levy.
what you're trying to say, Moses. Now, you listen to me. If there's got to be schools, that's the government's business.
Mr. Levy, am I or am I not the schoolmistress of this settlement?
There are problems, Sarah, but you are.
Then I must go to work. Where is the schoolhouse?
Now, that is the first problem. The schoolhouse has not yet been built.
I'm not sure I understand you, Mr. Levy.
It's very simple, Mr. Deputy Governor. Aside from the construction of the building, we will need desks and benches, slates...
And school books. The total initial cost is in that itemized account.
The yearly maintenance cost is less, naturally. Only replacement of worn-out books, slates, and Sarah's wages, of course.
If that amount seems large, I can do with less.
I won't hear of it, Sarah. You're entitled to...
If this is some kind of joke, it has gone far enough.
A gentleman, sir, does not lose his temper.
And a lady doesn't make herself ridiculous in public. Do you really expect me to advance the money for this school of yours?
Who else? After all, as representative of the United States government in the Florida Territory, you have certain duties...
Don't teach me my duty! All right. All right, let's be reasonable about this. Now, look, you can use the fees you will collect as collateral.
Oh, no fees. It should be a school free to all children.
I'll have it your way. In any case, surely your credit is good, and if you're temporarily short of funds...
It is not a question of that at all.
Well, then why do you come to me for money?
My dear sir, I do not need it for myself. Florida needs it.
I just don't know what to make of him. You've been listening, Jeff. What is the man after?
He only wants to build a house and grow sugar cane. That's what he says. Don't you believe it?
You're beginning to talk like him. What does he want?
I don't know for sure. Takes a little time to get to know Moses Levy. Maybe he wants to civilize the wilderness.
It is no great mystery. I only want what every man in his right mind wants. You have not moved from one place to another all your life. Maybe you are fortunate. I do not know. But always where I have lived, the people were untaught and ignorant, because kings and Bonapartes do not want the people to be in their right mind.
As far as I'm concerned, Moses, you don't have to prove anything. You can do what you like in your wilderness.
Ignorance is also a kind of wilderness, and I do not want to live in a wilderness, but in a free country, among free men. Don't you see?
I'm not the man you have to convince.
Mr. Levy, it is not a matter of convincing anybody. You can afford it, you say? Fine. Then go ahead and have your school.
I think you misunderstand me for a purpose. Yes, I can afford to build a schoolhouse and buy books and benches and pay Sarah's wages. But can you? Can the territory of Florida afford not to do it? What was it you said, Jeff? If there are to be schools, then that is the government's concern?
Mr. Levy, you force too much responsibility on me and take too much on yourself.
You give me too much credit. It is not my idea. There have been so many others before me. Sarah told me about a man who was once your president.
Thomas Jefferson.
I do not remember his words exactly, and they should be said as he said them.
I remember. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be.
I will tell you what I expect. Not to make the whole world free all at once, but to begin with a small clearing and make the wilderness smaller.
Let's fast forward to this year. You didn't really expect him to do what you want, Moses. Well, now, did you?
Well, it's not a simple question, Jeff. You see, I'm a very practical man.
Practical?
But I am. I know what is likely to be, but I must act as if I expected something quite different, as if I expected what should be. And one day it will be different.
Bonjour, Monsieur Levy. Comment ça va? How goes it, eh?
Ça va, mon ami. It goes.
And in the meantime, Moses?
I'll tell you, Jeff. I like the smell of the air. I like the sound of so many languages and the look of so many different kinds of people. I like this country. And so, in the meantime, I will go back and build a schoolhouse, and Sarah will teach the children.
You could have done that in the first place.
Oh, no. But next month, next year, I will try again. Someday there will be a new governor. There will be a legislature. Ça va, Jeff. It goes. Slowly, but it goes.
Morning, Mr. Levy. Sure you can't use a good hand with an axe?
No, but there's other work. Maybe you will come to settle on the land.
Well, who knows? One of these days, maybe I'll change my mind. It's a free country.
Moses Levy returned to the wilderness and planted fields and cut roads and built houses. But it was not yet a city, not until he gathered the children, and they sat together to learn.
If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be.
And then, it was no longer a wilderness, but a foundation stone of a universe. For it is also written, the world rests on the breath of children in the schoolroom.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Charles H. Silver, President of the Board of Education of New York City and a prominent civic leader. Mr. Silver.
This morning's dramatic presentation deals with many themes close to the minds and hearts of educators. The story of Moses Levy demonstrates that man cannot live by bread alone, even in a primitive wilderness community where sheer survival seemed miracle enough. Moses Levy understood that no real society is possible without education. Ignorance, we are reminded, is itself a kind of wilderness, and the truly human impulse is to conquer and order the wilderness both without and within the human heart. Schools and places of worship must follow homes. That is the natural sequence of civilized society. The story reminds us of the enormous sacrifice in setting up a school on the American frontier more than 100 years ago. Should we not then feel challenged in our own age of abundance to provide ampler educational opportunities? The wilderness has long passed, but there are always educational frontiers. There are many thousands of young Americans who are receiving either a marginal education or who are being deprived of the higher education that their own abilities would warrant. This is a frontier which cries out for the same boldness and determination that Moses Levy displayed in a lonely Florida outpost. The world of tomorrow is being built in the classrooms of today. Can we afford not to succeed in this vital area? I like the sound of so many languages and the look of so many different kinds of people, Moses Levy declares. The school is the meeting place for countless children who learn to live and play together and share the matchless heritage of American democracy. Moses Levy hearkened to Thomas Jefferson's stirring words. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. The natural climate of freedom is knowledge. Otherwise, freedom shrinks and withers. At a time when the stakes are highest, when the race between disaster and wisdom gets faster and faster, we cannot afford to fail. It may well be that in the final reckoning of history, our own age may be described not as the atomic age or the jet age, but rather the age of education. What nobler title could any period enjoy?
Thank you, Mr. Silver. Our Eternal Light drama today, Moses Levy in the Wilderness, was written by Joseph Mindell and was suggested by the proceedings of the Conference on the Writing of Regional History in the South. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Rooten, Carl Weber, Norman Rose, Mitzi Gould, Jim Bowles, Leon Janney, and Roger Boxell. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Cantor David Potterman sang the liturgical introduction. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Horse and His Riders, written by Joseph Mindell.
You've wasted enough time. Let the proceedings begin.
Preparations always seem long, but we are ready now. Bring the first witness. You know the purpose of this investigation?
I do.
Then put it out of your mind. You will be asked questions. Just answer them fully and exactly. You are the clerk in charge of records.
Chief clerk, if you please. Head of the Department of Records.
Oh, yes, of course. Now, I ask you to state as accurately as you can the total...
So, the generals are afraid to show their faces. They send a wrinkled old scribbler of words to talk for them.
The generals will speak for themselves later. But first, there are facts that must be made known.
I know the facts. I know what has happened. I want an explanation and an accounting.
It is not certain, I mean no disrespect, it is not certain that we know all the facts. Besides, those who come after us will know what we know.
I am not concerned with history.
All the same, history will deal with us, one way or another. It is better for your sake that the record be complete and clear.
Ramat, you talk too much.
It runs in the family. Your predecessor, the pharaoh my father served, used to say the same to him. If I may be permitted to proceed.
Go on, go on. Only remember, I will deal with those responsible for the situation.
When they are discovered. Is the witness ready?
Ready, sir.
Good. Tell us first the total number of those who left Egypt.
By the most recent count, something over 600,000 Hebrews, men, women, and children, together with their herds, flocks, and other possessions, having an estimated value...
Give the figure to the clerk for the record, and give him also the value of the labor performed by the Hebrew people in building tombs, granaries, and other structures, as well as the total of their taxes paid.
What are you trying to prove, Ramat? That the Hebrews were a valuable possession? I know it. Why do you think I was reluctant to let them go?
Perhaps we also need to know why they wanted so much to leave.
Enough. Stop arguing.
Who will argue with the pharaoh?
The battle, Ramat. Get to the battle.
As you wish. I will lay the groundwork by the same witness. You have the records of the armed forces of Egypt?
I have all the records.
Good. How many troops were committed to the pursuit of the Hebrews?
All 600 chariots of the Special Corps, as well as all reserve chariots and men.
How many returned from the Red Sea?
Well, everybody knows that. A handful came back.
That's not a responsive answer.
Well, what can I tell you? They're still straggling in.
You have a preliminary count.
20 chariots have returned. Maybe 30. 1,000 men.
Aye, it is worse than I thought. I no longer have an army, Ramat.
The testimony is not yet complete, Pharaoh. I have an eyewitness account by a survivor.
I want to hear that from my generals.
Generals are seldom close enough to see for themselves. Bring the next witness. You are a captain of charioteers?
Yes, sir. I was in command of a platoon of 12 chariots, with the usual complement of cavalry and infantry.
Now, I want you to describe the battle as you saw it.
There was no battle, sir.
I'll put the question another way. Just tell us in your own words about the fighting.
Yes, sir, but there was no fighting.
What do you mean, no battle, no fighting?
If you please, it will come out in the question.
Did my soldiers fall over their own feet and break their necks? Huh? Speak up, speak up!
We will learn nothing by frightening him. Captain, tell us how it happened.
We were... my division was the last in line. When we came up, it was dark.
The man talks nonsense. It was midday.
A screen of thick, oily smoke hid them from us and covered the sky over us. Through the smoke, on the other side, you could see a great light, like a pillar of fire. But where we were, it was dark. Darker than the midnight of Osiris. Dark as the tomb.
Relax, Captain. It's over now.
Even the horses were afraid. Neither the whip nor the goad could make them move. Then the smoke thinned and blew away. And there in the distance, we saw them. We saw the Hebrews at the edge of the sea.
What then? Go on, go on.
The horses flew. All the power of Egypt flew down upon the Hebrews. The power of Egypt!
Captain!
Your pardon, sir.
You had them trapped. What happened then, Captain?
Riding like the wind, closer every instant, but still far away, we felt a wind come out of the east. And we saw how the wind raised waves high in the sea, higher, higher, until the waves mounted into two high walls, and the waters parted. And the Hebrews walked on dry land across the Red Sea. And the power of Egypt, all the power of Egypt.
Finish what you have to tell.
We rode into the bottom of the sea, between two black walls of water, and the walls fell together with a rage of thunder and swallowed Egypt into the dark.
Wake up, Ramat. Wake. Oh, you couldn't sleep either.
I think it will be many nights before I sleep again.
Come with me. I want to talk to Mut, my commander-in-chief.
But he is preparing to testify tomorrow.
I know it, and I know him. He will come with a donkey load of records and excuses. That's not what I want. Come.
It's the middle of the night. Why can't it wait until morning?
Because history does not wait, my historian. But look, Ramat. Look and tell me what you see.
It's only your hand. A man's hand.
No. It is the power of all the pharaohs of Egypt, accumulated over centuries and gathered together into one mighty hand. In one day, the might is destroyed. And I do not know how or why. One day, Ramat. Can I wait another day? I want an explanation, Mut.
What can I say? Pharaoh knows what I know.
What do I know? You commanded my army, the most powerful army in the world, against a rabble of unarmed slaves. And now you are a general without an army.
That is unfairly put. They fled. We pursued, but we never caught them.
Yet you were destroyed.
Not by force of arms.
You're quibbling. Who is responsible? Who? Stop sulking like a child. I want a direct answer to a simple question.
I am a soldier. When Pharaoh commands, I obey. If you order me to accept responsibility...
Idiot! I'm trying to understand what happened.
Who can explain darkness under the sun at midday? Or winds that raise walls of water? But some things are easier to understand.
What things? Say what you mean.
I do not presume to instruct Pharaoh.
What? Your delicacy approaches insolence. Speak your mind.
I have a simple soldier's mind, Pharaoh. I remember how the Hebrews were in the land of Egypt under the eyes and the whips of your overseers, and surrounded everywhere by my soldiers.
Your soldiers, but...
a figure of speech. I also remember how 600,000 Hebrews safely guarded in Egypt were permitted to go out.
Your simple soldier's logic is too slow. I will finish it for you. If I had not let them go, if I had not sent you to bring them back, then all would have been well. And therefore the responsibility is not yours. Is that it, Mut?
I did not say it. Ramat, I call you to witness. The words were not mine.
Leave Ramat out of this. You know what happened before I let the Hebrews go. You know the pressures and the plagues. How would you have decided?
I know how to organize a cavalry charge and when to send the chariots into battle, but I am not Pharaoh. Such decisions are not for me to make.
Evasions and excuses. Yes, I decided. But when I asked the advice of my council, you did not disagree, Mut. And you, Ramat, you were silent.
When something happens for the first time, it is difficult to know what is right.
You, too, are cautious, Ramat.
No, only slow to understand. Now I know what advice I would have given.
Now it is too late.
Maybe not. Maybe the question is still the same. Why should they want to go out of Egypt?
What difference does it make? Stick to the point.
Maybe that is the point. Why should a multitude of people want to leave the land in which they have lived for generations to go out into the wilderness? Why?
Because they were bewitched. Because the man Moses turned their heads with talk and promises. What's the matter with you, Mut? What do you mean,
I mean, with Moses you come closer home.
I'm tired of your cumbersome subtleties.
You have asked many questions of many people and made accusations. Finally, you think of Moses. Then is there not another who should testify?
Speak plainly, I say, who?
Your sister, the Princess Batya.
Batya.
Is this why you sent for me in the middle of the night?
You don't deny it?
My dear brother, it should be clear from what happened today that Moses needed no help from me.
You defend him.
No. I state a fact.
You protected him from the day you brought him to the palace.
Of course. Growing up in the royal household is dangerous before the heir is chosen. Or afterwards.
Even after he killed the Egyptian overseer, you hid him until he could run away to Midian.
Oh, excuse me, my sleep was interrupted. Do I have your permission to retire?
You were in touch with him in Midian during all those years. You thought I didn't know that?
Do you think it mattered to me what you knew? He was my son.
No. He was a foundling you saved from the river in defiance of the law, in defiance of the Pharaoh, my father.
He was also my father. And Pharaoh's daughter is not bound by the law.
I am Pharaoh now. Your position is no longer so elevated.
So that's how it is. An unmarried sister is an encumbrance easy to get rid of. Well, then call your God. Call them and finish it quickly.
I don't want to quarrel with you. I'm troubled, Batya.
You are frightened.
You don't understand. I lost an army today.
I lost Moses, who was like my son. But it was long ago, and the pain grows less.
I'm not angry with you, Batya. It was his doing.
You were always like this, even when we were children. You're frightened, and you look for someone to blame.
It's true. His words, his deceiving talk, persuaded the Hebrews to go out of Egypt.
Can one man talk to 600,000? And if he can, do they hear and respond? Yes, the beginning of the response is already on their lips.
You still defend him.
And you still not have learned. Does Moses have need of me when his help comes from a source mightier than Pharaoh's army?
I did not mean to make you angry. Look at me, Batya. Don't you see I need your help?
It was never easy to help you. Besides, I do not understand either. I keep thinking, if I had not saved Moses from the reeds, if there had been no Moses, no Aaron, would there be someone else to lead the Hebrews out of Egypt?
If it was inevitable, then...
Then no one is responsible? But maybe it was inevitable because of what was done, or left undone.
Done by whom? You mean me, don't you?
Why did you send your army after the Hebrews?
A stupid question. Does a man willingly give up possessions of great value?
You have wasted the labor of thousands to build palaces you've never even seen. You've thrown away other armies in useless wars.
It's different.
Yes. Yes, I think it is different. You are afraid of the Hebrews, as our father was afraid.
You're talking nonsense. Is Pharaoh afraid of a slave?
I have seen how Moses spoke to you. It is how I imagined Joseph long ago. Was it 500 years, 1,000? How he spoke to another ancient Pharaoh.
What? Did Joseph also stammer like your Moses?
They spoke to Pharaoh as men, not as slaves to a master. And therefore you are afraid.
I've kept you long enough, Batya.
Those you fear you also hate. And you...
You may go now, Batya.
When I have said what you must hear, you set your feet in the path of inevitability and took one step after another. Out of fear you made laws. Out of fear you gave whips to your overseers. Out of fear and hate you refused to let the Hebrews go out of Egypt.
Enough, I say, enough!
It is enough. I have given you little comfort, Pharaoh, my brother.
Have them bring the torches closer, Ramat. I cannot see.
Captain, you heard.
Yes, sir.
What did you hope to see here in the dwelling place of the Hebrews?
They left things behind. See? Dough on the oven, unleavened.
They were hurrying to go out of Egypt. It is possible to say that they had
reason to hurry.
All right, Ramat, all right. You don't have to say everything that's possible. Now, what's this? A child's rattle.
If I knew what you were looking for, why you came here...
You always know so much. Don't you know that, too?
Maybe I do. It's a dead place now. But when they were in the midst of preparing to leave...
You were here, Ramat?
It was different then. Somehow filled with beginnings. And things to come.
I can imagine. My name was on every tongue, together with a curse.
No, they did not curse your name.
How considerate. Or were they too busy composing songs of jubilation?
Not that either. Moses spoke to the people, and they listened. I listened too.
Well, go on.
I do not know how to tell you. There was much that I did not understand, but he said to them, "Remember this day, and tell your children and your children's children, so that all the generations may remember what happened here."
What happened? Did he tell them?
They knew, Pharaoh. They did not need to be told.
I want to be told. See, I am like a child, with a child's rattle in my hand. Ramat, what did happen?
I can answer for myself, but not for you.
Why must you always complicate things? I asked a simple question.
Then you know the answer. For you were the beginning and the end. All that happened came from you.
Yes. We can go back now.
I'll have them bring the horses.
Captain. Wait. Look, Ramat. A man's hand, you said. A man could turn it. He could close his hand or open it.
Captain.
Wait, I said. See how steady I hold my hand. I dare not move it. You know why?
There are times when I know only what Pharaoh tells me.
Don't humor me. Listen, Ramat. Yesterday, or was it the day before, if I flicked a finger, 10,000 soldiers marched into battle. If I waved my hand, 100 towns were destroyed or spared, and 10 times 10,000 people lived or died. Now I dare not move a finger.
Because you are afraid it is only a man's hand?
Life and death still rest in it. Do you doubt it?
I will not make the test. Yet, your army is wiped out.
What does that matter? I raise another army, a dozen others. But there is no value in them if each can be destroyed in a day. There is no safety until I know what happened yesterday and how and where we made mistakes.
I might suggest...
No. There is still one place in which I have not looked. Captain, bring the horses. We have a long way to go by morning.
We should start back before the sun gets too high.
There's still time, Captain.
Then I will wait back there where we left the horses.
Wait here. Pharaoh may want you.
I do not think so, sir. He only stands at the edge of the sea, staring. I am uneasy here, sir.
Yes, I feel it too.
I showed him the tracks of the wheels where the chariots went into the water.
What did he say?
Nothing. He barely lowered his eye to look. Why did he make me bring him here? What's wrong, sir? What did I say?
Does a captain of charioteers question what Pharaoh does or why?
I only meant
You do not know what you meant. Just be careful of what you say.
Ramat, it seems to me that I smell the smoke they described.
I thought so too, Pharaoh. It's only imagination.
Is it? Captain, don't you smell it also?
The sea is narrow here, and the Hebrews are camped on the other side.
Where? I don't see them.
They're too far to see. But the wind blows the smoke of their campfires.
The wind from the east.
If Pharaoh is ready now.
I was told an east wind blew when Moses returned from Midian.
It is of no significance.
I suppose not. I only happen to remember.
If you please, I'll bring the horses.
Be still, Captain. I'll tell you when I'm ready.
He's right, Pharaoh. It's time to go back. There's more testimony to be heard.
No more, Ramat. The investigation is over.
Is it wise to drop it now? The people will think...
I am not concerned with what the people think. It is finished. I know where the responsibility lies.
Do you?
For a time, I forgot what it means to be Pharaoh. But now I have remembered what my responsibility is.
You really do? There is still hope.
I was weak, and I faltered. Listen, Ramat. Does the sun, when strange winds blow, when earthquakes shake the mountains, does the sun in the sky falter?
You are a man ruling over men.
I am Pharaoh. Should Pharaoh debate with any man or bargain with slaves? When Moses stood before me and Aaron spoke for him, for the meek little man with a stammering tongue, I listened. That was the mistake.
What did you hear?
The responsibility is mine. If the whip were not enough, then the sword was the answer. The answer was not in words, but with a mighty hand.
Yet the hand was destroyed.
Because I listened and I let them go.
When you listened, what did you hear?
Do I have to tell you? You were there beside me.
I also failed to hear, because I did not think to ask.
I've had enough of questions, Ramat.
Yet there is one that must be answered. Or what happened here in one day will happen again and again.
No, never again.
Long ago, Joseph came to Egypt and all his brothers and their father Jacob, and they lived here.
Because there was famine in their own country.
Famine does not last for generations. Yet they were content to live among us. Then why were they no longer content? Why did they go out of Egypt?
The same question again.
You still do not ask it?
I do not ask a horse if he likes being a horse.
But even Pharaoh is forced to ask if a man likes being a slave.
Be careful, Ramat. There are limits, even for you. You speak out of remorse or guilt, I don't know which. But you're absolved, Ramat. I have acknowledged responsibility.
Only for being Pharaoh. But for what happened, not only yesterday, I share your responsibility. And what also? And your generals and overseers and all those who ran with swords down to the Red Sea.
Listen.
All of us, Pharaoh.
Listen, do you hear it?
Oh, well, what is it, Captain?
It was... I thought I heard singing. The singing of many voices.
I hear nothing.
Sing ye to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. They sang, and then suddenly, in the middle of a word, it ended. Why did they stop?
You heard nothing. It was in your mind. I'm ready to go now, Captain. Bring the horses.
The horse and his rider hath he thrown...
My hand will help you to remember, Captain. You heard nothing. Do you understand?
I understand, Pharaoh.
You see, Ramat, my hand is again the mighty hand of Pharaoh. I'm sure you also understand.
Only as in a dim light. But it is a beginning.
I'm tired of your long face and your sad voice. If you have something to say, say it.
I have been close to Pharaoh, so that I too have lived by Pharaoh's mighty hand. Now in my mind's thoughts are strange, no longer terrifying. The words have a strange sound in my mouth. They say themselves, as if I were hearing them, as you hear them.
I hear nothing. What words?
Justice. Mercy. I think I will come to understand them. But for now, it may be enough to know another thing. Listen, Pharaoh. Whoever lives by the might of his hand must find one day, soon or late, that there is a mightier hand than his. It is told that the children of Israel, delivered from bondage by an outstretched arm and a mighty hand, passed over the Red Sea and camped on the other side. And Miriam, the sister of Moses and Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and the people went after her with timbrels and with dancing.
Sing ye to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and his rider hath he cast into the sea.
And it is told how the angels, seeing the walls of water fall upon the pursuing Egyptians, also wished to sing for joy. But the Lord reproved them, saying, The works of my hands are perishing. How can ye wish to sing?
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Horse and His Rider, was written by Joseph Mindell. Cadet David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Bernard Lenrow, Louis Van Ruten, Alan Bergman, Roger DeKoven, Mitzi Gould, and Maurice Tarplin. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Garments of Truth, is written by Judah Stamper.
To hunt for treasure, you have to cultivate the unexpected. Whether it's flying over a wilderness with a Geiger counter in your lap, listening for the click of radioactive ores, or pounding a steel bit through mile after mile of rock probing for oil, or removing an entire mountain, basket by basket, and sifting it through a sieve to find some useless pieces of broken pottery, perhaps, or, once in a blue moon, a window to a departed civilization.
Professor Hopkins! Professor Hopkins!
That got your breath, man. You must have run all the way from the digging.
Professor Hopkins, sir, you told me to let you know as soon as we found anything.
Yes?
It's a wall, sir, on the other side of the western gate.
A wall, you see?
Yes, sir.
Oh, come at once and have a look. Professor Ostrovstev. Yes? Fuad says we've struck a wall, and by the western gate, where you predicted.
Excellent, excellent news. Let's go have a look at it. These caravan cities. It's exciting digging them. Not like excavating a Canaanite village. You have every culture, every religion cheek to jowl with one another. Never know what will turn up. By the western gate, you say?
Yes. If Fuad is right now, that would place it, within the area the Roman commander filled in against the Persian attack before the city fell.
Yes.
To make that one enormous defensive wall, you know? Ostosted, why, that area is a time capsule, like those left nowadays in the foundations of buildings. The swing of a few pickaxes, a bit of digging, and, well, if we're lucky, we'll pull the lid off and see what was locked inside over 17 centuries ago. Over 17 centuries ago. Over 17 centuries ago.
The year is 245 A.D. The place, Dura Europus. The site will mean nothing in a millennium, but here in the 3rd century we are in a crowded, armed, and restive Roman fortress, the frontier of an empire, the gateway to the Mesopotamian valley. Endless caravans thread through the crowded markets, carrying the wealth of the East to Rome. Tired Roman legions bivouac on their way to battle. Beggars swarm out of the gates like flies to descend upon the stranger and the unwary. A strange new religion, Christianity, has just taken root here. Its church is decorated with frescoes older than the oldest catacomb paintings. And here, in a stall by a narrow, winding valley, an old scribe carefully dips his quill in ink and copies out a Torah scroll, letter by letter.
Grandfather?
Hmm?
Grandfather, I want to ask you something.
In a moment, David. Let us see if you can learn patience in the time it takes me to finish this verse. El Moshe Lemor. There. Now, what is it, David?
Grandfather, why do you put so many crowns on top of the letters when you write a Torah scroll? It takes so much more time that way.
David, I'll answer you with a story. They say that God himself is a scribe writing Torah scrolls in heaven.
Is that really true, Grandfather?
Stories are not true or false, David, like weights in a scale. They're rather the garment truth wears to make itself visible. And who knows, perhaps God does busy himself writing Torah scrolls. After all, it's as dignified as creating worlds, and more sensible than chasing rabbits, as you do when you go out to the country.
Does God then put crowns on the Torah letters he writes in heaven?
No. No, God first wrote his Torah letters bare, for crowns were not needed. But when Rabbi Akiva became the wonder among teachers, God said to himself, now this Rabbi Akiva needs more occupation. And so he added crowns to all the letters of the Torah, so that Rabbi Akiva could interpret not only the letters of the law, but the very crowns above them.
Such a wise old scribe, patient and learned, trained in the academy of the patriarch Judah the Prince, would be teacher to young and old alike. To him would also come the elders of the community when a fine point of law was at issue, as it was this very day about the plans for a new synagogue.
Reb Sholem, be like your name a source of peace, or we will never finish the new synagogue. I insist that we decorate the walls with paintings that the eye should see and the lips should speak one hymn of praise to God, as it was written, My heart and flesh shall praise the living God. But Reb Shmuel here...
Why, it's a violation of the Ten Commandments themselves. You'd think we were worshippers of idols the way we cover our synagogue walls with images.
You see how we stand, Reb Sholem. And tomorrow we must come to a decision, or the artist will move on to Nisibis, which the armies have just recaptured. Do I wish to quarrel with Reb Shmuel here? But this is a matter of principle. But tell us how we can resolve this.
Reb Shmuel.
Yes, Reb Sholem.
Reb Shmuel, Rabban Gamliel was a great teacher?
What are you asking? He was a master of the oral tradition, a prince in Israel.
And would you consider him a pious man?
A pious man. His very footsteps were like decisions in law.
When I studied in the court of his grandson, Rabbi Judah the Prince, I heard a story about him. In the baths at Akko, which Rabban Gamliel attended, for he was a fastidious man, there was placed a statue of the pagan goddess Aphrodite. When his students asked him how he could continue bathing there, in the face of the law against images, he said, with a twinkle in his eye, "Your complaint is against the goddess, not against me. After all, she entered into my domain, not I into hers."
But, Reb Sholem, what of the law against graven images?
Reb Shmuel, the law against graven images says, "Thou shalt not bow down to them or serve them." Now I ask you, for shame, is it to this use that our paintings in our synagogue will be put?
Reb Sholem, you have decided it like a man of peace. He who enters our synagogue to pray will enter the very courts of heaven. Come, Reb Shmuel, come. You and I will sign the contract together.
And so the synagogue at Dura Europos was built, not bare and cold, but covered from wall to wall and from floor to ceiling with paintings on top of paintings, radiant with color. When the interior was finished, at their first service...
Grandfather! Grandfather! Has the whole Bible come to life again? David and Moses and Elijah and Jacob and Ezekiel. It is as if the very walls are praying. I'm almost afraid to remain here with them looking down on me from every side.
Ah, the fear of people, David, unlike the fear of God, is a sign of ignorance. If you are afraid of them, make them your companions and friends. Don't turn away from the sources of your strength.
Grandfather, I want to ask you something.
Hush. Our first service is about to begin.
During the building of the Dura Europos synagogue, Persians and Romans fought almost on their very doorsteps. And as the flashing figures on the synagogue walls brought the service to life, caravans brought congregations of scholars and merchants from the crumbling community in Palestine to new centers in the Mesopotamian Valley. There, schools were opening in every village, and tens of thousands of farmers gathered twice a year for instruction in the great new academies of Babylonia. Going to school then was not like walking to the corner for a bus that would return that same afternoon. It meant tearing boys from their homes to cross frontiers, deserts, and armed camps. And who knew when their families would see them again?
I have taught you all I can here in Dura Europos, David. You must go and study at one of the great academies.
No, Grandfather, I don't want to leave you yet. Let me study with you for one more year, for another winter.
Abandon one day, and 2 days will abandon you. No, the wars are too serious to permit delay. You must go while the roads are still relatively open. There's a merchant on a caravan passing through with whom I studied when I was your age and whom I would trust with my life. You'll travel with him.
Is this the caravan to Galilee and the academy where you studied?
No, this is eastward to Surah, where great new schools are opening, the equal of any in Palestine. Our people are freer there. Be our emissary, David. We may someday have to come to you for safety.
Grandfather? Grandfather, you're dreaming again.
Strange how there suddenly flashed before me the picture from our synagogue walls of Ezekiel bringing the dry bones to life. When will our dry bones come back to life? My father sent me to Dura Europos. I'm sending you to Babylonia. Will your sons grow by your side? Or will you have to send them even farther, to lands of which barbarism itself has not yet heard? Send messages with whoever you can, David. Our hearts will inhabit the roads between here and Surah, awaiting news from you. Don't forget us here in Dura Europa.
Everybody outside! Orders of the general!
But we're in the midst of a festival service. Let us finish our prayer.
There must be no delay. This entire row of buildings is to be evacuated. See to it, soldier.
Don't be frightened. Don't be frightened, anyone. Let us leave quietly. We may be back before the festival is over.
You'll never be back here, Rabbi. These Persians are such devilish soldiers. The very walls of this city aren't thick enough to hold out their battering rams. So our commander is filling in the street behind the wall, and filling in this row of buildings behind the street. To make a wall they'll never batter down.
What are you saying? Our synagogue, only 10 years after it's built, our beautiful synagogue to be filled in and buried like a cistern or an infected house?
Those are our orders. I don't like them, but I'd like it less to have my throat cut. All right, outside before the engineers get here.
Don't be frightened, my people. Prayer needs no house. If we must go in the streets, in the fields, in the wilderness, let us leave with dignity.
Grandfather!
David, you come back.
I've come to take you to Surah with me. I have a safe conduct through the Persian lines.
David, can I begin again to sing God's songs in a strange land?
Oh, Grandfather, you haven't seen this Persian army. Dura Europos is doomed. Drunken soldiers will have no pity on your white head.
It is enough if I die that I've lived this long. It will be, and I will be, of no use in a strange place.
Grandfather, do you remember wondering when I left for Surah if my sons would be forced to wander from me, too?
How well I remember, David.
And do you remember the painting of Jacob, blessing the sons of Joseph on our synagogue walls?
I shall never forget it. It stands right over the niche where the Torah scrolls are kept.
Grandfather, Jacob came to Egypt as an old man and blessed the sons of Joseph. I, too, now have sons. They inhabit my home. They live in my village. I have raised them proud and free as you raised me. Come and give my sons your blessing.
Blessed is the teacher who learns from his students. Which way must we go?
This way. This way, Grandfather. You've undermined the southern wall! There's no holding the city now!
Professor Hopkins. Professor Rostovtsev. We've begun to clean the wall we discovered. It's a wall of fresco paintings. There's not a bare inch on it.
Fresco paintings? Well, then it's probably a place of worship of some kind.
Any guesses, Hopkins?
Well, it could be anything. That is anything but a synagogue. Their walls never carry images.
Let's have a closer look.
I can't understand it. The Exodus from Egypt, you see? Yes, and alongside it, there's Moses in the burning bush. Why, there's no iconography in all the literature that even remotely resembles it.
If there are frescoes on the top level, there are probably frescoes all the way down. Let's see what the next level turns up.
This is more incredible all the time.
Yes.
There's Moses giving the law, yes. And Aaron and his sons being consecrated. Uh-huh. And there, Jacob blessing his sons. And the ark being sent back by the Philistines.
This looks more and more like a synagogue all the time.
There's no precedent for it, no precedent whatsoever. Why, these figures are like those in the Roman catacomb paintings, and from the middle of the 3rd century. Now, this would upset every known theory about the transmission of art from the Romans to the Byzantine in medieval Europe.
By the depth we've dug to, I would guess we have one more tier of paintings to go. Well, let's reserve judgment until we see what the last tier holds.
No more room for doubt. There's Moses being found by Pharaoh's daughter, you see? Mm-hmm. And here, David being anointed as king. And now, yes, here, you see, the niche where the Torah scrolls were kept. We're standing in the synagogue, Rostovtsev. A 3rd century synagogue whose walls are solid with fresco paintings. Why, the nearest thing to it are some mosaic tile floors from some 5th century synagogue in Palestine. But they're all different in every possible way. There's not another synagogue even remotely like it in all the world.
Hopkins, could this be all that's left of a whole world of Jewish art, obliterated by exile and persecution? If there was one such synagogue, there could have been hundreds. Brute numbers mean nothing in such matters.
Yes. And could this be the mysterious bridge we've always sought, from classic art to early Byzantine and catacomb paintings?
Yes.
It has the realism of Roman painting, and the religious subjects, the symbolic objects, and the stylized frontal postures of the catacomb figures.
We'll have to get photographic plates of these walls immediately and send a report to the America Oriental Society. The entire synagogue will have to be removed and set up where the paintings can be properly cared for.
Say, Elliot, look at this book of paintings from the Dura Europa Synagogue.
Paintings from a synagogue?
Yeah.
No, Harry. Afraid you're mistaken. I've studied this business a little. You never get paintings from a synagogue. A few mosaics, maybe, but paintings. Not on your life.
Look, I'm not crazy. See for yourself.
Well, I take it all back. This sure is a new one on me.
It's strange, though. You know, these pictures don't look Jewish. What do you make of them?
You know, you're wrong, Harry. Doesn't matter whether they look Jewish or not. Not really. Here, this is much more significant. What the artist is saying. Aaron and his sons being consecrated as priests in the tabernacle. Look at that. I tell you, Harry, whoever painted these certainly had flesh and blood. Why, the insecurity of the times must have been just, enormous for him to say no like this in painting after painting. Look at that body, dragged by the hair out of the valley of dry bones,
yes,
staring you in the eye with a face still half corpse, as if to say, I know what death is, but it's life I'm gravitating towards. It's not walking or flying, it's gravitating. The way you and I breathe. And here, the Ark, returning to its home from Philistine captivity. This one, the Jews coming out of Egypt from slavery to freedom. And here, Moses pulled alive out of the river where all his brothers had drowned.
Yes.
This one must be Elijah bringing the widow's son to life after he had died. And look at this. Heads and arms and legs coming together and forming live bodies. It's like an atomic explosion in reverse.
Well, so what are you getting at, Elliot? You're telling me that in this picture, the hand of God dragged up a dead body by the hair and didn't just make it live. He made it believe in life while it was still a corpse, which is infinitely harder. But all you've done is to take the image off the paper and put it into words. Now cut the image. What are you driving at?
Harry, do you remember that argument we once had about whether an artist just paints a painting or whether he's one of the characters in his painting or whether he's every character he paints?
Oh, sure. I remember that. Well, I think we agreed then. When a man just paints, he's a hack. He might as well sit down and turn out happy birthday cards, so many an hour. And then if he's only one of the characters in his painting, it's adolescent art. He's just shadowboxing with straw men because he hasn't the guts to slug it out with the people he's really after.
Right. But if he's every person in his painting and a craftsman, too, well, then he can be more magnificent than life. Because in life, he can only be himself, and he's stuck with it. But in art, he can be every person he ever had a chance of becoming. Murderer, Don Juan, saint, suicide, what you will.
Well, all right, but what does that have to do with these Dura Europos paintings?
This is art, Harry, which means that this painter is the corpse, and he's the hand of God also. Remember now, this was painted in the 3rd century on the threshold of exile, when these communities had the life beaten out of them. And then they floated through the air drawn by nothing but the hand of God inside them, which isn't a bad image for the Shekinah, the indwelling divine presence, come to think of it.
Oh, well, you're an incorrigible romantic. You know as well as I do that the exile was no valley of dry bones. We were farmers, merchant princes, craftsmen, physicians. And where did it lead up to? Hate-ridden Polish villages and Nazi gas chambers, and the forced assimilation of the Soviet Union.
And you and me discussing it freely here in America?
No.
Because in life, there's never an end. There's just what happens. But in art, you grab hold of the ultimates implicit in what's happening. And the ultimates this fellow grabbed hold of were corpses and the hand of God. Not bad for 3rd century Syria. Because when the farms get confiscated, the merchant princes arrested at every border, the tools of the craftsmen broken, and they themselves led like corpses into the mouth of death itself, the hand of God would still lead them singing Ani Mamin, the song of the Messiah. Because the life which they had in their hands wasn't a commodity to them. It was a resurrection, an article of faith.
Whoa, take it easy. You're an unmitigated romantic, Elliot, but you're all right. You know, interpretation aside, these paintings aren't half bad. I'd like to have known some of the people that prayed in that synagogue.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it a minute, Elliot, and you can almost hear the likes of that fellow there talking to us.
Stories are not true or false, like weights in a scale. They are the garment truth wears to make itself visible. Don't be frightened, my people. Prayer needs no house. If we must go in the streets, in the fields, in the wilderness, let us leave with dignity. Blessed is the teacher who learns from his students.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Garments of Truth, was written by Judith Stamper. Cantor David Futterman sang the liturgical music. Featured in the cast were Edgar Staley, Nelson Olmsted, Guy Rep, James Stevens, Peter Laser, Billy Redfield, and Larry Robinson. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, This Precious Ground, is written by Mark Siegel. It is presented in celebration of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the National Women's League of the United Synagogue of America.
These are the words of Matilda Schechter, spoken in the year 1918.
We have lost our way. The world's darkest hours close around us. We need the divine light as never before to guide us aright, to recover some of this precious ground, to restore some of the beautiful ideas in which our women were once supreme. These are our aims and our ideals.
She was not a scientist, nor an explorer, nor an artist. Yet she was all of these, and more. For she understood the composition of the precious ground which is our spiritual heritage, and she explored the ways to save and build that precious ground. Her story begins in a college library in London in the year 1885, before Matilda Roth had changed her name to Matilda Schechter.
I'm sorry, Miss Roth. I should very much like to assist you, but...
That's quite all right. Really, I do understand.
If it were just any book you're after, I could pause for a moment. But you see... Oh, I say, perhaps Mr. Schechter could help you.
Mr. Schechter?
Mr. Schechter. Psst.
Sir?
Mr. Schechter. I wonder if I might ask a favor of you.
I've been hoping you would.
I beg your pardon?
I've been waiting at the bookshelf for 5 minutes, wondering how long it would be before you asked me to help, Miss Roth.
Mr. Schechter, how do you know my name?
It's a quiet library, Miss Roth. The librarian has rather a penetrating voice, and I was listening quite carefully.
Really, Mr. Schechter?
Really, Miss Roth, and I'd be delighted to help you find a book on Jewish life in the Middle Ages.
You heard that, too. You have an extraordinarily attentive ear.
Only on extraordinary occasions. It's not often that a young lady asks for so serious a volume.
And you find that odd, Mr. Schechter?
Not odd, Miss Roth, extraordinary. Delightfully extraordinary.
It seems to me you use the word with condescension.
Oh, quite to the contrary, Miss Roth, with admiration. Also with some curiosity. Are you a teacher?
Why do you ask?
It's a logical question, isn't it? What else would a young lady asking for a serious volume be?
In our times, Mr. Schechter, nothing else. But some years hence, I would hope she might be anything. Does that shock you?
Shock me? Very little shocks me. In fact...
In fact what, Mr. Schechter?
In fact, I share your hopes for the future. It would be wonderful if more women studied for the sake of study, if more women read the great books of our past.
Which brings me, Mr. Schechter...
To your book, Miss Roth. I have it here in my hand.
That was the way they met, in a library in London by chance. But can we say that it was really by chance? What brought Matilda Roth and Solomon Schechter together was a love of knowledge, a searching after spiritual treasures, a common joy in scholarship. And what brought them together would hold them together through a rich and fruitful lifetime.
Tilda?
Yes, Solomon?
Tilda, there's something Tilda, this is impossible.
What is, Solomon?
Here we are, walking through Hyde Park, the home of free and uninhibited speech, and every word I've ever known has deserted me, absolutely disappeared.
Solomon, you seem to be shrouded in mystery this evening.
I'm not shrouded in mystery. I'm covered with confusion.
I accept the correction.
There, you see, that's how I am.
How? How is it you are, Solomon?
I'm stubborn. I'm constantly editing other people's thoughts. I want things my own way, and I'm absent-minded to the point of rudeness.
Quite the contrary, Solomon. You're a man of willpower, of great logic in thinking, and of intense concentration, which some people mistake for absent-mindedness.
Tilda, you're the most tolerant person I ever met.
Thank you, Solomon.
Also one of the most flattering, and I love to be flattered.
And that's what you wanted to tell me, Solomon?
In part.
And the other part?
Oh, the other part's totally illogical.
Everything in life isn't logic, Solomon.
I'm getting to learn that. Tilda, you're a brilliant young woman. There's absolutely no reason in the world why you should link your life with a headstrong, dominant, overbearing lion who has no prospects but scholarship, who can offer you practically nothing materially, and who will insist on living his own life as he sees it. No reason in the world.
Probably not.
And so it's illogical for me to ask, but I'm going to anyway. Tilda, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?
Of course I will, Solomon. Of course.
Tilda, you don't seem the least bit surprised.
Surprised? I'm not. Solomon, don't you think a girl knows when a man is about to ask that eternally illogical, eternally important question?
They lived first in London, then in the university town of Cambridge, where their 3 children spent their early years. At Cambridge, Solomon Schechter was pursuing the brilliant career that would take him to Cairo, where he would uncover the greatest biblical manuscript find of the century, the wisdom of Ben Sira, which would be passed forward to a grateful world. But Matilda Schechter, quietly as wife and mother, subordinating herself to the brilliant career of a brilliant husband, was engaged in the very same task, the interpretation of a heritage, the planting of seeds of faith and understanding.
Ruth, Frank, come along now. It's time to kindle the Sabbath candles.
We're coming, Mother.
Frank, wheel the baby's carriage in, too.
You want Amy in here, too?
I want her to see the candles.
But, Mother, Amy's only 2 years old. She can't understand about the Sabbath candles.
Frank, a child is never too young to see the Sabbath candles being kindled.
But I don't understand, Mother. She's just a baby.
You will when you're older, dear. A child is never too young to begin to store up memories.
The lights of faith and understanding burned brightly in Matilda Schechter's heart. It was a light which illumined the life she shared with her husband in England, and then in America, when in the year of 1903, Solomon Schechter accepted the call to serve as president of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. It was no longer Hyde Park in which Matilda and her husband strolled. It was Riverside Drive in New York City. And the matters they discussed were at the heart of the development of Jewish life in the land of their adoption. It had been a fruitful year, and Solomon Schechter had gained the respect and admiration of everyone. One of the many things Solomon Schechter was getting done was the establishment of an institute for teachers at the seminary. And this plan, too, like so many others, he discussed at length with Matilda.
Exactly. An institute. That's what I'm going to propose. A place where we can bring the most promising young men and give them background, methods, techniques.
Solomon, for the first time in years, I'm going to disagree with you.
You don't agree? You don't see the importance of a teacher's institute?
Oh, it's just what's needed here in America.
Well, then why?
But you said young men.
You think they should be old men?
No, Solomon, but young men and young women.
Oh. It would double the difficulty of the project, Tilda.
And the effectiveness of the project, Solomon. You've forgotten that Matilda Roth, the girl you met in a library in London, was a teacher. Naturally, I'm strong in the matter of women teachers' rights.
The Teachers Institute was founded as a co-educational institution in the year 1904, and the students of the Institute, like the students of the School of Rabbinical Studies, found in the home of Matilda Schechter a warm and pleasant haven.
Jacob, have another cup of tea?
Really, Mrs. Schechter, I came to see Dr. Schechter, not to have dinner.
Well, Dr. Schechter's late as usual, and a little snack late in the afternoon can't hurt.
A snack? Soup, meat, dessert, and 2 cups of tea? I have the terrible feeling that I've eaten the professor's dinner.
Not at all. Another cup of tea?
Well, if you insist, Mrs. Schechter.
I insist. Now, to tell you the truth, I don't think any of you know how to take care of yourselves.
Any of who, Mrs. Schechter?
Any of the students. And I'll include Dr. Schechter. You're all so deep in your studies that you forget to eat. And as far as I can see, none of you get much sleep either.
I'm afraid that's true, Mrs. Schechter.
But why? Now, why should a boy like you look as tired as you do?
Oh, I'm not really tired.
Oh, I have children of my own, Jacob. I know what tiredness looks like.
Well, perhaps it's a condition of scholarship.
I don't believe it. The seminary's a school, not a hospital. I don't see any reason why students should look like patients. Well, have another piece of pastry, Jacob.
It was more than food and little German pastries that the students of the seminary found in Matilda Schechter's home. It was inspiration, too. The inspiration of a truly Jewish home. On Sabbath afternoons, students and scholars gathered in the Schechter living room for unforgettable conversations with the witty, erudite master of the house. But as Matilda Schechter watched and listened, she was disturbed by the seeming disregard for health which she could see in the faces of the eager youngsters who drank at the fountain of her husband's wisdom. And on a day in the year 1913, her concern and intuition was sadly confirmed.
Solomon? Why, you're home early. Solomon, what is it?
I've had some news, Tilda, some terrible news.
Sit down, Solomon. Now tell me.
It's that brilliant boy, the one I've had such hopes for.
Jacob? Something's happened to Jacob?
All of that eagerness, all of that brilliance. Gone, Tilda. Gone like that.
Well, what are you saying? The boy was here only a few days ago.
His tonsils were bothering him. He was operated on yesterday.
Oh, but that's a minor operation, Solomon. It's nothing.
It's nothing unless a boy is so run down, so tired that he has no resistance. It's nothing, but the boy is dead.
Solomon. How tragic. Oh, how terrible.
It's beyond words, Tilda. Jacob, he's beyond our help.
Oh. And all the other Jacobs, Solomon. Are they beyond our help, too?
In the months that followed the tragic passing of the student she had known, Matilda Schechter could not rest. She turned over in her mind the questions, searching for the answers which would lead her to solutions.
Why? Why should he have died? Under what conditions was he living? The other students, are they living the same way?
Matilda Schechter put her whole will and intelligence into ferreting out the truth. When she had gathered her arsenal of logic, she turned to a close family friend, a man named Louis Brush.
But why do you ask me, Matilda?
Because, Louis, I was sure you'd understand.
I imagine there are other men in New York who'd understand what you've been telling me, Matilda.
Perhaps.
Why perhaps? Wouldn't anyone understand that a student can't work best in a tiny, airless room? Or that a student can't spend 3 hours a day traveling to school and get enough rest when he's carrying a full program of rabbinical studies? Anyone could understand that.
Perhaps then there's something else you understand, Louis, something a good many men wouldn't.
What's that, Matilda?
That our duty to the scholar is as great as our duty to the orphan. That a student's dormitory is as important to the preservation of our faith as food for our needy brothers or relief for the oppressed.
You make it difficult for me to refuse, Matilda.
Well, I intend to make it difficult, Louis.
You really needn't, you know. I made up my mind a few minutes after you started talking.
You'll do it? You'll really do it?
I'll find a way. I'll see my lawyer today, Matilda. I'll put the money aside.
Oh, Louis, your name will be blessed for generations.
That wouldn't be fair, Matilda. It should be yours. I'm only the instrument of your compassion.
Not at all, Louis.
But I am. There's only one question that puzzles me.
I'll answer it if I'm able.
You've always been concerned as much about the girl students as the young men.
Of course.
But how is it, Matilda, that you haven't asked for a young woman's dormitory?
The immediate need is for the rabbinical students, Louis, and first things must be done first.
I see.
But someday there'll be a dormitory for young women, too. You'll see. Perhaps you and I won't live to see it, but it will be done.
How can you be so sure, Matilda?
Sure? Because there will be other people like you, Louis.
Matilda Schechter did not live to see the construction of the Louis S. Brush dormitory, but the imprint of her hands is on every brick of the building which has been home to countless students through the years. It is a monument to her spirit and to her will, as much as to the generosity of the man whose name the building bears. For Matilda Schechter was a woman of vision, and her creativity reached out to those around her to include them in her dreams, to guide them in the paths of practical achievement. But of all her dreams, none had greater stature than her lively understanding of the power for good of the Jewish woman, an understanding which was deeply respected by the stupendous man of genius who was her husband.
Solomon.
What is it, Tilda?
Solomon, it's almost dawn.
So it is, Tilda. So it is.
I've brought you some tea.
Do you think it's time I got to bed?
Oh, I didn't say that.
But you didn't have to. For 25 years, you've never once told me what to do. There hasn't been a moment in which you weren't telling me exactly, without words, what I should be doing.
Now, Solomon.
It's an extraordinary gift, Tilda, and you're an extraordinary woman. Why are you smiling?
Extraordinary. It's the word you used the day I met you first in London.
You accused me of using it as a word of condescension, if I remember correctly. I told you then it was a word of admiration. It still is.
Thank you, Solomon.
Thank you, Tilda, for bearing with an unruly bull of an old man who never sleeps, who roars like a lion, and who is about to keep you up until the light breaks.
What is it, Solomon? What do you want to talk about?
What I've been writing here, something of importance. I think I want your opinion.
Of course, Solomon.
Tilda, you know how great the need is to bind together all of our people in America who believe in our tradition, who practice it.
It's what you've been teaching for years.
But the time has come when it's no longer enough to learn and to teach, Tilda. It's time to defend and to do. It's time to revitalize our tradition in America, formally, in an organized way.
And that's what you're working on.
A formal movement, a movement bringing together all of the congregations and all who are members of those congregations who cherish the principles of traditional Judaism. A united synagogue, Tilda, sharing goals, exchanging ideas, keeping alive the full blossom of our heritage.
It is long overdue, Solomon.
Here is the heart of it, Tilda. Tell me what you think. The synagogue and the school are the main centers through which the Jewish home can be reached. They are the very life and soul of Judaism and stand as the great fortresses protecting Jewish life and Jewish thought.
Yes, that's the heart of the matter, I think, Solomon. But,
Tilda?
May I offer a practical suggestion?
Well, that's why I want you to hear this. You're the only practical person in this household.
Then I'll make a practical suggestion, Solomon. Your United Synagogue. It should take special concern for the religious education of women. It's through mothers that you reach children. And the future of our faith rests in the hands of children. And now I'll make another practical suggestion. Don't you think it's time you got some sleep?
In the year 1915, the great heart of Solomon Schechter beat for the last time. Matilda Schechter recovered from her loss as only a woman of valor could, and she drove forward in pursuit of a dream she had shared with her husband, the dream of strengthening Judaism by strengthening the bond of unity among Jewish women. One of the people with whom she discussed her dream was a close friend, one of several women, wives of colleagues of Dr. Schechter, with whom she had developed warm ties over the years.
Well, that it should be done, Matilda, I agree. But can it be done?
Of course it can, if we have the will to do it. And I know we have.
Well, it's not so much the will, Matilda. It's that the idea of a Jewish Women's League is so hard to explain.
I think the need is obvious.
Well, perhaps to you, Matilda, and to me. What I mean is that people who are starving or homeless don't have to be explained. And children with trachoma don't have to be explained.
Neither, I think, my dear, does a religious heritage suffering from pernicious anemia.
But where are we to find the women who will understand that, Matilda?
We'll find them. We'll find them everywhere.
Well, if we do, who's to direct them? Who's to lead them?
Among others, my dear, you.
I? Why, Matilda,
You and I and some of the wonderful women we both know. You know, you and the other professors' wives, you've really been in training for this task all your lives.
I don't understand.
Well, to be the wife of a Jewish scholar, that takes perseverance and energy and devotion to an ideal. And those are the very attributes we'll need. You have them, and so do all the others.
Matilda, I don't know of how much help I can be, but I'm willing. I think I know how important this is.
I know you do. Because you have something more than just drive and energy. You have the important thing, my dear.
The important thing?
An understanding heart. We need that, too. And I need that, too. I need your support if I'm to accomplish what I've set out to do. I need it now since Solomon's gone, as I've never needed it before.
I'm sorry, Matilda.
Don't be sorry, my dear. Rejoice with me instead. Rejoice with me in the blessing I have known. Rejoice with me in that I shared a dream with a great man, and that the Almighty has given it to me to pursue that dream. My dear, our heritage is so rich, so abundant, so beautiful. Whatever the difficulties, we must find the way to share that heritage with the women of our faith. And as the women study, as they learn, as they tap the rich reservoirs of the Spirit, as they transmit the peace and holiness of our Sabbath and our festivals, not only will faith grow in this land of freedom, the women themselves will grow in warm community and sisterhood. Our Jewish women must not be like ships that pass in the night. They must reach out to each other and find in common the spark of beauty and of faith, which is divine.
She was not a scientist, nor an explorer, nor an artist. Yet she was all of these and more, for she understood the composition of the precious ground which is our spiritual heritage, and she explored the ways to save and build that precious ground. In this 40th year since she first spoke them, listen again to the words of Matilda Schechter, for her words are words of wisdom. Her dream is a living dream. Her greatness is a living greatness.
We have lost our way. The world's darkest hours close around us. We need the divine light as never before to guide us aright, to recover from some of this precious ground, to restore some of the beautiful ideas in which our women were once supreme. These are our aims and our ideals.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mrs. H. Herbert Rossman, President of the National Women's League of the United Synagogue of America and a prominent civic and community leader. Mrs. Rossman.
In the words of the moving script, which we heard today on the Eternal Light, Matilda Schechter dedicated her life to the dream of strengthening Judaism by strengthening the bond of unity among Jewish women. Mrs. Schechter was in a unique position to further her dream. As the wife of the president of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, she was able to call upon other women who understood the spiritual heritage from the past and who wished to perpetuate the ideals upon which this heritage is based. In all societies, the woman, as wife and mother, is placed in the position of carrying forward day by day, in intimate contact with her family, the values and standards without which society would be rootless and meaningless. The Jewish tradition recognizes the essential role of women, and nowhere more beautifully than in the verse from Proverbs 31, which is recited by the husband on the Sabbath. A woman of worth who can find, for her price is far above rubies, in which the contributions of women to the home and community are extolled. But what Matilda Schechter realized to be most important, and herein lies her special contribution, was the need to interpret the heritage from the past, the need for women to be educated in their role in order to restore the ideals of the past in the light of the needs of the present. Goethe once said, "That which you have inherited from your forefathers, achieve it if you would possess it." In a world still darkened by fears, women of this generation have an opportunity to flourish in their most creative and dynamic form if they would but avail themselves of the opportunities afforded them for study and service. One of the basic teachings of Judaism states, "The study and teaching of Torah is the fundamental and the supreme virtue, for Torah leads to proper action. Familiar with the great ethical concepts of our faith, our wisdom and our energies can be directed with humility and gratitude toward serving God, our families, our society, and all of God's people on this blessed earth.
Thank you, Mrs. Rossman. Our Eternal Light drama today, This Precious Ground, was written by Mark Siegel and was presented in celebration of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the National Women's League of the United Synagogue of America. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Today, Jan Miner starred as Matilda Schechter and Roger DeKoven as Solomon Schechter. Others in the cast were Guy Repp, Alice Uhrman, Ronald List, and Ronnie Gates. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, One Man's Faith, was written by Theodore and Matilda Farrow and based on an incident described in the book Jewish Experiences in Early Manitoba by Rabbi Arthur A. Scheel.
In the 11th century BCE, the Egyptians said to the Jews, You are different. You are not like us. And the Jews were forced to flee to Canaan. In the 2nd century AD, the Romans said to the Christians, You are different. You are strange to us. And the Christians were persecuted. And throughout the following centuries, Jews, Protestants, and Catholics, those who clung to a belief which was not the accepted one, gathered their families and small possessions and set out in search of a land where they could live in peace. Such a land was Canada, a land of timber and open plains and navigable rivers. And the people came and settled in it and called themselves Canadians. But Canada was a large land. The early settlers did not fill it. So later others came, those who still fled from prejudice, and now also those who fled from hunger and political oppression. The Irish and the Poles, the Germans and the Ukrainians, all the persecuted. They worked on the boats on the great rivers and helped to till the plains and to build the first railroads. The Canadians sang as they worked on the railroad, and among the new Canadians, a small group of Jews also had a song.
Ah, you're not singing, Abram.
I'm saving my breath. I'll sing for my supper.
It's strange. In the old world, I was always tired. The days were always too long. One day was like another. At night, all I asked was to fall asleep quickly so I didn't have to think about the future. Well, of course, I was a Jew, and so I had no future. But here I work and sing, and before I know it, night has come. As for the plans I'm making, well, 1,000 nights wouldn't be long enough. But you are a cynic, Abram.
And you, Kiva, are an optimist.
Why so?
In the old world, it was bad. Well, now we're here, and here it's better. But in 6 months, you cannot know a man, and it's the same with the country. We're still Jews.
Of course.
So I say to myself, wait and see. They still watch us in the streets.
Because our clothes are different.
They laugh at our food.
They don't laugh.
They stare at us when we speak.
Because we are only learning the language. And they stare at the others, too. The Irish, the Germans, all of us who've just arrived. We are different, and so they are interested. We're new to them, and they're new to us. What you need, Abram, is a wife and children to go home to. Then you will no longer be a cynic. You will sing with the rest of us.
Kiva was an optimist. He had come to Canada in search of peace and justice, a land where differences did not matter, where a man could hold up his head and say, I am a Jew, a Protestant, a Catholic. And his neighbor would say, you are welcome. And he believed that he had found that land. At night, when he went to the boxcar where he and the other Jews ate and slept and heard the voices of the men in the boxcars all around him, the old Canadians and the new, he felt at peace, at home. These were his fellow workers, his friends. He also continued to plan for the future. He would not work on the railroad forever. One day he would have enough money to buy a small store in Winnipeg and be with his wife and children, not just for the holidays.
The maple leaf, our emblem dear, the maple leaf forever. God save our queen, and heaven bless the maple leaf forever.
Ah, good, Martha.
I sang it for the whole class, Papa.
No, I don't believe it. One of these days they will give you a medal.
A gold star.
And you, Joseph, what did you learn while I was away?
I learned to read, Papa.
To read? Impossible.
I can read see the man, see the cat, see the mouse. And at school we saw a mouse.
A real one?
A real live one.
When are you going back, Papa?
On Sunday night.
Can we have a picnic on Sunday?
If you like. But ask Mama.
Ask me what, children?
We're going to have a picnic. Take out lunch and eat it in the field.
And Papa will tell us about the railroad.
Papa's had enough of the railroad. But all right. Now go to bed, children.
Will you come and kiss us good night?
Of course.
Papa, too?
Papa, too. Oh, Kiva. They missed you.
Well, I miss them. But soon, Esther. Soon. You know, I've been thinking about the store. Hardware, perhaps. Or clothes for working men. I know their needs. It might do well.
It's a dream, but I've learned something. Dreams can come true. Yesterday, Joseph brought home a friend, a little Canadian boy. His grandfather was a mayor here, and he stayed to supper with us.
Oh?
And Martha also has such friends, all kinds. Rich, poor, old, new. And people are so kind to me. You know, at the post office, they help me with the stamps. Yesterday, the clerk said to me, Odessa? You come from Odessa? You are well-traveled. I envy you.
Oh, it's all so good. And Abram says, wait and see, it may not last.
Oh,
Why shouldn't it last?
A whole day off. That's what he gave me, just for a crack in the arm. It was my own fault, too. I let the log fall on me. Tea salt?
Thank you, David. He's an Irishman, new like us. He came only 3 years ago, and yet he is the foreman.
Well, of course. Why are you so surprised? Here, anybody can be foreman. Now, Kiva, how about you?
Nope. No, I have other plans.
Abram? Hey, where is Abram?
Oh, he has gone for the newspaper.
That's what I want to do. Work on a newspaper. Someday, maybe be a writer.
And you, David?
Oh, I'll stay here. A boxcar is not a home, but I've lived in worse places. And I will be the foreman.
You will be president of the whole railroad. I know you, David. And your uncles and sons and nephews will be vice presidents. Oh, that must be Abram. You bring the paper?
I brought it.
So, read, my optimistic Kiva.
Why? Is anything wrong?
I'll tell you what's wrong. 200 men have been set upon and beaten.
What? Don't believe it.
But what men?
Jews at the lumber mill at Whitehall, German and Ukrainians. All of those who've just come here. They rounded them up and beat them.
But I don't understand it. For what reason?
Is there ever a reason? In the old world, did they have a reason for persecuting us?
But what about the authorities, Abram? Nobody interfered? Well, at least the attackers were punished.
The attackers went back to their dinner. The beaten are in the hospital. And nobody was punished. You're not singing, Kiva.
It will pass, Abram. There are hoodlums everywhere.
It will pass, or it will grow.
I still don't understand it. Why?
It's an old story, Kiva. We're new. We're strange to them. And the ignorant hate and fear the strange.
Ah.
Where are you going?
To help the others. I'm finished here. Can I give you a hand? My name is Kiva.
Kiva? What kind of a name is that?
Russian. I was born in Odessa.
Well, my name is Charles Wicks. That's a decent name. And I was born in Canada.
Well, let's forget about names. Just tell me what you want me to do.
Sure. Go back to Russia, or wherever you came from. Take the rest of the foreigners with you. We don't want them here.
Now, drop it, Wicks.
What's the matter with you today? Come over here, Kiva.
Just a minute. I am a foreigner in some of my ways. But how does that hurt you?
Oh. You want to argue about it?
No, not at all. I just want an answer to my question.
Leave him alone, Kiva. He's crazy.
Get out of the way, you.
Wicks, what's all that trouble?
Wicks, stop him or he'll kill him.
As you like, Mrs. Barsky, but he'd be better off in the hospital.
No, I'll take care of him. Doctor, it's his eye that I worry about.
Oh, it'll get well. It'll just take time. You have somebody here to help you?
Yes. Abram and the neighbors. Everyone wants to help.
Of course. Oh, such a terrible thing to happen. That Wicks must be a madman. Why did he do it?
Doctor, since I can remember, the persecuted have asked that question. Well, now I'm not interested in the answer. I only know that it happens. And that it also happens here.
I'll come in tomorrow, Mrs. Barsky. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, and thank you, Doctor. Abram.
Has he gone?
Yes. How's Kiva?
All right. He wants to see you.
Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll bring the medicine.
all right. Kiva?
You don't have to whisper. I'm awake. Come here. Take my hand. For a little while, you'll have to be my eyes.
Oh, Kiva.
Esther, I'm thinking about the children. Have you told them what's happened?
Yes.
Are they frightened? Well, tell me. Don't keep things from me.
Of course they're frightened. Martha screams all night in her sleep. And Joseph refuses to go to school. How does he know that he won't be beaten? And they blame me. You and me.
But why?
We told them such things never happened here. Only in the old world. And now they know that we lied to them.
Oh, we didn't lie. It's true.
Oh, Kiva, how can you...
Here, drink it. When I warn you the taste is bad, I've just sampled it.
Thank you. Abram, will you do something for me?
Anything.
Is Charles Wicks still at the camp?
Yes.
He hasn't been arrested.
Arrested? By whom?
That's right. There's no one in authority there. So, you will go to the police here in Winnipeg. Get a police officer and take him out to the camp.
What are you talking about, Kiva?
Listen to me now, both of you. Wicks attacked me. He nearly killed me. And that is against the law.
But Wicks is a Canadian and you are a foreigner, so there is no law.
Well, you have to go to court. And you're the one who'll be arrested.
Yes. You listen to me, Kiva. Those men at the lumber camp were beaten, and who went to court for them? What did the law do for them?
But they didn't protest. They were afraid. They don't believe that there's justice here for everyone, for any man who asks for it. But I do believe it. And I am going to prove it.
So you work, you sing, you go to your boxcar, and you mind your own business. Remember it, Salt.
I already know it. A month ago, I wrote to a paper, a Canadian one, and asked them for a job as errand boy, anything. I have not even received an answer.
Well, when you do, the answer will be no. Oh, I'm sorry for Kiva.
Why?
He thinks that he can fight it, but he'll learn. Tomorrow, when he goes to court, he'll learn.
The maple leaf, our emblem dear, the maple leaf forever. God save our queen, and heaven bless the maple leaf forever.
Martha?
I'm here, Mommy.
Oh, get a glass of water for Papa.
Yes, but, Mommy,
What, Martha?
why did the men hurt Papa?
I've explained it to you, dear.
Why did the children make fun of me in school and in the streets?
What children?
They say that when Papa goes to the court, the judge will laugh at him and throw him out. Take me away from here, Mama, to some place that is safe. I don't want to stay here. Take me away.
So, Martha, now you're safe here. Most of the children are your friends. Only the foolish say such things. And Papa may not go to court. All you have to do is send a message.
Please, Esther.
Just a message to the court that you've dropped the charges. If not for my sake, then for the children's. Abram, speak to him.
I've said all I can. Look, you haven't even got a lawyer, Kiva, and Wicks has the best in Winnipeg.
The court will appoint a lawyer.
Ugh, the court.
And what will he do for you?
State the facts. What else do I want? Wicks assaulted me, a dozen men will testify to it, and Wicks will go to jail.
An optimist, still an optimist. Your lawyer will not even try to defend you. Wicks will say you assaulted him, and when they call for witnesses, no one will come. And you are the one who'll go to jail.
No, Abram.
Let me finish. You're stubborn. You want to suffer. And do you know who else will suffer? Esther and the children. Every foreigner in Canada. What will you prove in court today? That there is no justice. The hoodlums will read about this trial and know that it's safe to attack us all. That it's safe to persecute us. Don't go, Kiva.
Don't do it, Kiva.
But Kiva had come to Canada in search of justice, of a land where he could live in peace. And he still believed that he had found it. On the morning of August 10th, 1882, he went to court. The case of the Queen versus Charles Wicks was heard in a crowded courtroom. And Esther was afraid, and Abram was afraid. They looked at the newspapermen who had come to find a colorful story, at the curiosity seekers, those who stared or laughed at them, at the hoodlums, friends of Charles Wicks, waiting for, hoping for the sign which would condone their violent acts. But Kiva looked at the judge, and he was not afraid. When his lawyer called him to the stand, he told the truth simply. When witnesses were called, they came. Even when Charles Wicks was called and swore that Kiva had struck him, Kiva was not afraid. He continued to believe in Canadian justice, especially when the judge passed sentence.
A month in jail, that's what he gave him. Did you hear, Esther?
Yes, a month in jail for Charles Wicks.
Hush, the judge is about to sum up.
The judge summed up, but he had more to tell the newspapermen and the hoodlums and the curious. He, too, believed in justice for everyone in Canada. First, he talked about the Jews, for Kiva was a Jew.
The complaint against Kiva Barsky, the reason for the attack against him, was that he holds to the Jewish faith. Well, I say that the senseless persecution of the Jews, the one chosen people of God, is a crime which we cannot join.
Abram, do you hear him?
I hear, Esther.
This man, Kiva Barsky, recently driven to our borders by this senseless bigotry, is entitled instead to the welcome of a brother and to the protection of all our laws.
He's right, Abram.
He's right, but I did not expect him to know it.
No.
I did not expect him to say it.
And one of the others who have come here, the Irish, the Poles, the Germans, hunted out of their lands by hunger as well as intolerance, who have also come in search of the peace and the justice which we have planted here. Are they not also entitled to welcome and the protection of our laws?
Here, 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 here.
And now I come to us. We whose ancestors fought for this peace and with their blood and lives established Canadian justice. Are we to neglect the work they did? Forget our heritage? And we have forgotten something else. Our ancestors also came to these shores. The English, the Scotch, the French. They came to escape intolerance. Let us be proud of them, yes. But let us remember who they were. Let us cherish the justice which they fought for.
Justice for all. That's what the judge called for. A welcome to all whether they brought with them ancient faiths or new traditions, whether they spoke the language or were just learning it. A welcome from the old to the new and the strange, for not so long ago the old were new and strange, too.
Martha, get the picnic basket.
I've already put it outside, Papa.
Esther, bring something for your head. Sun's hot.
Mm-hmm. I have it.
Well, a parasol.
It is a present from you, Kiva. You don't know it, but you bought it for me.
Today we all have presents.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a time for them. Abram.
I'm bringing some cushions. After lunch, I'm going to sleep for a month.
Abram, I have not thanked you.
For what? All I did was discourage you.
Well, even so, I'm going to get you a present. It may take me a little time to find it, but I'm going to get you a wife. Then you will no longer be a cynic.
I am no longer a cynic, Kiva.
Now Abram also believed. Because of Kiva, all the new Canadians believed again in peace and justice.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Arthur A. Scheel, spiritual leader of the Genesis Hebrew Center of Tuckahoe, New York, and a member of the Executive Council of the Rabbinical Assembly of America. Rabbi Scheel.
In the coming year, 1959, the Canadian Jewish community will observe its 200th anniversary. While it is true that individual Jews made their appearance on the Canadian scene before 1759, it was the group that arrived in Quebec with the victorious troops of Sir Geoffrey Amherst who laid the foundations of Jewish community life in Canada. These arrivals of 1759 were adventuresome and hardy men who threw themselves enthusiastically into the pioneer enterprises of early Canada, some becoming merchants, others fur traders. Very soon they integrated into the life of the new land. Less than 1/2 century after the arrival of these Jewish pioneers, the son of one of them, Ezekiel Hart, sought election to the Legislative Assembly of Lower Canada and was elected from the constituency of Three Rivers, Quebec. But when Ezekiel Hart appeared in the assembly to be sworn into office, he refused to take the customary oath on the New Testament. As a Jew, he asked to be sworn on the Holy Scripture of his own people, a right which was denied to him. Arduous debates followed. Only in June 1832, 25 years after Ezekiel Hart's election, was a Bill of Rights passed by the Legislative Assembly which granted full civil rights to Jews of Canada. Exactly 50 years after the enactment of this Bill of Rights, there took place the incident dramatized on today's program. In this instance, it was the case of Kiva Barsky, a recent refugee to Manitoba from the pogroms of Tsarist Russia, who sought justice for himself and his fellow Jews in a Winnipeg court. He had been led to believe that the ancient biblical principle, "One law shall be to him that is homeborn and with the stranger," was the principle operative in Canada. He dared to put this great principle to the test in the court presided over by Chief Justice Edmund Burke Wood. Nor was Kiva Barsky disappointed, for in the decision handed down by Chief Justice Wood, it was made clear that justice would be done to all comers, regardless of their ethnic, religious, or racial origin. And so it was that the faith of a new Canadian, Kiva Barsky, was affirmed by another Canadian, Chief Justice Wood, whose decision reflected the law of the land and the will of its people. homeborn and stranger, one law unto all.
Thank you, Rabbi Shield. Our Eternal Light drama today, One Man's Faith, was written by Theodore and Matilda Farrell and based on an incident described in the book Jewish Experiences in Early Manitoba by Rabbi Arthur A. Shield. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were William Mason, Bill Lipton, Ralph Bell, Jan Miner, Ina Cummings, Alan Bergman, and Herbert Duncan. Your narrator was Roger de Koven. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Men of the World, was written by Joseph Mindell and was suggested by a parable in The Gift of Life by Dr. Ben Zion Boxer.
If I say that they were men of the world, you will surely know what I mean. Of course. Well then, the story is about certain men of the world. What if they lived in a small town far from the important places of the earth? What if they never saw a city and knew of a locomotive only by hearsay? Well, what of it? Nothing is simple. The world is a confusion of opposites. Beauty in ugliness. Good from evil. Men of the world in a village square.
Is it you, Nathan? Good morning, Nathan. Yes, Nathan, I agree with you entirely, but...
Ezra, what a world it is.
But it's too early in the morning for philosophy.
When is the right time? Tell me that.
I'll tell you something more important. Speaking professionally, I would say that you are suffering from sourness of the system. In a physiological sense, you understand.
What do you know about my physiology or my suffering?
Meaning that, after all, I'm not a doctor, eh?
Or a philosopher.
Permit me to remind you, my friend, that a pharmacist is not altogether without education or understanding. In your case, a simple mixture would work wonders. A few grains of soda, a pinch of subcarbonate of bismuth.
Ezra, do you have a medicine for sweetening the world?
There's a limit to pharmacy. For your sickness, you'd better speak to Reb Dovid, our rabbi.
But that's exactly it.
What is exactly what?
Reb Dovid. I felt it for the first time yesterday at the evening services. Didn't you hear him?
Of course I heard. I listen as closely as you.
when he came to the portion, Slachlonu Ovinu, Our Father, forgive us,
For we have sinned, pardon us, for we have transgressed. You don't have to translate for me.
He said the words so earnestly, with such anguish, as if they were torn from the roots of his heart. Today, at the morning service, when he came to the same words, Ezra, there were tears in his eyes.
If it were not 6 weeks after the Day of Atonement, I would think...
I'll tell you what I think. I'll tell you what I felt. At that moment, I felt the whole burden of the world's sin and wrongdoing as he feels it. I knew the torture of his soul at the thought of so much wickedness. Ezra, what a sad, evil world it is.
Sit down, Nathan.
You haven't been listening to me at all.
I heard. I'm thinking of what you've told me.
Then you feel it too.
Here, drink this.
I don't need your medicine.
It's not medicine. It's cherry syrup with water. Drink it and calm down.
Oh, you don't understand. So much goodness in one man, Ezra, in our rabbi. He can ask forgiveness for all mankind as if for his own sins.
I won't argue with you, Nathan. Rabbi Dovid is a pious man. But he's a man.
What a thing to say.
Now, you listen to me. I don't pretend to be a scholar, though I study the Talmud regularly. At the same time, you'll notice there on my bookshelf, chemistry, natural philosophy, the history of nations, Aristotle...
What are you getting at?
I may say without boasting that I am not a village ignoramus. That I am, in fact, something of a man of the world. And so are you in your calmer moments.
So what if I am?
Then you know how emotion can overcome reason and logic. You understand?
Not yet, but I'm listening.
Just consider, Nathan. So much fervor, such anguish. Does a man pray with tears for forgiveness unless...
Unless what?
Unless it is for his own sin?
Ezra, you're talking about the rabbi.
I'm not saying that it is certainly true. Only where there is so much smoke...
I don't believe it.
Logic, Nathan. Logic. It's possible. Can you deny that it's possible?
I suppose it is possible.
Only now do I remember other signs. Nathan, we have to know for sure.
No, it's not our business. Unless you're suggesting that maybe we can help him.
There's that, of course. But we have to think of ourselves, the congregation, as well.
What does it have to do with us?
Don't you see, Nathan? He's our rabbi.
Of course, but...
Listen, that a congregation is sinful goes without saying. That's why a rabbi is needed. But if the rabbi himself... No. We must know for certain. Where are you going?
I'm going to ask him.
Fine. Go ahead. You'll step up to the rabbi and you'll say... What will you say?
I'll go to him and I'll say... I'll simply ask if...
You see? Nathan, we must know what kind of a rabbi we have. But there are other ways of finding out.
Oh, there! Wait, you'll get your supper soon enough.
Ilya, I'm glad to see you. I was saying to Reb Nathan only this minute, where has the man been hiding himself?
Me?
Isn't that what I said, Nathan?
What? Oh, yes, of course.
You're just the man I want, Ilya.
Why?
Why? Because I... That's it. I have a package I want you to deliver.
Where to?
Well, we don't have to talk out here in the street, do we? Come. Now, sit down, Ilya. Make yourself comfortable.
A package, you said?
Oh, there's no hurry. Tomorrow will do just as well.
Oh, then I'll take my horse to the stable.
No. Rest a while. Nathan, hand me the bottle, please.
Oh, bottle.
Not the cherry syrup. Here, Ilya. Have a glass of wine.
Oh.
Strictly medicinal, you understand, for fatigue. After all, it's work driving the rabbi all day here and there. Now tell me, Ilya, where do you drive the rabbi?
Well, it depends on where he wants to go.
I see. And where does he want to go?
What's the difference to me? Here, there.
It's no use, Ezra.
Be still, Nathan. Today, for example, where did you drive the rabbi?
Today? It's Thursday? Well, on Thursdays, he...
Go on, Ilya, go on.
I don't think the rabbi would like me to tell.
How do you know? He didn't ask you not to tell, did he?
No, but...
Oh, have another glass of wine. Your health. As you said yourself, what's the difference? Here, there. Where, Ilya?
Well, it's different places, but it's always the same, if you know what I mean.
Well, say what you mean, and then I'll know.
Today, for example, we took the road to the city.
You hear, Nathan? He goes to the city where who knows what?
No, we turned off just outside of town, onto a little road that goes past a house where a young widow lives with 2 small children.
Aha.
I won't listen. I don't want to hear any more.
Don't be sentimental, Nathan. Such things happen in the world. Go on, Ilya. You took him to the house of the widow, and then...
You're wrong. We drove right past the house.
God
we
be
drove
praised.
a little way past, in among the trees. And then... You'll never guess what he did. Not in 100 years. He made me change clothes with him.
No.
Yes, and he rubbed mud on his face, bent his back, and he was the poorest, hungriest beggar you ever saw. I tell you, you would not have known your rabbi as you walked back to the widow's house. Oh. He knocked, she opened the door, he went in, and that's all.
That's all that you can tell.
What do you
The
take?
rest you don't know.
What do you take me for? Would I let the rabbi go to a strange house alone? I followed him and looked in at the window.
What did you see?
What do you think I saw? A hungry beggar asking for food. What can a poor widow give him? A dry crust of bread. He takes it, the rabbi, and then wants to give something in return. But he has nothing. Only an old tarnished button that happens to be in his pocket, he says. He leaves it on the table and goes out.
That's all?
As I said, that's all. Only I wondered about it. This button. Before we changed clothes, I saw him cut it off his own coat. A button of solid silver. A strange man, this rabbi of yours.
Ezra, we can't talk here in the marketplace.
What is there to talk about, Nathan?
You know what? It's enough.
You're ready to stop before we find out anything?
There's nothing to find out.
Nathan, to a superficial mind, the variety of sins appears infinite. But to men of logic, it's clear that there is a limited number of categories. We have eliminated only one. Oh, look, there's the rabbi's servant.
You've been waiting to see her?
I wonder what she bought from Hannah.
You're not going to question his servant?
Of course not. You wait here, Nathan. I'm going to have a little talk with Hannah. I see you're busy, Hannah.
You'll have to wait, Reb Pharmacist.
Oh, I'm in no hurry. That's a fine specimen of the genus Anser.
What did you say?
The genus Anser of the family Anatidae. The scientific name, my good woman, for the common goose whose feathers you're plucking.
For your information, my good Reb scientist, this is no common goose. It's for the rabbi's dinner.
So? Our rabbi eats roast goose?
Why not, if he wants to?
Well, I only meant that he lives well, considering what the congregation can afford to pay him.
Did I say he has roast goose every day? This is a special occasion.
I see. He has perhaps laid his hands on a large sum of money.
Where have you been? The whole town knows.
Then it's true.
Absolutely definite. Reb Eliezer, the rabbi's sainted teacher, has decided to stop here on his way to the academy.
Oh.
And the goose is in his honor.
But the principle is the same. It is certainly a mitzvah to honor a teacher, especially with roast goose.
And what a goose. If you only knew how far I went to find such a bird, and how much I myself had to pay for it.
Precisely.
What does that mean? Precisely?
Simply this. Honor is honor. But for a fat goose, a man needs cash in hand.
True, Reb Ezra. Very true. I'm beginning to understand what it means to be a scientist, a philosopher, a man of the world.
Now, never mind that. The question is, where did so much money come from all of a sudden? Now, don't go away, Hannah.
You will have to excuse me. The rabbi's wife is waiting.
How did he pay you? In coin? I asked you a question, Hannah. Why don't you answer?
Because I'm a very polite person. I don't like to tell you to mind your own business.
I'm not asking for myself.
For someone else as well? Then please be good enough to give him the same message.
This concerns the whole congregation. Insult me if you can't help it, but answer me.
The rabbi sent his servant just now to pay me.
In banknotes. What denominations?
Reb Ezra, for the sake of peace in your own heart, I hope you know what you're doing. Rabbi David sent his wife's gold ring.
Be generous unto us, and grant us knowledge, understanding, and discernment, O our Father.
He's coming to that
Bring us
portion,
back
Ezra.
to thy Torah,
We should be
and
ashamed to
thou,
have
O
such
our
thoughts.
King,
Just
draw
listen
near
to him.
to thy
How
servant.
can I if
Lead
you
us
keep
back
talking?
unto thee in a wholehearted return. Praise be thou, O Lord, who desirest man's return. Our Father, forgive us, for we have sinned. Our King, pardon us, for we have transgressed. For thou dost forgive and pardon. Praise be thou, O merciful God, who dost abundantly pardon.
Nathan, you were right. We will have to ask Rabbi David himself. Believe me, Reb David, it was not easy for us to say these things.
I can believe it, Ezra, but you said them. And now?
Now we are waiting for an answer.
Oh, that is not an easy thing either. What shall I tell you?
Tell him he's not your judge, Reb David. Tell him that he has a wicked imagination.
Is that what you think, Nathan? Then you could have told him.
I did, Rabbi. I did.
Yet you are also here.
Rabbi...
It doesn't matter. An answer is still required.
Oh, no, not for me.
For you, for Ezra, maybe for me as well. It begins with the prayer, doesn't it? Our Father, forgive us, for we have sinned. How often you have said it?
3 times a day, every day, like you.
Like me, Ezra. We used to say the words together, and they dropped easily from our lips because the heart is eager to confuse, to say we and mean they. That's how it used to be.
A man can speak only for himself.
Then I will speak for myself. Ezra, the prayer is a flame. The words burn my throat. They sear my lips. One word, not we, but I. Forgive me, for I have sinned.
I understand. Come, Nathan. It's time to go.
Wait. That's all you have to say?
You've made it clear. What is there to say? Rabbi, I'm sorry.
That's not enough, Ezra.
What do you mean?
You have no other questions? There's nothing more you want to know?
Well, it's not for us to ask what you've done or why. Rabbi, there are some things I don't want to know.
And you still don't understand.
Nor did they understand when Rabbi David arose and led them into the street and through the empty marketplace.
Where are you taking us, Rabbi?
Even a question that is not asked must be answered.
He smiled a strange, gentle smile, and continued under the afternoon sun through a field in which the birds sang with the innocence of Eden's world, as in the days before Adam knew good and evil. And Ezra followed with Nathan until they came to a stream at the edge of the field.
Oh, Gesundheit, Rabbi.
Thank you, Hannah.
If you're looking for somebody, there's no one here but me. I'm late with my laundry today.
Oh, we didn't mean to disturb you.
Oh, you're not disturbing me. If I don't finish my washing today, then I can't iron tomorrow. And when the Sabbath comes... what are you staring at, Nathan?
To tell you the truth, I don't know.
And you, Reb Ezra? I'm washing my husband's shirt. Why are you studying me as if I were a book?
Maybe he wants to learn something, Hannah.
From me? Oh, why not? I've often thought I could teach our Reb pharmacist a thing or two.
Rabbi, I didn't have to come so far to be insulted.
Did you insult him, Hannah?
Didn't I, Rabbi?
Well, it seems to me that you only stated a fact. And the fact is that a man never knows from whom he will learn. You still have nothing to ask, Ezra? No? Well, then, I will leave you here. Shalom Aleichem. Peace be with you.
But the angel of peace was not with Ezra, nor with Nathan, as they watched Rabbi David walk back across the field.
If he wants to tell us something, why doesn't he say it?
Why not, indeed? I do not pretend to know all that was in the rabbi's thoughts and in his heart, but I will tell you what I think. Words have wings with which to escape the understanding. There are other ways of telling that which the soul must comprehend. And I also think that is why Ezra remained standing where he was, at the edge of the stream.
Since you're still here, Reb Ezra, please be good enough to hand me that shirt. Reb Ezra, there on the ground.
What shirt?
Near your feet.
Oh, this one?
Oh, thank you. Well, my husband's shirt is honored. Last week, the rabbi himself handed it to me.
He was here? What did he say?
I'll tell you exactly. He said, "What shirt?"
Well, I thought he might have spoken of other things.
You can be sure that with me he doesn't talk Kabbalah or philosophy. No. He held the shirt in his hands and examined it as if he had never before seen a dirty shirt. And then he shook his head. You know how sad he sometimes looks. And he sighed. "Hannah," he said. "Hannah, how long it takes a man to learn."
He was talking about us, Ezra.
This was last week, Nathan. It's not possible.
"Imagine, Hannah," he said. "A thing soiled by the labor of each day is cleansed and made ready for tomorrow." But he was wrong, you know.
He was?
Of course. It was my husband's good shirt for the Sabbath. He wears it when he goes to the synagogue, when he reads a little Talmud, when he takes a little nap, and that's all.
Ezra, just listen, Nathan. Go on, Hannah, go on.
"Look for yourself, Hannah," the rabbi said. "Surely your husband must have worked in this shirt." "Rabbi, would I let him wear his good shirt to work in? And how could it get so soiled?" he said. "I've wondered myself, Rabbi, and I've thought, and I've reached a conclusion." "You have?" he said. "I have," I said. "I believe it becomes soiled simply by being in the world." Why are you staring at me, Reb Ezra.
What did you say?
He looked at me like that, too. And he cried out, "Oh, Hannah, Hannah, Hannah." And then he said a blessing.
Praised be thou, O Lord, who givest of thy wisdom to flesh and blood.
Yes. Yes. Why? What did I say? That a shirt becomes soiled simply by being in the world.
No, Hannah, not a shirt. That's not what Rabbi Dovid meant.
Surely I do not have to tell you what he meant. It is enough to say that we are not angels in heaven, where good is established and evil has no place. Where we are, the balance trembles, right is compromised, evil is done for the sake of good, because after all, a man must live.
Our Father, forgive us, for we have sinned. Our King, pardon us, for we have transgressed.
Amen.
Then hear the prayer. Let us also say Amen, knowing that if the soul, a delicate garment, is tarnished simply by living in the world, nevertheless it is not so fragile. It can be scrubbed clean each day. Then you will understand, I know, what is required of us. For are we not all men of the world?
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Herbert Abeles, President of the Council of Jewish Federations and Welfare Funds and past President of the Jewish Community Council of Essex County, New Jersey. Mr. Abeles.
Where we are, the balance trembles, our narrator has said. No man who is of this world can doubt it. The balance trembles between democracy and dictatorship, between the belief that the state is the servant of man and the doctrine that men are slaves to the state. The balance trembles, and there is sickness in the world, the sickness of man's conflicts, the bitterness of man's poverty, of persecution and degradation. And Nathan asks Ezra, "Do you have medicine for sweetening the world?" The answer of the rabbis is yes. It is an old prescription, transmitted by Moses. It is the reality that no man can live unto himself, that all of us are dependent upon all others. We are our brother's keeper, and he is ours. Down through the centuries, the conviction of Judaism has remained firm that the evils of mankind are made by men, can be corrected by men, can be prevented. The obligation to prevent them has always been the highest calling of Judaism. In this complex society, massive needs can be met only by massive action. The ills we face arise not from individuals alone, nor can they be met by individuals alone. Currently, hundreds of leaders of communities throughout America are gathered here in New York to study and plan for meeting the needs in the year ahead. They will be prepared to rescue tens of thousands from degradation, bring them to Israel, to the United States, and to other lands, build the bridge from survival to self-support, and thus write another momentous chapter in the unending story of man's humanity to man. Another major part of the mobilization of our Jewish communities, enrolling tens of thousands of volunteers, enlisting over 1 million families, will be to serve our neighbors in our own communities, the aged, the sick, our youth, and our families, to build stronger communities in a stronger America. It is modern organization for a modern world, but it is imbued with an ancient spirit. It is the spirit of the rabbi in our parable who cut the silver button from his coat to help the widow for her crust of bread. It is the spirit in this season of Hanukkah, meaning dedication, which must kindle the lights of the world anew.
Thank you, Mr. Abeles. Our Eternal Light drama today, Men of the World, was written by Joseph Mindell and was suggested by a parable in The Gift of Life by Dr. Ben Zion Boxer. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Leon Janney, Louis Van Ruten, Roger de Koven, Mitzi Gould, and Guy Rep. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Spacebuilders, was written by Mark Siegel.
Cape Canaveral, Florida, 1958.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
The burst of flame beneath the rocket floods the launching area with brilliant light. Slowly, majestically, the giant rocket lifts from the landing pad. Now it takes on speed, incredible speed, thrusting upwards, outwards, towards the heavens. The slim finger of man's imagination pointing toward a new destination, a new frontier to the moon. The imagination of men who watch, who listen, outstrips the speed of the rocket vehicle itself. They know that the achievement, although it may be decades away, although it may be never, begins to be within man's grasp. And a question forms in the minds of the Spacebuilders.
When we get there, when we really get there, how will we conquer the wasteland of the barren moon?
This is the story of a conquest of space, not in the outer heavens, but in a small valley on Earth. It is the story of men who scanned a wasteland and dreamed a dream, of pioneers of many lands who joined hands to reshape a tiny segment of the Earth's surface. In daring, imagination, and creativity, it is a forecast of what man may one day do on the pockmarked surface of the moon.
The valley is 16 miles long. It is 5 miles wide.
80 square miles. Seemingly not much to make a fuss about.
At its northern end, the valley rises to the majestic mountains of the Lebanon.
There, you see? The snow-capped peak wearing a crown of clouds. That is Mount Hermon.
At the summit of Mount Hermon, 9,200 feet into the heavens, the watershed of the River Jordan begins.
The mountains rising to the east are Syria, More recently, the United Arab Republic.
The mountains surround the long, thin valley, sweeping down to its sloping floor.
Mountains on four sides. Mountains down whose barren slopes the snow turns to water and the rains run unchecked.
And there is silence in the valley, or there was.
A silence in the wetness.
A silence among the weeds and reeds of papyrus. A silence.
A silence but for the sucking noises of mud and marsh, of stagnant water.
A silence broken only by a sound of wings, of little wings.
But for this, a silence. Or there was. For this valley of the Hula, left for 2,000 years to sink into wasteland, to form an impassable, mucky, weeded quagmire, has been, in one way, productive.
Productive of an insect life more deadly than the surrounding enemy.
Productive of millions or billions, or it would be more exact to say trillions, of disease-bearing insects. Listen. For 2,000 years, this was the sound of the Hula. You are hearing the sound of the ancient guardian of the Hula Valley. It is the sound of the malaria-bearing Anopheles mosquito. The land of Israel was not always a land of hills and valleys as it is today. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the seas encroached upon the land and covered it. The oceans receded and the land rose, but to be covered again by an ancient tide, and then eventually to rise again. There came a time when the land rose out of the sea and became a land of plains and desert sands.
Then beneath the earth's crust, there was the pushing of gigantic pressures.
Layers of rock were crumpled, folded, pushed into upwards bulging masses.
Those that pushed up became the mountains.
Those that sank became the valleys.
And in places,
through the cracks from inside the earth,
white-hot incandescent matter streamed forth, spreading as lava over the surface, rolling down the sides of valleys towards the low places.
Just how many millions of years ago it happened, we do not know. But there was a moment in the Earth's history which would predetermine history. There was a moment in which streams of lava pouring down the sides of the mountains that stand watch over the Hula Valley rolled relentlessly toward each other, joined each other, locked with each other in a massive wall that would contain the clear-flowing Jordan, that would dam up the waters, holding them backwards, making them to spread outwards, northwards, sidewards, making of the clear-flowing waters a primordial swampland, stagnant, brooding, impassable. And thus it would stay, this wasteland, barren and untouched as the surface of the moon, until your time and mine.
This way! Careful!
In the year 1882, a strange caravan was seen making its way along the mountain paths of Upper Galilee.
We're almost there! Perhaps another hour.
The men led the donkeys along the stony mountain paths, astride the animals, women and children squinted at the unfamiliar landscape.
Just around this turn, my friends! Just around this turn!
They'd been 3 weeks on shipboard from Romania to Beirut. They'd been 4 days bumping on muleback from Beirut to their destination.
Comrades, we are here. This is the land we have bought. Here we will build our settlement.
They dismounted, the mothers and the children, and with the strong young men they knelt upon the ground, the tears streaming down their faces.
Let us pray in thanksgiving. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast kept us in life and sustained us unto this day. Amen.
This was the beginning, in the year 1882. The first Jewish settlement to be established in 2,000 years in the brooding valley of the Hula. Rosh Pinah, they called it. The headstone, the keystone, the first landmark. This was the beginning.
Rest a bit, Jacob.
Good.
With this sun, it's wiser to work only a little at a time.
When the sun goes down, the mosquitoes come.
True.
Avram, I'm not complaining.
But
of all possible places in the Holy Land, what made you choose this wilderness?
It won't be a wilderness when we're through.
If we last that long.
We'll last that long.
Couldn't we have bought land further south? Or someplace near another Jewish colony?
Jacob, lift up your eyes from the ground. Look out that way.
Toward Mount Hermon? All right, it's beautiful.
Look at that opening sky. Look at the hills that jump like lambs.
Abram, you're a poet. What I see when I look down the valley is stony, barren earth. That's during the day.
And at night?
At night, I see warlike Bedouin tribes coming to raid our village. And in between at twilight, I hear mosquitoes carrying malaria. What possessed you to make you choose this place?
What possessed me? What will possess you as you go forward in the work of creation? You will see. What possessed me is a dream.
They worked. They created. Others came, and tiny settlements were started, bordering the great primordial swamplands of the Hula. They faced their problems, and they learned to joke.
You're not a full-fledged pioneer until you've had your first case of malaria.
No. Not until you've had your second case of malaria.
Now, that's closer, but not close enough. You're not a full-fledged pioneer until you fought against raiders of your settlement while you were suffering from your second case of malaria.
At the beginning, they talked. They joked. They spoke words to fill the silence, to drive away the sense of isolation. But as the years passed, and they survived, as the settlements grew in number and in security, something of the land they had settled entered into the pioneers of the Galilee.
From the mountains, they learned to be silent, to witness dangerous happenings, to choke back their sobs, to make no sound. From the stones and rocks, they learned how to survive in the border country. Be soft towards the gentle, but be ruthless towards the hard. If stones lie in your path, move them aside. They will serve you as a fence. If they are too heavy for you, skirt them.
Twist and turn along the mountain track. Climb, jump. Do what must be done.
Do what will take you to your destination. From the native oaks of Galilee, they learned, strike roots even in rocky soil. He who has struck deep roots will not be moved. The blizzards from the north will not dislodge him.
No, nor the scorching blasts from the east, nor the winds from west or south.
Some had been farmers. Others were men of turbulent nature who had left behind a trail of revolutions and disillusionment. And some few were students. But in one respect, soon they were all alike.
From the mountain, they learned silence. Do you want a house? Go and quarry in the rocks.
Is it bread you want?
Do your share in the work of creation. Open up a furrow, pump water up from the valley, swing your pickaxe in the rocky mountainside. Do what must be done. Talk is for children.
They had learned to be silent. They had learned to withstand hardship silently. But in the isolated settlements of Upper Galilee, in Rosh Pinah and Yesud HaMa'alah, in Mishmar HaYarden and Metula, a dream was shared. A dream that might be spoken among men who had learned silence.
Someday we will do it. Someday, somehow, the Hula will be reclaimed.
Someday. The old settlers paused, leaning upon the hoes which scratched out patches of farmland from the hilly mountain slopes, and thought, someday. And the years passed. Palestine was under Turkish rule. Then the Hula Valley, like another great engineering scheme in another hemisphere, the Panama Canal, would pass from hand to hand for many years before a true effort would be made to wrest fertility from the swampland.
In 1908, a French company secured a concession from the Ottoman government to exploit the papyrus growing jungle-like in the swamplands.
It is no use. It is too difficult. 2 years we have tried. We are, how you say, defeat.
In 1910, the concession passed into the hands of two wealthy merchants of Beirut. The condition that they drain the swamps.
Ahmed, no hand of man can drain these swamps. But since we have the land, let us tax the people who would fish here or harvest the papyrus.
4 years later, in 1914, the Turkish government, in disgust, turned over the Hula concession to the Syrian Ottoman Agricultural Company. And the old Jewish settlers watched, in their hearts still the dream.
Someday we will do it. Someday, somehow, the Hula will be reclaimed.
The history of the Hula concession has as many turns and twists as a mountain trail in Galilee. There would be a war in which Palestine would cease to be a Turkish holding and become a British mandate. There would be negotiations that would promise success and break down. There would be an extension of the concession held by foreign interests. And it would not be until the year 1934 that the old settlers in the mountain fastness could throw their hats into the air with joy.
We've got it! We've got the right to do it!
And with the right, there went the responsibilities. The experts gathered and considered the requirements.
Will. We'll need the will to carry through.
That we have.
Money. It will take a lot of money.
That we'll get.
Know-how. Engineering know-how.
We'll surmount that problem.
And peace. There must be peace. Peace? For that, we can only work and pray.
The year was 1934. It would be 16 long years before the conditions would be met. 16 years of Arab rioting, of a global war. 16 years in which 6 million martyrs would be consumed by fire and hate. And the conscience-stricken world would finally acknowledge the need for a Jewish homeland. It would be 16 years until the day in 1950 that the first determined steps would be taken in the land of Israel toward the realization of the old settlers' dream.
First, we must dig a new riverbed for the Jordan.
The bulldozers and steam shovels appeared.
Below the Hula swampland, we must straighten out the river, dig the channel deeper, make a path for the rushing waters to be drained.
The giant dredgers came, gouging into the gray-green river, dragging along the bed, lifting scoops full of slime to be deposited on the river's banks.
For the first time in 2,000 years, the waters moved.
Look! A current! There's a current in the river!
The old settlers smiled. It was the beginning. And they allowed themselves a word.
Magnificent.
But there was another comment from the Syrian border to the east.
Look out! They're shooting!
The old settlers shook their heads and allowed themselves another sentence.
You'd think they'd understand. Aren't they farmers, too?
The Jordan, where it flows out of the Hula swamplands, at no place touches the Syrian border. But the course of international relations can be from time to time as unpredictable as a riverbed. After repeated incidents, some resulting in fatal casualties, the United Nations announced a ruling.
Work on the river will be undertaken only from the western bank.
The engineering staff huddled, the cost accountants re-estimated costs, and the work went forward.
Nothing has ever been easy in Galilee. Why should this be different?
It took 3 years to complete the first phase of the Hula project. 1 mile a year, working only from the western bank to straighten out the giant river.
500,000 cubic yards of mud dug and lifted and removed. Bronzed, hard-muscled men riding the caterpillars, guiding the giant cranes. New immigrants from Poland, Hungary, Romania, Russia. Yemenite surveyors peering through transits, waving with skillful hands to apprentices from India. Moroccan boatmen pulling supplies downstream to Iraqi workmen.
Newcomers from 15 lands, working together in a work of creation, creating land in a newly created nation, overcoming obstacles not faced before in any land by any men. And among those obstacles, a wall of solid lava from an ancient time, bottling up the waters of the Jordan, holding back the rushing waters of the river.
What's the matter now?
The drill. It can't cut through this basalt.
Basalt?
That's the wall of lava holding back the water.
Well, what do we do?
We try another drill.
That's the 10th try this month. What now?
What now? We try again.
We've tried every kind of drill there is.
That's true.
We need some special kind of drill.
Agreed.
Perhaps. What would you think of a diamond drill?
That should do it.
But where can we get one?
Where? Where else but from America?
The special diamond drill was found in America, flown from America to descend through the waters of the Jordan, to cut through basalt, to make the chambers for the dynamite.
Done. We've battered our way through.
3 miles in 3 years. The time had come for phase 2 in the Hula reclamation.
Now, the plan is this. First, we dig 2 channels through the swamplands.
Check.
One from the east, one from the west.
Right.
The 2 channels will meet in the center of Lake Hula.
Good.
The eastern channel will be about 10 miles long.
That's a lot of miles.
The western channel will be longer, about 13 miles.
Understood.
They should provide drainage in the swamps, or at least begin to.
Excellent.
Any questions?
Only one.
Ask it.
All right. I'll ask it. How do we do it?
How do men do those things that they would do? By trying and failing and trying again. By skills and techniques and application of new principles and methods. But more than this, by will, which flows from vision. The miracle of creativity is to see life where the promise of life does not seem to be. The miracle is to create something where there appears to be nothing.
Rich. It's the richest spot on earth.
The swamp?
Don't call it a swamp. It won't be a swamp.
But that's all it is, a swamp.
It's a mine. It's a reservoir. It's a factory.
I don't see it.
You will. You see the papyrus?
How could I not see it? It grows as far as you can see.
When we drain the water, we'll harvest it.
The papyrus? For what?
Cardboard. We found a way to convert it. Now, dig down here. Just take the shovel and dig.
Into this muck?
That's peat. In some places here, it's as much as 22 feet deep.
Then what's it good for?
Fertilizer. It's one of the greatest fertilizers in the world.
And there's a lot of it here?
More than 3,000 acres of it.
Peat? Papyrus? But I hadn't realized. All I saw was water.
Oh, don't underestimate the water. When we're done, the excess water here will irrigate thousands of additional acres of arid land elsewhere.
Peat? Papyrus water? I really hadn't understood.
And that's just the beginning, friend. It's after that we start.
After?
Of course, after. This valley, it's going to be the most fertile farmland in all of Israel.
From Milwaukee, the giant dredgers came.
Part by part, across 6,000 miles of land and water.
Piece by piece, to be assembled in the swamp itself.
Pontoons to float the machinery on the waters.
Cables, buckets, booms, and cranes. Giant engines to provide the power.
Pumps and pipes and conduits.
Piece by piece and part by part, to be assembled in the swampland itself. 10,000 intricate parts of a giant machine.
A giant dredger, then a second.
One day, to spring to life.
To spring to life, to begin to carve a path in the swampland itself.
To bite out its own waterway, its own canal.
To take another bite.
To move forward and bite again.
To move forward, slowly, inch by inch and yard by yard, ripping up papyrus with roots 6 feet deep, sucking up the life-giving peat, transporting it, moving forward through the swamp toward the open waters of Lake Hula. And in 3 years it was done. After the big sound, there was a little sound, bigger than all the rest.
The sound of trickling water, of tiny rivulets bubbling towards the man-made channels.
Water, leaving its ancient hiding place, and leaving behind the richness of centuries of drying, tillable soil.
A little sound, but the sound of the creativity of man, made in the image of God.
A little sound, conveying an age-old memory.
Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear.
And the dry land appeared. In the valley of the Hula, where once the malarial mosquito reigned, there is a song of productivity. Listen, for this is a catalogue of creation.
We'll have 20,000 dunams of land in grain and wheat.
1,000 dunams for fish ponds.
5,000 for fruit orchards. Pasture for
Where there was
2,000
nothing,
cows.
men
4,000
scanned the
dunams
wasteland
for
and
peanuts.
dreamed a dream.
2,000 sheep.
And from their dream comes
farmstead
sustenance,
for vegetables,
that men may go forward to new dreams.
200,000 chickens.
2,000 dunams for vineyards.
In brief, the reclaimed wasteland will feed some 100,000 people in the land of Israel. The reclaimed valley of the Hula is a monument to man's understanding that there is a third dimension to the earth, the dimension of productivity. It is a story of a conquest of space, not in the outer heavens, but in a small valley on earth. In daring and imagination, it is a forecast of what man may one day do on the pockmarked surface of the moon. And yet, the message of the Hula is a greater message. For each man, in his own lifetime, is a space builder. And the Hula tells us, each one, that there is no wasteland which cannot be reclaimed, no wasteland of earth or of the spirit, which cannot go on to a new Genesis if there is but will and faith in the creativity of man.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mrs. Haya Searchin, President of Pioneer Women of the United States and Canada, sister organization of the Working Women's Council in Israel. Mrs. Searchin.
And so another dream was realized. Indeed, the reclamation of the Hula Valley was yet another praise to the human spirit. David Ben-Gurion, Prime Minister of Israel, in speaking of the achievements and accomplishments of the State of Israel in the 10 years of its existence, expressed this thought in essence when he said, "By virtue of three things the State of Israel was established: by the messianic vision of redemption, by the pioneering spirit in creative work, and by physical and spiritual heroism. It certainly has taken a great deal of pioneering spirit to reclaim the wastes of Israel since the earliest days of the Zionist movement. All this pioneering effort would not have been possible without the women, who stood side by side with the men to share every hardship and every triumph. Women played and still play a vital role in the resettlement of the now flourishing villages, towns, and cities. The place of women in our history is symbolized by the story of Deborah, the prophetess, who with Barak, son of Avinoam, led our ancestors to great victory, singing the praises of the people who had so willingly offered themselves. The reclamation of the Hula Valley, which may yet become the breadbasket of Israel, constitutes one of the latest glorious chapters of Israel. New immigrants are flocking to the Hula. The many social services given by the women of the Working Women's Council, sister organization of Pioneer Women in America, which makes the integration of the new settler possible, serves as a present-day example of the significant role women play in the ingathering of the exiles and the building of modern Israel. In the Hula Valley, biblical Halsa, now Kiryat Shmona, named after the aide who fell in the defense of Tel Hai, life once again teems with activity. Here a new city rises from the former wastelands, writing another heroic chapter in the history of our people, who are indeed space builders.
Thank you, Mrs. Searchin. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Spacebuilders, was written by Mark Siegel. Catter Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Roger de Koven, Guy Rep, Sam Gray, Mandel Kramer, and Ivor Francis. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Courage of Alfred Mordecai, was written by Mark Siegel.
There are many kinds of courage in the world. There's the courage of the explorer who scales the mountain peaks or penetrates the wilderness in a search for the unknown. There's the courage of the man who faces adversity or affliction without complaint. There's the courage of men in battle and men against the elements. But there's a courage which, in its own way, is more demanding than any of these. It is the courage of a man to be himself. This is the story of the courage of Alfred Mordecai, a soldier by profession. You will find his name in the military history books, an honored name. But the field on which he fought his greatest battle was a silent battlefield, a lonely battlefield in which no drums beat and no man marched except himself. The road that would lead him to that battlefield was chosen in the spring of the year 1819 in the sleepy North Carolina town of Warrenton.
Now the second person plural of the pluperfect, Alfred.
A man and his son in a pleasant garden, and the classic accents of Latin mingling with the song of the Carolina mockingbird.
The pluperfect, Father? Monoeratus. You had advised.
Good, Alfred. Now the future perfect.
Monoeritus. You shall have advised.
Fine. Alfred.
Yes, Father?
What of the future perfect, or the perfect future? Have you come to any decision?
Well, I've been thinking of it, Father. You would like me to attend the university here in North Carolina, wouldn't you?
Only if you feel that would suit you, Alfred.
You're better qualified to know what would suit me, I think, Father, than I am.
Perhaps better qualified to advise, Alfred. But not better qualified to decide which college or university you should attend.
I'm not certain I understand the difference, Father.
The difference? It's the greatest difference in the world. A man, any man, must follow his own inner needs if he's to fulfill himself. You're 16 now. It's time that you begin to find out for yourself who you are. No one can make that voyage of exploration for any other man. Not even for his son.
You can prepare a man, even your son, with the equipment for a voyage of self-discovery. You can teach him Latin and Greek and Hebrew, as Jacob Mordecai, the founder of a well-known college for young women, had taught his son. You can rear your son in the traditions of his ancient faith, providing a guide for his moral development. But if you prepare him with wisdom, you will teach him also to make his own decisions.
I've decided, Father. You asked me to let you know.
Excellent, Alfred. Now, which is it to be, the University of North Carolina?
I think not, Father.
Ah, you've decided to go north to Harvard College.
To go north, Father, but not to Harvard.
Well, I had rather thought we had narrowed the choice to one or the other.
I've given it much thought, Father. If you will consent, I will enter my application at West Point.
At West Point? At the military academy?
If you will consent, sir.
You wish to become an officer? It's an honorable profession.
It is not so much the profession I desire, Father, but the academy is the only scientific school in the country. The only school where I can learn to do what I believe I really want to do.
And what do you really want to do, Alfred?
To build things, Father. To become an engineer.
Army officers are not limited in their function to construction, Alfred. From time to time, quite the other way around.
I understand that, Father.
And you're sure that this is the choice you would make?
If you approve.
I could not approve it for myself, Alfred.
I know that, Father.
But I am not you. You are not I. It is what our faith teaches. Each man is unique.
Then you will allow me to go?
Of course. Sum cuique. To every one his own.
Alfred Mordecai, son of Jacob Mordecai, educator, grandson of Moses Mordecai, merchant, marched the parade grounds atop the gray rock that is West Point for 4 long years. The rhythms of regimentation echoed in his ears. He learned what an army officer must learn: to dress uniformly, to speak uniformly, to present in every precise outer detail an appearance of sameness, an appearance of conformity. But never in the 4 long years did he forget the Talmudic concept of the uniqueness of each man.
A man strikes many coins from one die, and they are all alike. The Holy One, blessed be he, however, strikes every person from the die of the first man, but no one resembles another.
In the year 1823, Alfred Mordecai was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Army of the United States.
Lieutenant Mordecai reporting as directed, sir.
At ease, Lieutenant. Be seated, Mordecai.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant, as Commandant of the Academy, I am expected to make a recommendation as to the assignment of each graduating cadet.
I see, sir.
In your case, Lieutenant, I find myself in a dilemma.
Sir, may I know what reason?
A delightful reason, Mordecai. You graduated first in your class. And your record appears equally brilliant in every branch of study. I'm hard put to know where to send you.
Then don't send me anywhere, sir.
How's that, Lieutenant?
If I could teach science and engineering at the Point, sir.
There's no advancement in it, Mordecai, I warn you.
I have time for that, sir. I expect to be in the Army for a long time.
That's a good answer, Lieutenant. We'd be proud to have you stay on to teach at the Point.
For several years, Alfred Mordecai taught the natural sciences and engineering at West Point.
He was a professor in uniform, a scientist called Lieutenant Mordecai. Though he was strikingly military in his bearing, he was strikingly unmilitary in his thinking. He would tell a class of engineers,
Gentlemen, the mission of the military engineer is facilitating the movement of friendly forces and impeding the movement of enemy forces by construction and demolition. You may count on my teaching you what I know of the building of bridges, roads, canals. As for demolition, I have no doubt there is some other instructor who will be glad to oblige.
There was. His name, however, is not recorded
in the history books. For the first 9 years of his military career, Alfred Mordecai served in the Corps of Engineers. He taught, he supervised the building of Fort Monroe and Fort Calhoun on the Virginia coast. He conducted a canal survey. He was, by all reports, happy in what he considered constructive work. Then, in the year 1832, Lieutenant Mordecai was summoned to the War Department in Washington.
Ordnance, sir? But I'm an engineering officer.
A very creative engineering officer, Lieutenant, as far as I can see.
Well, I appreciate the comment, sir, but my specialization is construction, not cannon and gunpowder.
Well, they tell me you are something of a scientist, Lieutenant.
I consider myself one, General.
We have need of scientists in the Ordnance Department. A sufficient need, I should add, so that a promotion to a captaincy would be immediately forthcoming.
The promotion is secondary in my thinking, General.
Oh? And what is primary, Lieutenant?
That I should serve my country in my most effective capacity, General.
By your lights, Mordecai, or in the considered judgment of the United States Army?
Preferably by both, sir.
Lieutenant, if your bravery in the field is matched by your independence in this office...
Yes, sir.
I pity the enemy you face. I sincerely do.
The dates and details are precisely noted in official orders. On May 30th, 1832, Lieutenant Mordecai became Captain Mordecai.
To the rear! March!
In the year 1833, Captain Mordecai commanded the Washington Arsenal.
To the rear! March!
In the year 1836, he was placed in command of the Frankfurt Arsenal near Philadelphia.
Company! Halt!
It was in Philadelphia that he met Sarah Ann Hayes, courted her, and married her. And, as so often happens in young love, in getting to know Sarah Ann, he deepened his understanding of himself.
Alfred,
Yes, Sarah Ann?
sometimes it seems so strange to me that you should be an army officer.
It does.
I mean, you're a quiet man, a peace-loving man,
I hope I am.
and a religious man, Alfred. It seems to me those things don't go together with the military life.
At the beginning, I wondered about that myself, Sarah.
You did?
But I've come to love the military life. And to understand that it isn't so much the profession a man follows as what he does within that profession. The Army's where I belong.
Still, it seems unusual for one of our faith, Alfred.
That question's arisen from time to time, too.
And what do you say when it does?
I say that some of my ancestors were very distinguished soldiers indeed.
They were? You never told me that, Alfred.
Well, I didn't think I had to, Sarah. You should know.
Why should I?
Because you read your Bible on Saturdays. I'll name just two. Joshua and King David.
Alfred,
Yes, Sarah Ann?
I've been thinking, it's all very well for you to build things in the Army and to study scientific matters, but
But what, my dear?
what if there should be a war? What would you do then?
What would I do then? I would do what I've always done, Sarah Ann. I would do what I think right. I would do my duty.
It is all in the military orders.
1842. By order of the Secretary of War, Captain Alfred Mordecai will assume the post of Assistant Inspector of Arsenals.
1844. Captain Mordecai will assume command of the Washington Arsenal.
It is all part of military history. When the war against Mexico came, Sarah Ann's question as to what her husband would do in the event of war was answered, too, in the crisp language of the military order.
30 May, 1848. For meritorious service in the war against Mexico, Captain Alfred Mordecai is herewith brevetted as a major in the Army of the United States.
Major Mordecai continued to advance in his chosen field. Eventually was named assistant to the Secretary of War. Yet, each step led him forward also toward a test of courage more difficult to face than the smoke-filled battlefield, more difficult to avoid than the direct onslaught of charging cavalry. In early 1861, Major Alfred Mordecai was summoned to the War Department in Washington, D.C.
I will be direct, Major. What is your position on slavery?
I do not condone it, General.
And on secession?
I see no future for a divided nation.
I'm glad to hear it, Mordecai. These are difficult times for officers of Southern birth.
They are, sir.
And we will count on you for a position of responsibility, Mordecai. Of greater responsibility, I should say.
I appreciate your confidence, General. However...
However what, Major?
I ask you, sir, to defer any promotion.
What's that? What's that?
I must consult further, sir.
Consult? Consult with whom, may I ask? Is your wife a Southerner?
She is a Philadelphian, General. I must consult further with myself.
Spring came gently to Washington that year. In Richmond, 100 miles to the south, representatives of the slaveholding states convened to consider secession. And between the two cities, not yet quite at war, emissaries traveled freely, preparing for the conflict that was to come.
Sarah, I've had a visitor.
What kind of visitor, Alfred?
Gentleman from Richmond.
It has come to that?
It has. They've asked me to be a general in the Army of the Confederacy.
What did you say?
I told him I had served the United States faithfully for more than 40 years, and that I hoped for the preservation of the Union. I told him also that I have a son who will graduate from West Point this year.
There are moments in a man's life when the forces of the world in which he lives converge upon him, demanding a courage which transcends the courage of the mountain climber or the explorer. In April of 1861, Alfred Mordecai, Major of the Army of the United States, was thrust upon a battlefield, a lonely battlefield in which no drums beat and no man marched except himself.
You sent for me, Father?
Sit down, son. I am about to do something. I wish to tell you first.
Oh, what is it, Father?
You may not understand this. You'll be graduating from the Point in June. I assume you are prepared to take up arms for the Union when you receive your commission.
Of course, Father.
For that alone, son, I owe it to you to tell you first. I am resigning from the Army.
Cadet Mordecai, 1 month from his lieutenant's commission, 1 month from combat service in the Army of the Potomac, looked at the face of his father, Major Alfred Mordecai, and asked an obvious and painful question.
Father, you will fight with them?
Do you think I would fight in an army against you?
I don't know. I don't know anymore what to think and what not to think.
I will fight with neither army.
And you wish me to resign also?
I wish you to do what you think right.
But if you came to this decision, Father, with all your years of service and devotion...
I will tell you what my father once told me. I am not you, and you are not I. It is what our faith teaches. Each man is unique.
Oh, Father, they will call you a coward.
Do you think it is easy what I'm doing?
No, it's not. But the world...
I am concerned with my reputation. Every man is. I am more concerned with being faithful to myself.
It's a luxury. The country is torn in half. Are you for the Union or against it?
I am loyal to the Union, son. You know that.
Well, it's a strange kind of loyalty, Father.
You will learn that each man has many loyalties. I will not fight against my family in the South, and I will not make war against the government I love.
They could assign you to a non-combat duty, Father?
They could. But I will not make war upon myself either. I do not ask you to do what I do. I ask you only to understand. All my life I have served my faith and my country. But there is no true service to others unless there is service to that God-given part of man which is his self.
They will call you a coward, Father.
Let them call me what they will. What is most important to me is what I call myself.
Alfred, no one understands what you have done. No one.
Are you telling me that you do not understand either, Sarah?
I've tried. I've tried so hard.
But you do not understand.
I do not understand why you became a soldier in the first place.
It was the profession that would allow me to make a contribution to society, Sarah.
And now, by withdrawing, Alfred, by fighting on neither side, what contribution will you make now?
The greatest contribution I can make.
By doing nothing, Alfred.
By doing nothing? Do you think it is doing nothing for me to discard a career of 40 years? Do you think it is doing nothing to expose myself to charges of cowardice, to face poverty? To stand on the sidelines and watch my son fight with the North and my brothers fight with the South?
Alfred, my dear, I know you are in pain. I know you have chosen a path of anguish and of hardship. But I still do not know why you have chosen it.
I will try to tell you, Sarah. I will try. Throughout our lives, we must make choices. Most men choose the lesser evil. For me, that's not enough. I have been taught to choose the greatest good.
Even if it means you stand alone, Alfred. Isolated and alone.
Sarah, no one stands alone, not really. Yet everyone stands alone. What is required of us? To do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. And how shall we know what it is to do justly? We know because the Almighty made us in His own image. God did not make nations in His own image. He did not make the North in His own image or the South in His own image. He made each man in His own image. And each man, no matter what any other man may think, each man must look to himself, to his own belief, to his own integrity, if he is to join the perfection of God's world.
For the long years of Civil War, Alfred Mordecai lived in poverty. At the age of 61, he began life anew as a civil engineer. It would be 20 years before the passions of Civil War would cool, and Alfred Mordecai, an honored graduate of West Point, would preside at a meeting of the alumni of the military academy.
We must march forward together toward the greatest good. Yet we must remember that no man, even a man in uniform, is the same as the man to his right or the man to his left.
An old man, speaking at the Military Academy of the United States.
Each man carries the divine fire of individuality. Each man must be true to himself, no matter how difficult, no matter the cost. Only if he is true to himself can he, in the end, be true to his nation, to his world, and to his faith.
There are many kinds of courage in the world, but there is a courage which, in its own way, is more demanding than the courage of men in battle or men against the elements. It is the courage of a man to be himself. It is 100 years since Alfred Mordecai, now an honored name in military history, stood alone and firm in his belief. And yet somehow, the courage of Alfred Mordecai after a full century is vibrant and alive. It is a story for all places and all times, including yours and mine.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Samuel Rabin, Justice of the Supreme Court of the State of New York. Judge Rabin.
Every phase of life in America felt the impact of the war between the states. So much so that even today, nearly 100 years after the outbreak of hostilities, new books are being written about various aspects of that great struggle. All wars are bloody, tragic affairs, but there is none so brutal as that between brothers, no victory so empty as that over a brother, and no defeat so agonizing as that sustained at the hands of a brother. This tragic dilemma of civil war goes back to Cain and Abel, to Joseph and his brethren, and the narrative portion of the Pentateuch is to a large extent a saga of fraternal conflict. The dilemma that faced Alfred Mordecai and the difficult decision he made was not objection to war in the sense of a conscientious objector. He was torn between loyalty to the Union, which he served so well for many years, and loyalty to his relatives and friends in the South, where he was born. To have accepted from the South the high position of general would have meant ingratitude to the Union. To have fought for the Union would have meant abandoning his kin. What he did was more difficult than either. The courage of Alfred Mordecai exemplifies the agony of choice which accompanies integrity to one's commitments. In our daily lives, we make decisions constantly, not as judges of others, but as judges of ourselves. If after searching our souls, we reach the conclusion that what we do is just and right, we can ask for no more, and we can expect no more. The right to think as an individual, to act as an individual, to exercise the divine privilege of distinguishing right from wrong, a high concept of Judaism, has been woven into the framework of our form of government and distinguishes it from the totalitarian states where independent thought and action are anathema. May we ever maintain and honor the integrity of conscience which is exemplified in the spirit which seeks to understand the minds of others, which views interests alongside its own without bias, and where least is heard and considered side by side with the greatest. That was what the venerable jurist, learned Hand, had in mind when he said, "The spirit of liberty is a spirit which is not too sure that it is right. The spirit of liberty is the spirit which seeks to understand the minds of other men and women."
Thank you, Judge Rabin. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Courage of Alfred Mordecai, was written by Mark Siegel. Catarabat H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in our cast were Leon Janney, Bill Lipton, Bernard Lenrow, Ralph Bell, and Mitzi Gould. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Jeremiah, was written by Joseph Mindell.
No more curses. No more accusations.
Why don't you give up and go away?
Have you finished? Then hear what I have to say.
The walls are tired of your voice. The gates droop with weariness. There are pleasanter things to hear than your gloomy words.
Time is short. The matter is urgent. When will you listen? When the gates are broken and the walls collapse? When will you listen?
The walls are fallen. The stones ground into dust and mingled with the dust of 25 centuries. The sound his voice made in the streets of the city and in the gates is less than a whisper of memory. Yet I will speak of him. Not for the sake of his world, which did not listen to his words or hearing refused to understand. Not for the sake of Jeremiah, but because after 25 centuries, it is time for understanding.
Not you. No, not you. Let me see your face. No, not you either.
What kind of foolishness is this, Jeremiah?
Take no notice of me. I do not ask you to take notice.
Why do you examine us one after the other?
I am looking for a man in the city of Jerusalem.
What man?
One who may be called a man. No, it is not you. One who seeks truth. Nor is it you. No, not any of you. I am looking for one who deals justly with the stranger in the city as with the brother in his house.
Stop it, Jeremiah.
Don't concern yourself with my doing. There is Hananiah. Listen to him. He will tell you what you like to hear.
You think we don't know what you're saying, Jeremiah.
You were listening, Hananiah. I'm pleased.
There are no just men, no righteous men in Jerusalem, only Jeremiah. There is no good in the whole city, except in you.
You listen, but you do not hear. That is not what I say, Hananiah.
I know what you mean.
You know nothing. The good men hide behind locked doors, afraid of the evil that is done in the streets and in the fields. Oh, my people, it is not too late. Why do you doom yourselves and the city and the nation? Why do you doom... Listen to me. Don't go away. Stay and listen.
Gone. All of them gone.
I am here, Jeremiah.
Yes, Baruch. You are here. Baruch, I am tired.
Let me take you home.
Do you think I will remain at home?
No, Jeremiah. But at least you can rest for tomorrow.
Look at him, all you people! Look at Jeremiah, shuffling in the dust with a yoke on his neck like an ox.
What is he up to?
Who cares so long as he's struck dumb like an ox?
Yeah, that's right.
Is the yoke heavy on your neck, Jeremiah? Never mind. Soon you'll be in your stall with a supper of hay.
Nothing to say, Jeremiah?
Oh, come now. Even an ox can bellow. Why are you laughing? Don't you see? Don't you understand?
Understand what, Hananiah?
He's taunting you. He shows you our image. For 10 years we have worn the yoke of Babylon. For 10 years Nebuchadnezzar has been master and we his oxen.
Why don't you speak, Jeremiah?
Why don't you speak, all of you? Tell him that 10 years is long enough. That you will throw off the yoke and be free men again.
No.
So, you are not stricken dumb, Jeremiah.
Of my own will, I placed the wooden harness on my neck. So must you submit to Nebuchadnezzar.
Don't listen to him. We will rise up against Babylon.
And fight alone against the armies of Babylon?
Egypt is our ally.
Moses was our father, and you have not learned how much reliance can be placed in Pharaoh.
We rely on ourselves.
Then you are lost. For what are you?
Tell him. Remind him how Joshua led our fathers against Canaan, how David overcame the Philistines. Tell him. Don't you see he has no confidence in your strength?
No. I have no faith in you.
Traitor!
I remember that Joshua carried the Torah before him into Canaan. But you have forgotten the Torah. You lie, you cheat the stranger and your brother. You look at your neighbor wondering when he will betray you or you him. An army of such men cannot stand against Babylon.
Then you don't know the strength that comes from the desire for freedom.
You talk of freedom, all of you, but what do you want? Pharaoh's favor, or your neighbor's land, or power to rule your brothers? No, I have no faith in your strength.
And I'll teach you faith! Put down the stones!
Let them throw stones, Hananiah. Otherwise, they must hear what I say.
Put them down, I tell you! There are other ways to silence him.
There is one way. Take the yoke I offer you.
I will take it, Jeremiah. Give it to me. There! You see how it breaks to pieces? So will the power of Babylon be broken.
You have broken bars of wood, Hananiah. In their place, bars of iron will bind you and all Judea. 10 years ago, you also rose up against Nebuchadnezzar. What happened then? Tell me. Or have you forgotten?
Jeremiah.
Don't pull my sleeve, Baruch. I will not be still.
They are in an ugly mood. They don't want to be reminded.
Enough, Baruch. They must remember. You have not forgotten how Nebuchadnezzar came 10 years ago and carried away thousands of our people to Babylon.
My brother's family was among them.
And mine.
Yes.
Hear me. If you revolt again this time, only the fortunate will live to go into exile. Why will you die by the sword and by famine? Submit to Babylon and live.
Yes, hear him. Hear the words of a man so frightened that he is eager to serve a foreign master. Jeremiah, your cowardice stinks in the gates of the city.
You are not like me, Hananiah.
You are a brave man, telling the people pleasant lies they want to hear and closing their ears to words of truth.
Your words? I spit on your words.
You are...
No.
Death is already close to Hananiah and to all of my people. Nebuchadnezzar is only the instrument. Death is in their blind eyes and in their own stubborn hearts. Oh, the people are wise.
Here, Jeremiah. Wash your face.
They are wise to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge.
They would have stoned you today. Another time, Hananiah might not stop them.
If they would only listen.
But they don't listen. And you keep talking to walls without ears as if for your own pleasure in prophecies of doom.
You too, Baruch.
Oh. No, Jeremiah. I didn't mean that.
Pleasure, Baruch? Look at my house. Is this how a man should live? No family, no rest at the day's end, no children to have on his knee?
I am nobody, and I know nothing. But I keep thinking, you can also live as a man should live.
Can I? When the word of the Lord came to me, I said, "Oh, Lord God, I cannot speak, for I am a child." Then the Lord put forth his hand and touched my lips and said, "Behold, I have put my words in your mouth."
Yet, Jeremiah...
Yet you speak without understanding. He has enticed me, and I am enticed. He has overcome me and has prevailed. And if I say I will not make mention of him, nor speak any more in his name, then there is in my heart a burning fire, and I weary myself to hold it in, but cannot. You turn your face away, Baruch.
I am ashamed. I don't want you to see how glad I am to be Baruch and not Jeremiah.
Driven by a burning fire, Jeremiah returned to the streets of Jerusalem and spoke again from the steps of the temple. But his voice was lost in the sound of the jubilation, for the people threw off the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar's dominion and rose up against tyranny.
Where is the word of the Lord, Jeremiah?
They mocked him. How else should those who fight to be free answer him who urges submission? How should heroes understand the prophet?
What do you say now, Jeremiah?
Nebuchadnezzar, close the gate! The gate! Close the gate!
The clash of swords filled the gates, and the cries of the wounded and the wailing of widows. And then, silence. The silence of siege and hunger.
One loaf. Half a loaf, I'll pay you well.
You fool. If I had bread, would I sell it? Can I eat silver?
The grain is ripe in the fields outside.
Then go out and harvest it.
Babylon eats our bread while we starve.
Be patient. Egypt is our ally. Pharaoh will send help. He made a promise to King Zedekiah.
Zedekiah's not hungry. He can wait, Hananiah.
He's thrown open his private stores.
Yes, a handful of wheat for a family.
It's only for a little while. Pharaoh's army will come soon, tomorrow, maybe even today.
Pharaoh's promise and Pharaoh's army.
You repeat Jeremiah's lesson like a schoolboy. I tell you, Egypt will send help, and Nebuchadnezzar will raise the siege. Throw open the gate. Go out and harvest your grain. Call Jeremiah. Let him see how Jerusalem withstands the power of Babylon.
From From the walls of Jerusalem they watched Nebuchadnezzar march off to meet the army of Pharaoh. When the last faint trumpet call was no longer heard, the highest tip of the pennants of Babylon no longer seen, they ran to drink from the springs of the earth and take in the earth's harvest. And each day they laughed aloud for being free to come and go through the gates of the city. And then they thought of Jeremiah and sent to find him.
He was in the gate leading to the north, Hananiah.
Nebuchadnezzar marched his army to the north. Here, where Jeremiah was going.
I was not going, Hananiah. I was returning.
You were about to desert to the enemy.
No. I went to Anatot, where I was born. And I've come back.
Naturally, you would have a story ready. Still, we'll hear you out. You went to Anatot, you say. Why?
In order to... I had certain business there.
What business? Tell us what you want us to believe, Jeremiah. What business?
When it is time to tell, then I will speak.
Speak now. A wonder and a marvel, my friends. Jeremiah is silent. And you know why.
Yes, we know.
We know why he will say no more of Anatot. Because lies will not deceive us, and he dare not speak the truth. He was going over to Nebuchadnezzar, who is our enemy, but his friend.
He still says nothing, but look. He brings tears to his eyes to plead for him.
Do you know me so little that you call him who destroys Jerusalem and kills my people? Do you call him my friend?
Dry your tears, Jeremiah. They do not move us.
In your twisted mind, whoever makes your prophecies come true is your friend.
But you are disappointed.
The fact is that we are saved by Egypt's army.
Pharaoh cannot save you. Execute justice, and you will be saved. Deliver the weak out of the oppressor's hand. Do no wrong to the stranger. Shed no innocent blood in this place, and you will be saved.
When Jeremiah sings again, it is the same cracked melody.
How long will you laugh? How long will you refuse to see what is plain to the eye? I behold the earth, and lo, it is waste and void. And the heavens, and they have no light. I behold the mountains, and lo, they tremble. And all the hills move to and fro. And all the birds of the heavens are fled. And the fruitful field is a wilderness. I behold, and lo, there is no man.
May God have mercy on us.
What's the matter with you? He speaks and your blood turns to water. Sergeant, take him away. Put him in prison.
Let him be, Hananiah. Surely there's no need for that now.
No need. He makes straw men out of soldiers. He prophesies against his own city and his own people. If we let him, he would desert to Nebuchadnezzar.
How do we know? Maybe he told the truth. Why did you go to Anatot, Jeremiah?
I will not speak of Anatot nor of myself.
You see? Take him away.
Wait. I am in your hands, and I will not plead. What you will do is on your heads. But there was someone who spoke of mercy.
It was I, Jeremiah.
Nebuchadnezzar will come back, and he will show no mercy. There will be blood on the gates and on the steps of the temple. But when those who remain alive remember my words, let them remember also the words of the Lord that I tell you now. For thus saith the Lord, the whole land shall be desolate, yet will I not make a full end.
Now Baruch wrote down the words of the Lord that came to Jeremiah, and he also told what happened to the man, how he was cast into prison and given bread by measure and water by small measure in the dark chamber where no light came, and how one day they took him to King Zedediah.
I will ask you something, Jeremiah. Tell me the truth.
Now you are willing to listen, Zedekiah?
I must know, Jeremiah. Is there hope?
Open the gates. Go out to Nebuchadnezzar and surrender yourself, the city, and the people. Then you will live, and the people will live.
Hananiah is right. You are a traitor.
Because I say the corruption of Judah is no better than Babylon's tyranny?
Do you hate your people so? Do you love Nebuchadnezzar that you desire so greatly to be his slave?
Is that what you believe? Call your guard. Let him take me back.
Jeremiah, I need your advice. What can be done?
I have already told you, and many times before today.
Still the same. Always the same. I don't want to hear about justice and righteousness, not now. How long do you think the city can withstand the siege? Jeremiah, for once, be practical.
Oh, you practical men who think you can overcome Babylon's hundreds of thousands with a handful of stones.
At least we fight and die, if necessary.
There is a time for fighting and a time for dying. But Babylon has come too far and is too strong to be overcome by arms.
Then we are doomed.
How much easier is it to be a dead hero than a man struggling to live?
It is enough. The guard will take you back now.
Listen to me. Nebuchadnezzar is not the first and not the last to come up like a storm in the desert and sweep the whole earth. But he will not survive.
That is small consolation to us.
The battle is not with catapults, not with instruments of war alone. Be practical, you said, Zedekiah. When will you learn the strength of justice and righteousness?
For them it was too late. The walls of the city were breached. The sons of Zedekiah were slain, and all the nobles of Judah. Nebuchadnezzar's captains swept through the cities and the fields, numbering the people. These many to be bound in chains like Zedekiah the king, exiles in captivity. And these few to remain, a remnant in the land.
A voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel weeping for her children.
In the place called Ramah, Nebuchadnezzar's captain stood before the captives and spoke.
Jeremiah! I am looking for Jeremiah.
I am here.
Guard, remove the chains.
My people are in chains. I am no different from them.
Take them off. I have strict orders from Nebuchadnezzar himself. If you go to Babylon, you go of your own will and with respect.
Those people there are not chained.
We do not take them all. We leave a few.
Thank you, my lord. We thank you.
I will remain here, Captain.
Jerusalem is burned. The land is dead.
I will remain.
As you wish. I think you're foolish, but no doubt you have your reasons.
Many reasons. For one, there are certain lands I bought in Anatot. I must look after my land in Anatot.
There's no need to shout.
I paid for the fields before witnesses.
Not so loud, Jeremiah. I hear you.
I have the deeds, still sealed.
Then that is another foolish thing. Surely you, of all people, knew what was going to happen. What did happen? The land belongs to Nebuchadnezzar. All deeds are void.
Fields shall be bought again in this land. Do you hear?
You're not talking to me, are you, Jeremiah? You're talking to them, standing there, listening.
To them and to those in chains, waiting. And to the exiles in Babylon. Listen. Men shall again buy fields for money in the land of Benjamin and in Jerusalem and in the cities of Judah, in the hill country and in the lowlands. For I will cause their captivity to return, saith the Lord.
Be careful. My orders are to protect Jeremiah the prophet, not the traitor and the rabble-rouser.
Then put the chains on me again or kill me. Otherwise I will speak to my people.
Guard! The chains! No, it's not important. Your people are slaves far away. Your land is dead. Speak to the corpses who walk in it.
Come. Close, my people. We are not dead. For we have tears. By the rivers of Babylon, in the charred fields of Judah. Sit down and weep.
For that they need no instruction, Jeremiah.
Long ago the Lord put forth his hand and said unto me, Behold, I have put my words in your mouth, to root out and to pull down, to destroy and to overthrow, yea, to build and to plant. Weep if you must, but tears are not enough. The earth is ready, the season has come. It is the time to build and to plant. For thus saith the Lord, the whole land shall be desolate, yet will I not make a full end.
The story is told, but it is not yet a full end. For if he spoke in his world, a later world still hears his voice. And it may be that 25 centuries are little enough time for understanding that the might of nations is not in armies, but in truth and in justice and in mercy.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. We now take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi David Wolf Silverman, spiritual leader of the Conservative Synagogue of Riverdale, New York. Rabbi Silverman.
Jeremiah is at once the most human and the most compassionate of the great Hebrew prophets. In him, the power and the agony of the prophetic mission are made manifest. Every phrase of prophetic denunciation is wrenched from his soul as though with tongues of fire. A priest of the families of Anatot, he must nevertheless condemn his beloved temple to destruction. A lover of his people, he must nevertheless walk with them the broken road of exile. He who stood most to gain from the preservation of the status quo was the first to raise his voice against it. By nature a shy and diffident man, he nevertheless stood in the marketplace and the court, proclaiming the divine message without fear or compunction as to consequences. Jeremiah took his life in his hands when he proclaimed that it was not an institution or a cult, but an ethical way of life which rendered man and society acceptable in the eyes of the Lord. In Jeremiah's time, this was treason. Today, to question the pillars of our own society is looked upon in some circles as being equivalent at best to treason or at the very least to heresy. It is part of the heritage of Jeremiah that such an attitude is marked as the first sign of a civilization's decline. The unethical and dehumanizing aspects of our own society are as liable to God's judgment as the foolish idolatries of 2,600 years ago. Any belief which fosters a false sense of security must, to the man of ethical sensitivity, be denounced. To Jeremiah, the temple and its cult had become an insurance policy without any ethical clauses, a house of worship without trust, mechanical forms without inward piety, a sacrificial altar without ethical effect. This was monstrous. Trust ye not in lying words, saying, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord are these. Nay, but if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute justice between a man and his neighbor, if ye oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and shed not innocent blood in this place, neither walk after other gods to your hurt, then will I cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I gave to your fathers, forever and ever. It is in the light of these goals, propounded by one who heard God and realized him to be the ground of ethics, that we should judge ourselves and our society.
Thank you, Rabbi Silverman. Our Eternal Light drama today, Jeremiah, was written by Joseph Mindell. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured were Leon Janney as Jeremiah and Louis Van Ruten as Hananiah. Others in the cast, Alan Bergman, Ivor Francis, Roger DeKoven, Bernard Lenrow, Danny Acco, and Guy Rep. Your narrator was Norman Rose.
This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Lullaby for Ruth, was written by Theodore and Matilda Farrell.
In Poland, the city of Vilna was home to Saul Tobin. Here he was born, here he married the love of his youth, Rachel, and here the Nazis came. For the people of Vilna, it meant occupation. For the Jews of Vilna, watching them come, it meant the threat of annihilation. A few were lucky and got out of the country. A few, like Saul and Rachel Tobin, silent behind their closed doors, also managed to survive. And in the little front room behind their closed door, Rachel gave birth to their daughter, Ruth.
Saul.
Yes, Rachel?
How much do you think?
6 pounds. It's only a guess.
Will the doctor come again?
No, but we will not need him. Oh, look at her. She's the picture of health. Listen to her.
Give it to me. Ruth Tobin, do you like it?
Yes.
She will be fair.
It's a day old. How do you know?
Oh, because you are fair. Shall I sing to her? She's so little.
Sing to her. What harm can it do?
Unter jeder Wiegele steht das kleine Ziegele. Das Ziegele ist der
Behind their closed doors, Ruth was born, and Ruth grew. Saul brought food for her and Rachel, searching the fields in the early morning, except when they heard the marching. Then he and Rachel prayed, and the food was brought by a friend. His name was Ignatz.
So it is not only the Jews, Saul. We, too, are suffering.
I know.
I have an aunt. She is old and alone. Twice last week they searched her house. For what? Traitors, they say. Well, at heart, most of us are traitors, the old as well as the young.
Soon it will be over, Ignatz.
My Rachel, it is 2 years since they came, and every day she has said, soon. You cannot stay?
Not tonight. The little one is well?
She is thin, but she is well.
The little one, Ruth, continued to grow. She had no toys and no companions. All she saw of the world was from a window, and a window so high and small that all she really saw was the sky. But at 4 years old, she knew the sky, where the sun came up, where it set. And at night, she could name the stars.
Venus, Mama.
Venus, Ruth.
It is always the brightest.
Because it is the nearest.
Teach me, Mama.
All day long I teach you. When you go to school, you will be so smart they will put you in the second grade.
What grade will they put you in?
Oh, no grade. I am a mother, and mothers no longer go to school.
Why not?
Well, because they have to stay home with the children.
Will you always stay with me, Mama?
Always.
Even when the feet come marching?
Oh, the marching is nothing. Don't think of it, Ruth. All right, I will teach you.
About the Jews.
If you like.
Tell me a happy story about them. Why do you think so long, Mama?
It is sometimes hard to find one.
I will find one. And at last their troubles were over, and they came to the promised land. We too?
We too. Soon, Ruth. Come to bed.
Will you sing to me? If you sing, I don't hear the marching.
I will sing. Unter jeder las Wiegele steht der kleine Ziegele. Das Ziegele ist gefühlt in Handeln. Das wird sein dein Blut.
Rosenkolov mit Mandeln. Schlaf, mein Kind, schlaf.
Saul?
Yes, Rachel.
You are back so soon. Did you find anything?
I did not look. I met Ignatz. He was coming here to warn us. They have started a new roundup.
Oh, Saul. Oh, what will we do?
And we have time, about an hour. And Ignatz is going to help us. He will borrow a truck and hide us in it and drive us to some others. They will tell us what to do next. If we are lucky, we will get to Sweden.
What shall we take?
Take nothing except the little one. I will wake her.
Gently, Saul. One should always waken a child gently.
Saul.
We are here, Ignatz.
I'm going to take the higher road. It is longer, but I think it will be safer.
But will we be there soon?
Now, easy, Rachel. Here, pull up the blankets. You are cold. That is why you are shivering.
I put it over Ruth. Will we stay in Sweden, Saul?
If they will have us. I think about Palestine. I have dreamed of it since they came. A land where no one will ever say, you are different. You are not one of us. Where we will be wanted, not hunted.
We have stopped.
Is anything wrong, Ignatz?
There are lights ahead.
Lights?
It looks like a roadblock.
But will they search the truck?
She's right. Do you know the country around here?
A little.
On the left is a woods. Cut through it and you will find a brook. I'll follow it north for about 5 miles. You will come to the road again. I will go through the block. I have a pass. And then wait for you.
We will have to carry Ruth.
No. She will slow you down. Leave her with me. If they see her, I will say that she is my child.
Come, Rachel.
One moment. Ruth.
Yes, Mama?
Ruth, we are going to leave you for a little while. If some men look into the truck, you will pretend to be asleep. It's a game, Ruth. You are not afraid?
No. But where are you going?
To take a walk in the woods.
Aunt Marie,
Is that you, Ignaz?
may I turn on the light?
Yes. But it's so late, I did not expect you. Why, you brought a child.
Shh. Where shall I put her?
Here on the couch. But who is she?
Aunt Marie, I trust you. You would also like to help them. You have said so. I do not know where else to take her.
But what happened?
Her parents have been caught. They went into the woods to avoid a roadblock, and the Nazis went in after them. At least I saved the child. You are old and alone. You are fond of children.
No, Ignaz, no.
I saved her by saying that she was my own. Take her and make her your own.
She is only a baby.
She is 4.
What is her name?
Ruth.
But will they let me keep her? If they search the house again, they will see her.
Tell them she is an orphan and that you have adopted her, but a Polish orphan. You will have to tell the child the same so she does not make a slip. And she is so young, she will believe you. She will soon forget.
You are sure about her parents?
Yes. I saw them. They were walking between 2 Nazi pigs. They will send them to the camps. And they will never come back.
Ruth did forget. Ignaz moved to Warsaw, and soon all she knew was her life with Marie. She took her name and called her Mama. Now she had toys and companions. She went out in the world, she went to school. Yet she did not forget completely.
Another kitten. No, Ruth.
Please, Mama, let me keep her.
But you bring home every stray cat you find.
I did not find her. I opened the door and she was there. And do you know what she said to me? I have come to the promised land. Who told me that?
I do not know.
Somebody did a long time ago. At last, their troubles were over, and they came to the promised land. It was the Jews who came. Could it have been my real Mama who told me?
Perhaps.
But she was not Jewish?
No.
But she said, we too.
Ruth outgrew her toys and her clothes, but she could not outgrow her past. Memories still came back, especially at night when the present was less real to her. And then she would cry out to Marie.
It was such a bad dream.
I know.
I dreamed that feet were marching, and somebody said they are taking the Jews. But they didn't take us. We ran away. That isn't a dream. I remember it. We sat in a truck, and somebody whispered about Palestine. Where is Palestine?
In the morning, I will tell you.
Tell me something else, Mama. Why do I dream about the Jews? Why do I think about the Jews? Sing to me, Mama.
I am old. I cannot sing.
Not often, but once in a while, Ruth thought about the Jews and the someone who whispered and sang to her. And in these memories, this someone became her real mother. The war was over now, and refugees began to be heard from and to trickle back into Vilna. And Ruth listened to the stories. She loved Marie, but perhaps one day her real mother.
And imagine, in the Jewish orphanage, do you know where that is, Mama?
Yes, Ruth.
there was a little boy. He was there for 7 years. And yesterday, his papa came.
The war was over, but there was still no peace in Vilna. First the Russians took over, then the new Poles, and the city was full of strangers. People were afraid again. They were hungry. They were also ill. Marie was old, and she became ill.
It is you I worry about, Ruth. What will become of you? Where will you go?
Mama, please. You will get well. I will nurse you and make you well. Besides, I know where I would go.
Marie did not get well. Ruth was alone again. Neighbors offered to take her in, and they were kind, but they were strangers. And although Ruth was only 12, she had already made a plan. In the dark, empty streets, she walked quickly until she came to a building. In this building was a light, and over the door some letters. The building had a name. It was an orphanage, a Jewish orphanage.
Finish it, Ruth. A big girl should eat a big breakfast.
No more, thank you.
Now tell me again why you have come here.
Because I am an orphan. I am a Jewish orphan. I have always known it, and I belong here.
Ruth knew it, and they believed her and kept her, and tried to help her find her real parents, the mother who in her dreams was still and always had been with her. But where and how? She did not even know her right name. And so instead they found a new home for her.
It will be the last one, Ruth. Do you know where we are sending you?
No.
Palestine.
Palestine. A land where no one would ever say, "You are different. You are not one of us." Where she would be wanted, not hunted. But Ruth was not the only one who came to the Promised Land. From Germany, Hungary, Africa, and the other homeless came. From a woods near Vilna, from concentration camps and displaced persons camps, their very existence a miracle. Saul and Rachel also came.
So I say to myself, we are here. It has happened. Now do not think of the past.
That is right, Rachel.
It is 14 years. 14 years since we last saw her. So how will we find her?
She is in Poland, if she has survived.
If we have survived, she has survived.
Easy, Rachel. We are not the only ones. Everyone here has lost someone. A child, a husband, a parent.
I know. So...
Yes.
They have also found them. Here, look here. Every day they advertise in the papers or on the radio.
But what will you say? Her name is Ruth Tobin. She was born in Vilna in 1940. In 1944, she was left in the truck beside some woods. It means nothing. Forget it, Rachel. If she is alive, she is in Poland. And she has forgotten us.
If Ruth were alive, she was still in Poland, and a woman of 18. How would Rachel even know her if by some miracle she found her? But she placed the ad, for hope had become a habit, and not only for Rachel, also for Ruth.
And do you not remember the name Tobin? Try. It's such an easy name.
I have tried. I don't remember.
She has told you that, Rachel.
Oh, please, Saul. Then Perhaps you remember a man named Ignatz. He was young and tall, and we left you with him.
I'm sorry. No.
But you were told you were born in 1940 and that your name was Ruth.
Oh, I was told many things I had to be for my protection. And I was called Ruth.
All you really remember is the truck? That is why you came?
Yes, the truck and the marching feet and the stories and someone singing.
It is very little. I'm afraid that it is too little.
Oh, she is pretty, so.
Yes.
And fair. Our Ruth was fair. She would have been just your age, too.
I've often dreamed about my real mother. She was slim and dark like you.
Tobin. Think again. Ruth Tobin.
I could lie. I'm searching, too. I wish. But I don't remember.
Thank you for coming.
But you will come again. We will talk again.
No, we have said it all, Rachel. We are alive, we are here in the promised land, and that should be enough. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Tobin, Mrs. Tobin. And perhaps you will find her. I hope for you. I still hope for myself.
No, just a moment. You say you remember a truck and stories. Well, thousands of children escaped in trucks, and all mothers tell their children stories, but you also remember singing.
Yes.
Rachel, all mothers sing to their children, too.
Do they? Yes, but not all the same songs. And there was a special one that I sang because she always asked for it. She'd say to me, "Sing to me, Mama."
Sing to me, Mama. What was it called?
Razinka lachen mandlen.
Is that Yiddish?
Yes.
No. I don't know any Yiddish.
Is it possible you might remember the tune? No, it is a very simple tune, like most lullabies. Let her go, Rachel.
I will sing it. Then wait, listen. I will sing. Unter jedes Wiegele steht der kleine Ziegele. Das Ziegele ist gefroren Handeln. Und das
wird sein dein Beruf, Rosenkoller mit Mandeln. Schlaf, mein Kind, schlaf. How did I know that?
Because I taught it to you.
Yes, you did teach me. And there was a window and it was high and the brightest star was Venus.
Oh, yes.
And Papa, you came and brought me food, and a man named Ignatz came. He brought the truck. It was Ignatz who found a home for me after you took a walk in the woods.
Oh,
Oh, don't cry. Sing to me, Mama. I found you. And you found me.
They had remembered and hoped. Saul and Rachel for the little daughter who had been born while the feet were marching. Ruth for the mother who had sung to her. And now, after 14 years, they had found each other in the promised land.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Moshe Samba, Director of the Leaders Training Fellowship of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Rabbi Samba.
The marching feet, which marked so terrible a tempo in the lives of this small family, have not yet ceased to echo. The shattered souls that came and yet come to the promised land still hear the beat of boots. The sound is unfortunately not a new one to the human ear. We can hear it loudly in the portion of Scripture read only this past week in the synagogue. Pharaoh had decreed that every male child born to the children of Israel be cast into the river. Soldiers would march through the Israelite homes, and an infant's wail would be his death warrant. The reply of the Israelites, as was the reply of Rachel and Saul of our story, was to affirm life. In the presence of death, they created life. The more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and the more they spread abroad. Now, of course, the godly man would prefer to create life according to the divine behest. Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. But when faced with the tyrant's deadly might, he does not cease to hope. The life he creates and nurtures will someday enjoy the world and affirm the judgment of him who fashioned it. Behold, it is very good. This past summer I was privileged to go up to the Promised Land. The few weeks I spent there enabled me to see wonders with my own eyes. How the healing sun and the holy ground had bound up the wounds of many who had returned. How the mystical lullaby of countless ages past had at last soothed these frightened souls. It also brought to mind a feeling shared by most clergymen, and especially those who work with young people. How blessed are we, how fortunate our children, that they did not undergo the trials of Ruth. And yet, how many of our children, in the midst of our peace and plenty, are wrenched from their tradition in a manner less violent, but nonetheless effective, than the Ruth of our story. How many the children who grow estranged from their parents, who have not even the shred of a song to bind them to their forebearers. How many the children who in this wildly shifting and unsettled era seek desperately for some firm foothold, for some anchor of tradition, but who have been denied even the slender thread of a mother's lullaby. There is precious little sense that the mind of mortals can make of the vast destruction of humanity in the age just past. Perhaps we can take heart from the survivors and learn from them how primal is that obligation to our children, to plant them firmly in the panorama of the past so that they can make headway toward the vistas of the future, to bind them to our tradition, to teach them its teachings. As they then grow, through the power of life which we have given them, they will be guided by the voice of their forefathers. They will be able to say of the promised land, which is the inheritance of each of the sons of man, behold, it is very good.
Thank you, Rabbi Samba. Our Eternal Light drama today, Lullaby for Ruth, was written by Theodore and Matilda Farrell. It was taken from a case from the files of Youth Aliyah. Cantor Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in our cast were Leon Janney, Ida Reese Merrin, Joan Laser, Maurice Tarplin, Abby Lewis, and Sarah Fussell. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Israel,
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today is All Vanity by Stanley Silverman, is based on the book of Ecclesiastes.
You expect to hear a story today, don't you? Well, you will in a way. A story that happened 15 years ago. Actually, though, what you'll hear is not so much a story as a kind of musical fugue. A fugue, you know, is a type of counterpoint in which two or more voices announce a theme or subject, one after the other, and then give way to counter-themes. Listen now to the theme, as announced by our first voice, Kohelet, the son of David, king in Jerusalem.
Vanity of vanities, saith Kohelet. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. What profit hath man of all his labor wherein he laboreth under the sun? His days are pains, and his work vexation. All is vanity, and a striving after wind.
And now the theme as announced by the second voice, a man whose name might be Morris Hirsch, former resident of Berlin.
I took my books with me to Vienna. From Vienna, I went to Prague. From Prague, somehow, to Rome. Always I took books with me. The Bible, books on scientific agriculture. Why those books? I don't know. What good are science and learning in the days of war?
So much for our theme. Now, the counter-theme.
Wisdom is good with an inheritance, yea, a profit to them that see the sun. For wisdom is a defense, even as money is a defense. But the excellency of knowledge is that wisdom preserveth the life of him that hath it.
All my life I've been interested in agriculture, studied it. Maybe now that southern Italy is liberated, I could start a school, a farm school for other Jews. I'm not dead yet. I can still have a life.
This theme and counter-theme will be developed further. But you were promised a story, too. Well, suppose we tell you what happened to Morris Hirsch and his idea for a school of scientific agriculture in liberated Italy.
So, Mr. Hirsch, so you have an idea, huh?
It's more than an idea, Mr. Gittler. Soon we'll have land and buildings and teachers.
Easy, don't rush so. I've done enough rushing lately. You say you'll have the land for your school soon?
Almost any day, I hope. The Italian government is deciding about it now, through the Joint Distribution Committee, you know?
Good. And the buildings?
Some we have promised to us. Others will have to be erected. But, Mr. Gittler, it's experienced men we need most, men like you.
Me? Oh, I never worked on a farm in my life, not even in my own country. How could
I mean, as our business manager. You've got the training, the ability, the general interest.
Enough, Hirsch. You'll make me out the second Solomon.
No, I'm not trying to flatter you. All I want to know is, will you join me?
Well, Hirsch, I don't know. I was thinking that maybe someday I'd go back and start my factory again. Hirsch, let me sleep on it.
I made me great works. I had great possessions. I gathered me also silver and gold, so I was great. Then I looked on all my works that my hands had wrought. Behold, all was vanity and a striving after wind, and there was no profit under the sun.
Yes, senor. I understand completely.
Then why won't you help us? You agree that the school could do a great deal of good for the young Jews now in Italy?
Yes.
And what's the trouble?
The war. The war is not yet over, senor. And suppose the Allies should be forced to retreat.
Retreat? You think the Nazis still have a chance to win? No, Mr. Minister, they have not.
How can you be so sure, senor?
Because the Nazis are Nazis. They're wicked men. And in the book of Ecclesiastes, you know the book, sir?
Yes.
Well, there's a part in it that goes, "There is no man that hath power over the wind to retain the wind, neither hath the power over the day of death. Neither shall wickedness deliver him that is given to it." Don't worry, Mr. Minister. The Nazis are finished.
Pray God you are right. But even so, senor, things are still so unsettled.
Look, Mr. Minister, some things can't be delayed. Your own government isn't waiting until northern Italy is liberated, is it, before trying to fix things up here in the south?
No, you have a point.
So why should we wait to start the school? Now's the time to do it.
I do not know, Senor Hirsch. I do not know.
To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to break down, and a time to build up. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to love, and a time to hate. A time for war, and a time for peace.
Well, to make a long story short, Morris Hirsch begged and pleaded and pleaded and begged and hoped. And in time, he had his hopes rewarded.
You're a good man, Hirsch.
Thank you.
You got land, you got buildings, books, teachers.
And a first-class business manager, Mr. Gittler.
Thank you. But, well, there is one thing we got I don't feel so good about. Some other time.
And now, Mr. Gittler, tell me what's on your mind.
Well, all right. It's about the students.
Students? And what's the matter with them? Aren't they a fine group of young men, intelligent, eager?
God bless them, they're wonderful boys. Anyway, most of them.
Most? Not all? Name me just one boy of the 19 who isn't
Now
eager
we have
and...
20.
No, 19.
20. I enrolled a new boy myself this morning.
Good. We have plenty of room. Gittler, I'm glad you did it.
I am not.
But what do you mean? What's wrong with the boy?
I don't know. Oh, why should I tell you? You'll meet him. You'll see for yourself. Jacob, come in here with us.
Yes,
Fine. Now, Jacob, I want you to meet Mr. Hirsch. He's the director, you know.
I know.
Well, Jacob, why don't you tell the director about yourself?
Tell? What is there to tell?
Mr. Gittler means Jacob. Where do you come from?
Oh, Belson. Before that, I was in Dachau with my brother. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe they sent him to Poland.
Man knoweth not his time. As the fishes that are taken in an evil net, and as the birds that are caught in the snare, even so are the sons of men snared in an evil time, when it falleth suddenly upon them.
He sent a lot of boys to Poland that day. Maybe my brother, too.
May God watch over him, Jacob.
Oh, sure. I hope so.
Well, Jacob, what do you think of the school?
It's all right.
And you like farming?
I guess so.
Tell me, Jacob, is there something else you'd like better?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything I'd really like to do, except...
Except what, Jacob?
Die.
I considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun, and the tears of such as were oppressed, and they had no comforter. Wherefore I praise the dead that are already dead, more than the living that are yet alive. But better than they both is he that hath not yet been, who hath not seen the evil work that is done under the sun.
Well, Mr. Director, now you see what I mean?
Yes, I see, Gittler. But don't worry. We'll bring that boy back to life yet.
Please God. But how?
Well, we'll see. He's an intelligent boy. He'll listen to reason. Good morning, Mr. Margolis.
Good morning, Mr. Hirsch. You wanted to see me?
Yes, about the boy, Jacob. There has been progress?
No, Mr. Hirsch, not a bit. Oh, I've tried to get your idea across to him.
About knowledge and study?
Yes, I told him time and again he'll never get anywhere unless he studies, applies himself, you know.
And what does he say?
He says that his father studied and studied all his life, and they shot him to death on Yom Kippur while he was reading the Torah.
I applied my heart to seek and to search out by wisdom concerning all things that are done under heaven, and I perceived that this also was a striving after wind. The wise man dieth, even as the fool dieth.
I tell you, Gittler, I don't know what to do about Jacob. I thought giving him charge of the library would help a little.
He didn't show any interest?
You'd think he didn't know how to read. So I tried something else, the old remedy.
Hard work.
Cutting stone.
But, Hirsch, the boy isn't strong enough.
Yes, that's what I thought, but I was wrong. He did the work almost without effort. But...
Same thing, eh?
The same thing, no interest. Not a word out of him, one way or another. But his face, his whole body, they seem to be saying, what's the good? What's the use?
I returned and saw
under the sun that the race was not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill, but time and chance happeneth to them all.
And now, Mr. Business Manager, now what's the trouble?
What do you think?
Jacob, you didn't have any luck either, eh?
Not a bit. I said to myself, Hirsch is being too hard on the boy, treating him too seriously. Herman Gittler, I know boys better. I'll joke with him. I'll have a little fun with him.
And?
Nothing. You know that Sholem Aleichem story I told you? How funny you thought it was? Well, Jacob looked at me like I was crazy.
I applied my heart
to know wisdom and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also was a striving after wind. I said in my heart, come now, I will try thee with mirth and enjoy pleasure. And behold, this also was vanity. I said of laughter, it is mad, and of mirth, what doth it accomplish?
But Jacob, after all, was only one boy out of dozens and dozens. For the school grew, we can assure you of that. It grew and flourished like a thirsty plant given sunlight and water. Mr. Hirsch could spend only so much time on one boy's problems. And so, after a while, they left Jacob alone. Alone, that is, with the other young man. And something rather strange happened.
Gee up! Gee up! Come on, Jacob. I can't pull anymore. Oh, no? Then how's this field going to get plowed? Just answer me that.
But, David, my wound. It's hurting pretty bad.
Ah, your wound. You're just a slacker.
What? Well, who are you to call me a slacker? You are.
Hey, what's going on here? Hey, no, come on now, what kind of a way is this to behave? Well, Jacob won't do his share of the plowing.
Well, I want to, but my wound is...
He's a faker.
Who's a faker? You
All
are.
right, now that's enough of that. That's enough. Jacob, haven't you already seen enough fighting?
Nobody can call me a slacker.
I will, just as long as you
All
keep
right,
on... Shut up, both of you. All right, now, come on, shake hands. Go on, shake hands. Well, all right. Here, Jacob. No hard feelings.
All right.
Good. Now, let's get on with the work. David, you get back behind that plow, and Jacob, you in front.
You mean I have to pull? Oh, now, wait.
With me, Jacob. With me.
But you just finished your work in the next field.
So? Aren't we all working together?
But you never helped me before.
Well, you never gave me a chance before. Brother?
Brother? You said brother. Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Two are better than one because they have a good reward for their labor, for if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. But woe to him that is alone when he falleth, and hath not another to lift him up. Again, if two lie together, then they have warmth. But how can one have warmth alone? And if a man prevail against him that is alone, two shall withstand him. And a threefold cord is not quickly broken.
Well, that was the beginning of the end of the problem of Jacob. Things started happening to him after that. To him and to the spirit of the school.
A little more now. Give me a hand with this.
All right,
come on. Help me lift this up.
Here,
come on.
Okay, I got it. Ready? Hi, fellas. Good to see you all working again. Oh, well. Our prodigal has returned.
The great philosopher has been enjoying himself.
Yep, I had my fun, and now I'm back. You know, you fellas ought to try it sometime.
We haven't time for such foolishness.
No? Well, you're only young once. And I say...
All right, quiet. We've got work to do.
All right, but I think...
Oh, who cares?
Oh, no, just a minute. Maybe our prodigal has an idea. Right. Look, I don't know about you fellas, but, well, I'm getting awful stale.
Well, we do work pretty hard.
Sure. I'll say you do. Yeah. Say, now how would it be if we had a party?
Hey, why not? That's a good
Look,
idea.
I'll go to the director and see what he has to say. Mr. Hirsch, I thought that before the Sabbath we could clean out the barn, then on Saturday night we, I know it sounds silly, but...
Silly? I was wondering when you young men would realize that you have to relax sometime. Of course you can have a party.
The light is sweet, and a pleasant thing it is for the eyes to behold the sun. For if a man live many years, let him rejoice in them all. Rejoice, O young man, in thy youth. And let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youth, and walk in the ways of thy heart, and in the sight of thine eyes.
And that is all, or at any rate almost all, there is to our story of Morris Hirsch and Jacob and the other young men of the School of Agriculture in southern Italy. The young men, as you know, worked hard, relaxing every great once in a while, and training all the time to become scientific farmers. Most of them hope to do their farming in Palestine. By their labor, they help to create the new Israel, and they're sharing in the new dreams whose end is part of the unborn future. There is an ending, though, to that fugue we were talking about a few minutes earlier. Because a fugue is a musical composition, and you can be much more definite and positive with music than you can be with people. Now, in a fugue, after you've stated the theme or subject and counter-themes or counter-subjects, the music works its way into a stretto, where the subject is closely followed by an answer. Listen, I'll show you what I mean. First, the subject, as voiced by Kohelet.
Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. What profit hath man of all his labor wherein he laboreth under the sun?
Next, the subject is voiced by Morris Hirsch.
Always I took books with me. Why? I don't know. What good are science and learning in the days of war?
Now, observe how in the stretto these subjects receive their answer.
They're wonderful boys, Hirsch. Wonderful. Nothing discourages them. Nothing scares them.
What could terrify a boy who lived through Belsen?
The dead know not anything. Neither have they any more a portion in anything that is done under the sun. But to him that is joined to the living, there is hope.
Sure, Hirsch. That I know. But there is more to them than that. They've such confidence in the future.
But of course they have. Hitler, our boys have faith in God.
The end of the matter, all having been heard, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole man. Fear God and keep his commandments. This is the whole man.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Joseph Howard Katz of New York, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Park Avenue Synagogue and a prominent civic and community leader. Mr. Katz.
Today's script tells the story of something that happened 15 years ago. It was one attempt to heal the scars of war and of persecution. But this story of young Jacob is really a symbol of the larger mass of humanity whose lives have been blighted by the horrors which accompany war. In the same way, the book of Ecclesiastes, which is the outpouring of one man's observations at the end of his life, contains ideas common to all men who think seriously about life and the human condition. The thing that struck me most about the story dramatized today was that Jacob was not rehabilitated by words, for no one could tell him that the pain he felt would gradually diminish. Rather, by engaging in a productive life, by actually living, he regained his will to live. The important question is, how can people be given a sense of the value and the affirmative spirit of life when they feel frustrated and helpless? This story gives an answer. By enabling people to live life, in the process of living it productively, they will gain a certainty of its worthwhileness, and the will to live will result. Unfortunately, our world today is full of injustice and replete with danger. It still bears witness to the types of persecution and affliction from which Jacob had to be rehabilitated. And so we cannot give up the struggle or yield to despair. The message of today's drama is that there is hope as long as there is life. Life itself is the promise of better things. This is the wonder of humanity and the source of those achievements which are uniquely human. It is so well said in Ecclesiastes, the end of the matter, all having been heard, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole man.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Our Eternal Light drama today is All Vanity, was written by Stanley Silverman and is based on the Book of Ecclesiastes. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Leon Janney, Boris Marshalloff, Roger DeKoven, Santos Ortega, Bill Mason, Lou Soren, Larry Robinson, Alan Bergman, and Ronnie Liss.
This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program was directed today by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, We're All Human, was written by Joseph Mindell.
I will tell you how it begins one day, with ancient words that leap to the mind uncalled and linger, deeply remembered. The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. From the bus stop, it's a short walk every day, every weekday, through early morning streets, past people grown familiar.
Good morning, Mr. Gerald.
A pleasant walk with time to stop for early morning greetings.
What are you looking at, Mr. Gerald? The school?
It's a handsome building, Lincoln High School.
You said that yesterday.
Did I?
And the day before. If you don't mind me saying it, I don't know how you do it.
Do what?
Well, you've been a teacher a long time.
Yes, 15 years.
You teach the same things over and over, year after year. I don't know how you do it.
It's not the same at all. It's different all the time. The boys and girls are always different, don't you see?
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, I keep you in business, don't I? How many of mine you had already? 5, huh?
That's right.
I got 2 more in junior high. They'll come to you soon.
I'll be waiting. Oh, excuse me, there's a boy I want to talk to. Leo! Leo, wait for me.
Hi, Mr. Gerald.
That was a nice game you played yesterday against Central High.
Yeah. Well, except that last foul shot.
Don't let it worry you, Leo. Everybody misses sometime.
That basket would have meant the game.
Next year when we play them, you won't miss.
I won't be playing next year.
Oh, of course you will. You're only a junior now.
That's right, but I won't be playing.
Leo, well, maybe you'll change your mind.
Yeah, maybe.
What's wrong with your cheek, Leo?
Nothing's wrong, Mr. Gerald.
I mean the bandage.
Oh, there was, kind of an argument.
I see. And that's how you settled it?
I don't think it was settled. There's the bell, Mr. Gerald. Was there anything else?
No, you go on in. I'll see you later in class. As we learned yesterday, the Constitutional Convention met in Philadelphia in secret session, behind closed doors. Madison believed that this made it possible to work out the compromises that established the new government on a firm basis. Well, now, what was one of these compromises? Ed? Ed Mason.
Yes, sir. Present.
Are you? Well, never mind. You answer, Frankie.
I'm sorry. Would you mind repeating the question?
Oh, I'd give up.
Is something wrong, Mr. Gerald?
Something wrong? I don't think one of you in the whole class was listening to me. And it's been like that with every class.
Oh.
I must be losing my touch.
It's not you, Mr. Gerald.
Oh, thank you, Ed. That's reassuring. Now, will somebody tell me what's wrong?
I guess it's the game. Yesterday's game.
Yeah, Laura's right, Mr. Gerald. That's what it is.
Lincoln loses a basketball game to Central High School, and look at you.
That was a pretty important game.
That's right. And maybe we didn't have to lose it.
What's that supposed to mean, Frankie?
Leo, you don't have to defend yourself.
Please, Laura, stay out of this. I asked you a question, Frankie.
I heard you. We all saw the game, especially that last foul shot.
Lay off him, Frankie. Leo feels bad enough as it is.
That's tough, Ed. We all feel bad about losing that game.
I think we ought to go on with the lesson.
Yeah, sure. What was that question again, Mr. Gerald?
Your sudden thirst for learning is a little suspicious, Ed.
Who, me?
There's something I'd like to know. Ed, you're wearing a bandage, too, like Leo. Were you the one Leo had the argument with?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
No? What was it like?
It didn't happen in school, Mr. Gerald.
Oh, I suppose that makes it none of my business. But tell me anyhow.
Well, it was after the game. Me and Leo, a couple of others, some fellas from Central High. It wasn't much of a fight.
You didn't even have to get in it, Ed. It didn't concern you.
What do you mean, Frankie? Leo's my friend.
Yeah? For my money, you can have Leopold Zvietnovich.
You rotten...
Leo, Frankie. Now sit down, both of you. Wait a minute. Before you go to your next class, there's something I want to say. The game is over. You've talked about it. Let this be the end of it. Now, tomorrow, let's have a history lesson. All right, you can go now.
Mr. Jarrell, that's pretty important about the Constitutional Convention, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Laura.
I mean, it could be on the final exam.
You take that
Well,
back.
I think
Who's going to make me? You?
Stop it. Stop it, you two. What's the matter with you? Leo!
Come on.
Leo,
Come on.
let go of him, Leo.
He can't say that to me.
What did he say, Leo? What did Frankie say?
Now, why don't you tell him?
You'll have your chance to talk, Frankie. Well, Leo?
He said Leopold Zvietnovich.
Well, that's your name.
That's not what he meant. The way he said it, I know what he meant. Do you mind if Laura and I walk part of the way home with you, Leo?
Thanks, Ed, but I don't need any protection.
Of course not.
Ed, look.
I wasn't thinking of that at all. Why should you need protection?
Ed, it's Frankie with all his friends.
You walking Laura home, Ed?
Leo is with us, Frankie.
You two go on ahead. Leo and I, we want to talk, don't we, Leo?
Leo is coming with us.
Now, Laura, be sensible and go on home.
I'm staying right here, Frankie Gibbs.
Oh, girls. All right, fellas. Maybe next time he won't be hiding behind a skirt.
You got anything to say, Frankie? Just say it.
I've got plenty to say, Leo. But I'll tell you only some of it now. There's a bus from school. From now on, you better take it. You better not be walking in these streets.
You talk big, Frankie, with your whole club in back of you. You'd talk different if I had my friends here.
You think so? Bring them around. We're always ready to have a little talk with the 5th Street boys.
Maybe we'll do that.
What are you trying to do, all of you? With your clubs and your fancy jackets with the silly names on the back. Panthers, Warhawks, Fifth Street Demons. What are you trying to do?
Are you in a hurry to leave today, Mr. Jarrell?
Well, Ed, I was... Oh, no, I have plenty of time.
Well, Laura and I, we wanted to talk to you about something.
All right. Let's sit down.
Well, it's about... I was thinking... Go on, Ed.
Well, it doesn't make sense, Mr. Jarrell. I mean, suppose a guy comes up to me and says, Edward Mason. I think he's crazy. But if somebody does the same to Leo, he gets fighting mad. And I understand just how he feels.
First I thought it was the game. You know, Leo missing the basket and everybody being disappointed, but that's not what it is at all. The game was only like a trigger that started everything. But lots of other things could have been a trigger, too. Do you know what I mean, Mr. Jarrell?
I know what you mean, Laura.
There's going to be trouble. Frankie's club, Leo's club, other kids in the school.
Oh, not only in this school. That fight after the game with the fellas from Central High, it was the same thing. It's the same all over the city.
Mr. Jarrell, somebody has to tell them that it's wrong.
Laura, you can't do it simply by telling people that they're prejudiced. Just as you can't tell someone that a poem is beautiful. You have to feel it.
Well, we have an idea, Mr. Jarrell, only we need some help.
Well, I'll do what I can, Ed. What's your idea?
Well, take Frankie. He doesn't even see Leo. I mean, really see him as a person. They never really talk to each other.
We thought we might have a meeting where Frankie and Leo, other kids from Lincoln High, from all the other high schools could come together and talk to each other.
Hey, that sounds good. What do you think you ought to talk about?
Well, Laura thinks it should be about prejudice and tolerance.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Yes, sure it is. But there are other problems, like with parents and, I hope you don't mind, Mr. Jarrell, with teachers, too. I mean, we're all human, aren't we?
We're all human. It's a wonderful discovery to make.
Hi, Mr. Jarrell.
Oh, how are you, Frankie?
Would you mind repeating the question? The one about the secret sessions in Philadelphia?
Oh, he was listening after all. Let's see. What was that number again? 423. Oh, here it is. How do you do? My name is Jarrell.
Oh, you are Leo's teacher, yes? You come in.
Oh, thank you.
You sit down, please.
Mrs. Svetnovich, I want to talk to you about Leo.
My Leo is a good boy.
Oh, yes, he is, Mrs. Svetnovich. He wasn't in school today.
What for he should go? They should call him names, fight with him.
You mustn't think that all the boys and girls in the school feel that way.
Oh, maybe not. He's all right then, eh? Sure. He's all right if only some spit on Leo because his father don't speak so good English.
No, it's not all right. But Mrs. Svetnovich, running away, that's no good.
I know this thing. I know it on the other side. I learn it here now. You can do nothing.
Now, listen to me. You tell Leo to come to school tomorrow. We're going to do something about it. The teachers, boys and girls in the schools, we're going to do something about it. Mrs. Svetnovich, you tell that to Leo.
Sure. Go ahead and hold your meeting, Ed.
We want you to be there, Leo.
What for? You don't need me.
It's your problem, too.
You keep talking about problems. Look, this is me, Leo Svetnovich. I don't bother anybody. If there's any problems, I didn't make them.
Leo, don't you belong to one of those fancy jacket clubs?
What if I do, Laura? I got friends, too.
You talk as if, I don't know, as if friends are only to back you up in a fight.
What's wrong with that? Am I supposed to walk in the street alone to make it easier for Frankie and his gang?
Don't you see, Leo, there don't have to be gangs.
Yeah, I know. Tell that to the other guy.
We will, Leo, only now we're telling you. But what do you got to lose? Just come and talk things over.
I haven't got anything to say, Ed.
Then come and listen. What are you so suspicious about? You know me and Laura.
Oh, all right. Quit nagging.
Then you'll come to the meeting?
I said I would, didn't I? Not that your meeting will do any good.
Bring your friends, too.
They don't go to Lincoln High.
It doesn't matter. This is for all the high schools.
You know why it won't do any good? Because you'll never get Frankie to your meeting.
What is this, an armistice commission?
That's not funny.
Maybe not, Ed. But maybe it makes more sense than this meeting idea. A bunch of guys talking.
Girls, too.
Especially girls. There's nothing to talk about. If they stay where they belong, we don't bother them.
Who are you to decide where anybody belongs?
You're nice guys, both of you. I don't want to argue with you. Just tell me this. Who started that rumble a couple of weeks ago when they came around and the window of my father's store got broken? Yeah, tell me that.
These things are complicated, Frankie. They get so mixed up after a while you can't say who started what.
Sure, they're too complicated to talk about. I'll take care of things my way.
You're afraid, Frankie Gibbs. That's what it is.
Well, you can't make me mad, Laura Hillman.
You're afraid to come out and talk to other people because maybe you'll have to give up some of your precious ideas, some of your prejudices.
Oh, you're really trying to make me mad, aren't you?
A person wants to do something decent and some people won't even listen.
All right. I'll come to your meeting. But don't think it's because you got weepy.
I am not weepy.
And don't think I'm going to change my mind about those... Well, just don't think I'll change my mind.
Will you quiet down for Pete's sake?
Come on, hold it down, fellas.
Hey, you elected me chairman, didn't you? I'm going to run this meeting right. Only one person talks at a time, and let's stick to the point. Now, this is supposed to be a discussion about family problems. All right, Frankie, you were talking.
I was saying about going out on Saturday night. Now, I have to be in by 12:30, and
Oh, you're lucky. I have to be home by 11.
Order, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed.
Maybe 12:30 is a little early, but I guess parents feel they just have to make a deadline. All right. But when you get home, they want to know where you were and what you did. Holy mackerel!
Hey, with my mother, it's a regular third degree. Boy, the question she asks.
Leo's right. It's just like a third degree, as if they didn't trust us.
Yeah, well, what I say is, if they don't trust us in the first place, then how can they believe what we tell them?
Sure, like Leo says, they gotta...
Go on, Frankie. They gotta what?
Nothing.
Mr. Chairman.
You want to say something, Mr. Gerald?
Well, I only wanted to say that it seems to be something of a shock to Frankie and Leo to find that they agree with each other. But after all, as somebody once said, we're all human, aren't we?
Mr. Jarrell for getting this gavel. I'll need it, too. My voice isn't as strong as Ed Mason's.
Very good.
The discussion group on interracial and interreligious relations is hereby called to order. The floor's open. Well, doesn't anybody have anything to say?
Yeah. Why doesn't somebody get up and give us all the answers?
Frankie, today we heard a professor from the university tell us the facts about races and nationalities. We heard a priest from the Catholic seminary and a rabbi and a minister. Maybe we heard some of the answers.
You're only kidding yourself, Laura. People are different. There's no use making believe they're all the same.
Well, of course they're different. That doesn't mean they're not all entitled to the same rights.
Can I say something?
Of course, Leo.
I heard a lot today about rights and democracy and then brotherhood. I want to tell you something that happened last summer. I went down for a job to a place that advertised in the paper. I went with Billy Thompson. You know Billy.
Yeah, I know.
Funny thing, I got the job, he didn't.
Well, maybe you were right for it, Leo, and he wasn't.
How would the boss know? He didn't ask us anything. He just looked. He looked at the color of Billy's skin. Now, what do you call that? Democracy? Brotherhood?
You know what I think, Leo.
I'm asking Frankie.
There are a lot of angles to consider.
I'm asking you straight out, Frankie.
No. I don't call that right.
Some people, they don't ask me anything either. They just look at my name.
You know, I've been thinking.
That's news.
Well, what are you laughing at?
Never mind, Ed. Tell us what you were thinking.
Now, maybe before we start looking for answers, maybe we ought to ask some questions.
What do you mean?
I mean, the kind of questions you ask yourself, like, how do I really feel about people who are different from me? Like, what's the use of talking about democracy and brotherhood if all you do is talk about them?
Say, Mr. Jarrell, you got a few minutes?
Sure.
That was a pretty big meeting the other day, huh?
150 boys and girls from all the high schools in the city.
Well, what kind of mischief are they up to now?
It's a funny thing to say. Why should you think they're up to mischief?
You forget? I got 7 kids of my own. I'm a pessimist.
That's interesting. I have about 120 every year, and I think of myself as an optimist.
Yeah, well, you got them in school where they behave themselves.
Oh, do they?
Now me, I have my troubles with them out here in the street. Did you know they broke my store window a couple of weeks ago? Of course, they were the hoodlums from 5th Street, you know, the foreign element. Well, did I say something wrong?
You wanted to know about the meeting.
Yeah, I almost forgot. Right.
They asked a lot of questions, then they decided to form a permanent organization. Junior Round Table, they called it.
Just to ask questions, huh?
And look for answers.
Or something like homework.
Homework, schoolwork, work for everybody in the whole city. You know, they may even come to you with their questions.
Me? I can't help them.
Maybe not. Maybe they can help you. Now there's the bell. So, I'm an optimist. I wonder why. After 15 years and how many thousand boys and girls. Maybe it's because they're young. And you can see how they change. Almost before your eyes. Well, time to go in.
That's a second bell, Leo. Come on.
Oh, wait a minute, Leo. I want to talk to you.
What for, Frankie?
We'll be late to class if you don't hurry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll see you later.
Don't go away, Ed. What I have to say to Leo, it's not private.
Well?
There's talk you're not going to play basketball next year.
Well, what's it to you?
Nothing. Only you're the best player on the team.
Yeah, you'd like to see me play so you can ride me, you and your friends.
We heard a lot of talk the other day, Leo. All of us. I didn't hear anything that says I have to like you.
Now, come on, Ed, let's go.
Oh, wait. I'm not finished. There's something else I didn't hear. That anybody can stop a guy from playing ball if he wants to.
What do you mean, Frankie?
For Pete's sake, do I have to spell it out for you?
No, I guess not.
And that bus from school, you can take it or you can walk for all I care. It's up to you.
Yeah, it is up to me.
About next year, Leo. Are you going to play?
I'll think about it, Frankie. I'll think about it.
tell you what I think. I remember the words of the commandment, "Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart, nor bear any grudge against the children of the people." I see the sons and daughters of the people in a world shaped by other hands than theirs. And I think that if the fathers have eaten sour grapes, still there is hope for the children.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Lewis Webster Jones, President of the National Conference of Christians and Jews. Dr. Jones.
As this story eloquently illustrates, there's a tremendous need today for communication between people, and particularly between people of different groups, different religions, different races, and different intellectual and cultural backgrounds. People often say that talk is cheap, but actually it isn't. To get people to talk to other people and to share their thinking and feelings is one of the most important problems in the world today. All of us as individuals and as groups tend to isolate ourselves from one another. We tend to become parochial and isolationist in our views. And this isolation, this separation from our fellow human beings, tends to build insecurity and distrust and often hostility between us. All too often, deep-seated prejudice and sometimes even acts of violence result. The story you have just heard suggests that one answer to the distrust and hostilities which breed such prejudices and violence is to bring young people together and get them, frankly, to discuss these problems. It seems to me that this thesis is eminently sound. I am proud to say that the organization with which I am associated, the National Conference of Christians and Jews, each year sponsors hundreds of such meetings of young people across the country, ranging from one-day institutes and conferences to week-long summer camp sessions, which bring together young people of different races, creeds, and cultural backgrounds, and provide them with an opportunity to learn through living about the basic principles of brotherhood. The Judeo-Christian teaching, expressed in both the Old and New Testaments, that thou shalt love the Lord thy God, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, is still the most profound and revolutionary idea in the world today. And every one of us, who is a Christian or a Jew, must do more than simply pay lip service to this teaching. We must strive with all our strength and energy to make the brotherhood of man, under the fatherhood of God, a living reality in our daily lives. We must take this sacred teaching as a total and complete way of life. Only to the extent that we do this can our democracy become in truth one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Our Eternal Light drama today, We're All Human, was written by Joseph Mindell. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Ronald Liss as Leo Svietnovich, Jack Grimes as Ed Mason, Patsy Bruter was Laura Hillman, Robert Hastings played Frankie, Maurice Tarplin played the man, Vina Rayburn was Mrs. Svietnovich, and Mr. Gerald, the teacher, was played by Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking.
Our program is directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, As a Wind That Blows, was written by Morton Wishengrad and stars Aline McMahon as Jesse Jonas Judah. It is the first in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on The Eternal Light, recreated now to mark The Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. At the conclusion of today's dramatization, a special citation will be presented to NBC.
Berosh Hashanah, Yekat Tevun, V'yom Tzom Kippur Yetemun.
On the New Year's Day, the decree is inscribed, and on the Day of Atonement, it is sealed. How many shall pass away, and how many shall be born?
Her name, Jesse Jonas Judah.
Who shall live, and who shall die?
The place, New York City.
Who shall attain the measure of man's days, and who shall not attain it?
The time, a bad time. September 1798.
Who shall perish by fire, and who by water, who by hunger, and who by thirst? Who by earthquake, and who by plague? That's enough of the book. I don't want to read any more. Benjamin, if you want to go to the synagogue, you can go. I'm not going.
You can't mean that, Mother.
Have you ever known me to say what I didn't mean?
Tonight is the most important Sabbath of the year.
It will be Sabbath without me.
People will notice. They will ask questions.
Then tell them the truth. Say I'm not coming.
I'll be saying Kaddish.
If it pleases you, Benjamin, by all means.
If you were there, Mother, you could say amen.
Amen to a lie? I shock you.
Yes, Mother.
A grown man of 35 years, and you can still be shocked. Benjamin, you're my oldest son, but you're still a child.
It's very likely. I'm sorry you're not going.
Be glad. Because if I went, I might curse God. Go to the synagogue. Let me alone. Is that you, Benjamin?
Yes, Mother.
What is it? Did you decide not to go?
I've gone and come back. The rabbi's come with me.
I did not ask for you, Rabbi.
Your son made that clear.
I have nothing to discuss with you.
Well, when he told me, what he told me was that you wouldn't attend Sabbath service.
Nothing else?
He said if you came to the synagogue, you would come only to curse God. Come, Mrs. Judah.
Don't you believe me, Rabbi?
I am a man of faith, Mrs. Judah. I believe. Come to the synagogue and curse God. Friends, on the Sabbath of penitence, just before the mourner's prayer, it has been our custom that the rabbi say a few words. With your permission, on this Sabbath, I wish to violate custom. I call Jesse Jonas Judah to the altar.
You may regret this, Rabbi.
Yes, I may. Members of the congregation, I ask you to bear in mind that a synagogue is a place for the worship of God. That while most of us praise Him with our good intentions, some will praise Him with their evil intentions. What difference? So long as we praise him with whatever truths are contained in our own humanity. I ask you to listen to Jessie Jonas Judah, to whatever she may say.
I am here to blaspheme God. Why not? How's it put in the Kaddish? His glory is beyond all praises, all hymns, all blessings that man can render. Therefore, his glory should also be beyond my cursing.
Rabbi, how long must we tolerate such language?
As long as it is spoken.
Rabbi, this is the Holy Week between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur.
So it is. Do you know a better week for the expression of pain and agony? Does she look as though she's come here to make a jest? Continue, Mrs. Judah. There will be no further interruption.
Very kind of you. Since coming to New York, I've kept a good deal to myself, haven't I? You women over there at the side, you've resented me, haven't you? I've borrowed neither sugar nor flour. I've lent no gossip. You've counted me hard, haven't you? Why not? It's been hard to live. While my husband was alive, I was a shrew. I confess it. A mother of 12 children and a shrew. I confess it without apology. Ambition can make a nag of a woman whose eldest son is not yet 20 and whose youngest boy is only 3 1/2. Oh, don't be alarmed. I shall not speak of all 12 children, only of Benjamin, the oldest, and of Walter, the youngest. On October the 19th, 1781, I remember the date too well, my husband died. Let him rest in peace. And so I wept as befits a widow remembering the dead, but there were 12 children. And so I stopped weeping as befits a mother remembering the living.
It's good to cry.
Don't let me stop you, Benjamin.
I mean, crying would be good for you.
I don't have the leisure for it. It's the matter of feeding, clothing, and housing you, your brothers, and your sisters. Oh, sit down. I want to talk to you about them.
About their schooling?
About their going to work. We're in debt, Benjamin. Dying's expensive. It costs money. We owe a good deal of money.
You've come to tell me I can no longer think of studying to be a doctor.
Among other things, yes.
It was Father's dearest wish that his sons be learned men.
Your father had a good many wishes. He betrayed them all by dying. There's something irresponsible about a man who rushes off to die before his children are fully grown.
Mother, if it makes things easier for you to be bitter, then be bitter. But
what?
Nothing. Very well, I shall go to Dr. Boonon and tell him I can no longer be his student.
Well, what more do you want to know? Shall I tell you how my young sons left their schoolrooms in order to earn $1 a week? How my young daughters labored with me into the night so that their father's debts could be repaid? Oh, you don't want to know these things. Poverty's a bore. Yet allow my small boast. My house was clean. My children were clothed. There was food on our table. We were sufficient unto ourselves, and we took pride in Walter, who was the youngest and the best. Well, Rabbi, it was you yourself who told me that our pride was not misplaced.
Well, in his studies.
I'm glad.
But not surprised.
No, Rabbi.
The boy has a mind, Mrs. Judah. Would be a pity to take him from school.
You assume that I will.
You took his brothers out. Not that I blame you.
Kind of you, Rabbi.
But this one is different. Walter has the temperament and the aptitude for scholarship.
What do you propose?
That he be allowed to continue with his studies.
Toward what end?
He could become a rabbi.
2 of his grandfathers were rabbis. One of his grandfathers was a physician.
And you prefer medicine?
I'm not interfering. Medicine is what Walter wants, and I will encourage anything he wants and is willing to work for.
It has been good to talk with you. I'll be getting along, Mrs. Judah.
Rabbi, is conversation with me such a strain?
You are a strange woman, Mrs. Judah.
You mean I'm what people call a hard woman?
Possibly.
Why is that, do you suppose?
You have a disconcerting habit. You tell the truth.
I suppose it's one thing to be severe with yourself, but quite another thing to be severe with your neighbors.
And you're not a stupid woman, Mrs. Judah.
Rabbi, Are you so formal with all your congregants? My name is Jesse.
Thank you.
Don't worry about Walter. Something will become of him. We've all worked for it, deprived ourselves for it. All the opportunities denied to his brothers will be given to him.
You know, Jesse, I wonder if that's such a good thing.
What else shall I tell you? That Walter was handsome? Yes, he was handsome. Shall I tell you that he was good? Very well, he was good. Or shall I tell you there was a great day in my life? The day when he was 17, when he came to his brother Benjamin and to me and kissed us.
I am enrolled. I am a student at Columbia Medical College.
I knew they would accept you. I knew they couldn't refuse you.
Dr. Walter Judah.
In a few years, Mother.
And you're happy.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're happy. What are you staring at?
At you.
Benjamin, tell your brother it's quite improper for a young man to stare at his mother.
He can't help himself.
Why?
You're smiling.
That's why, Walter.
I don't know you, Mother. Like someone I've met for the first time.
Very well, then. I shall smile forever.
When you make a promise like that, you're supposed to laugh.
Well, how was that?
Pretty good. But you'll do it better as you go along.
Oh.
Oh, don't be discouraged, Mama. Give yourself time.
He attended the medical lectures of Dr. Boonen and Dr. Hosack. He came home boasting new gods like Galen and Vesalius and Malpighi. He cluttered his room with pills and potions and ointments and jars and canisters and boxes. He jabbered Latin. His speech was anatomical structures. He was drunk on learning. And he read. Always he read. Mostly to himself, sometimes to us, and always with passion.
There is no codex of medicine, no complete handbook of which one may base all theory or practice. What confusion when we regard the therapy of... Mama? Am I boring you?
Yes.
But this is fascinating.
To you.
There's a passage on the spleen and the pancreas I particularly want to read to you.
I suspect I particularly don't want to hear it.
People must thirst after knowledge.
Somewhere along the line I misplaced my thirst.
Very well, Mama. I will read to myself.
An excellent solution. Walter.
Yes, Mama?
You've taken to calling me Mama. I suppose I like it.
Someday. Not now. Someday when I'm older, I will be able to tell you how much I love you.
A woman bears 12 children, and to each child she gives her love. But for good or for evil, there's always something about the eldest child and the youngest child. Shall I tell you the rest now? Well, you know how it began. On August 12th, 13th, and 14th, there were torrential rains. On August 18th, there were reports of serious illness in the tenements near the East River. And on August the 20th, the Reverend Mr. O'Brien called at my house.
Mrs. Judah?
I am.
It is rather urgent that I see your son.
He's not at home at the moment. Are you ill, sir?
Not I, madam. Several families of poor Scottish immigrants living on Cherry Street.
My son is not a physician. He's a medical student.
He has been highly recommended to me by his teachers at Columbia College. Dr. Hosack assured me that these poor immigrants would be very well attended by your son. Will you notify him, madam? I believe it to be urgent.
Why, yes, of course, Reverend.
I have written down the address here. Please ask your son to lose no time.
See your tongue? All right. Thank you.
What is it, sir?
It's a fever. You will need some medicine.
I've no money, sir.
Don't worry about that. Just keep covered. I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Reverend O'Brien. Have you been waiting in the hall?
I have, Mr. Judah. You look pale, sir.
Tell me, do all the immigrants live in such places? I couldn't breathe in there.
Some live in worse. You will see places that lack every necessity of life. Subterranean apartments that admit no light, and not even a stool to sit on or a bed to lie upon. Crowded like vermin in one small room. What sickness does the man have?
Yellow fever.
Is there no medicine?
I will bring what I can, for whatever its worth may be.
There are more than 20 who are sick in this building alone.
I will bring enough for all of them.
Mr. Judah, they cannot pay you. Neither can I.
I understand that, Reverend. I will be here tomorrow.
$50 is a good deal of money, Walter.
I know it, Benjamin. I may even need more.
You are not a doctor yet, Walter. Why don't you turn these cases over to an experienced physician?
These immigrants have no money to pay a doctor. Besides, every doctor in New York City is now busy day and night with similar cases. If I don't attend them, they have no one. They need medicine, Benjamin.
I'll have the money for you in half an hour. Has Mother spoken to you?
No.
All the hopes she had for the rest of us are concentrated in you. You are all the things we wanted to become and couldn't.
I will be very careful, Benjamin. For my own sake, too.
Walter, you don't have to sneak out.
Mama.
Here, drink this tea while it's hot.
Oh, Mama, you look tired. With the plague spreading, it's terribly important for people not to get tired. Mama, I'm worried about you.
How can a man of 20 years and 5 months be so artless? So you worry about me?
Yes, Mama.
Put more jelly on the bread.
Hmm.
Chew your food, don't bolt it.
Yes, Mama.
You said the plague was spreading.
Thousands of people have it now. The poor have it worst.
Mm-hmm. How many are dying, of those you're tending?
Many.
How many is many?
I saw Dr. Hosak last night. In the last week alone, 589 have died.
I've put some meat and some bread in a paper, and at noon you sit down somewhere in the sunshine and eat. You see that your hands are clean.
I will remember. Mama, I'm not a doctor yet. I don't have to do this. If you say the word, I will stop.
Have another slice of bread.
Thank you, Mama.
On the first day of the Hebrew month Tishri, I came here to this same synagogue, and I welcomed the new year with you. 5 days ago, I sat there near the wall. I opened the same book you opened. I read the same prayer. In the book of life, blessing, peace, and good sustenance, may we be remembered and inscribed before thee. And while I said it, my son Walter lay in fever on his own bed, dying of his own mercy, his own innocence, his own love. God of Israel, I'm a mother who yesterday buried her youngest son, and I will not praise you for it. I will stand in judgment of you. How long will you judge unjustly? How long will you respect the persons of the wicked while letting the godly to sicken and the innocent to die? Answer me! How long?
Until the day of judgment, Jesse.
Then let us rise and bless God, the source of all death.
And the source of life. They go together, Jesse. What begins in life must end in death.
That's all you have to tell me?
Isn't it enough? Death is the truth of life. The certainty of death is what makes life precious. It's time for the mourner's prayer. Benjamin, will you say the Kaddish for your brother?
Magnified and sanctified be the name of God throughout the world, which he hath created according to his will. May we behold his kingdom established on earth speedily and in our day, so that God may rule over us all.
Amen.
May he who maketh peace in the high places make peace for Israel. And say ye, Amen.
Amen. Jesse Judah, you did not say Amen.
No, I did not.
You cannot refuse.
I can.
If it were a prayer for you yourself, you could refuse. If it were a prayer for your son, you could refuse. But this is a prayer not only for your son, not only for Israel. The prayer is for all mankind. You cannot refuse all mankind. Walter Judah did not refuse. Jesse Judah, say your Amen.
It will not bring my son back to life, but for all mankind. Very well. I will say Amen.
At Chatham Square in New York City, you will find a tiny cemetery where lie buried the ancient dead. There amid the graves you will find the tombstone of Walter Jonas Judah, student of medicine, who died on September 15th, 1798, in the service of mankind. As a fleeting shadow, as a passing cloud, as the wind that blows, as the bloating dust, as a dream that vanishes. Keep faith, O Lord, with them that sleep in the dust.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Moshe Davis, Provost of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America and the original editor of the Eternal Light radio series. A special citation will be accepted by Mr. Robert E. Kintner, President of the National Broadcasting Company. Here is Dr. Davis.
The birth of radio created an unprecedented opportunity for the world of religion, the opportunity to enter into every home and to speak to the heart of every man. While addressing millions, one converses with individuals. While preaching to an entire congregation, one sits at home with a man, his wife, and their children. This is the power and gift of radio to religion. In the early days of radio, the National Broadcasting Company pioneered in teaching the lessons of religion on radio by inviting representative faith groups to present their respective traditions. This decision of the National Broadcasting Company was based on the premise that religion has an indispensable role in the evolution of democracy. 15 years ago, the Jewish Theological Seminary of America was invited to present the Jewish tradition to the American radio public. In accepting this responsibility, the seminary understood its function to be twofold. In the first place, to present, explain, and interpret the authentic, total Jewish tradition from the days of the patriarchs in Eretz Israel in the Holy Land, and as it developed through the ages during which the Jews lived in virtually every country of the world, including, of course, the modern period of settlement of the Jewish community in the land of America. Our second function was to be mindful of the role which religion itself plays in the American democratic order and the message that religion should direct to each individual. For the teaching of religion derives from the eternal and speaks to the contemporary. It is rooted in the universal, yet deals with a concrete human situation. Amos and Isaiah have as much to say to our generation, if indeed not more, than they had to say in the streets of Tekoa and the bypaths of Jerusalem. It is in the spirit of this purpose and dedication that the Jewish Theological Seminary of America honors today the National Broadcasting Company. And I am privileged to read the following citation. The faculties, Board of Directors, and Board of Overseers of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, on the occasion of the 15th anniversary of the Eternal Light, honor the National Broadcasting Company for its vision, for its wisdom, for its profound understanding of the responsibility of radio broadcasting and the role of communication in our society. This network has pioneered in the areas of public service broadcasting, bringing education in all areas to a vast listening audience. In presenting such programs as The Eternal Light, the network has shown its concern with the enduring moral and spiritual values and has itself made an immense contribution toward the realization of the ideals of world peace and human brotherhood to which the Eternal Light is dedicated.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. The National Broadcasting Company is very grateful for the award from the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. I know that General Sarnoff, chairman of RCA, and Bob Sarnoff, chairman of NBC, join me in expressing our thanks. It is the policy of NBC to present on its radio and television networks periods in which all faiths can express their views. We think such an operation is not only in the public interest, but is a great help to the well-being of America. Again, we are grateful for the recognition given us by you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis and Mr. Kintner. Our Eternal Light drama today, As a Wind That Blows, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was the first in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on the Eternal Light. This series marks the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor David Potterman sang the liturgical introduction. Eileen McMahon starred as Jesse Jonas Judah. Others in the cast were Leon Janney, Santos Ortega, Ronald List, Bernard Lenrow, Joseph Bullen, and Guy Rep. The narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Not Even 10, was written by Joseph Mindell. It is the second of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
Smoke rolled up toward the hills from the cities of the plain. And they were no longer cities, but blackened stones and the rubble of houses and the smell of fire and the great silence of desolation. In all the empty places, there were no living beings to be seen, none, to tell the story and to say to us who wait in our own time, this happened here. Now you look to your cities. One by one, from different directions, 3 people came slowly over the plain. When they met, looking with empty eyes at the ruins, they stood together for a long time before they spoke to each other.
I know you. You are Tubal the baker.
My shop used to be right here on this spot.
My name is Milka. I used to buy your bread every day.
It was good bread.
Was it? My wife used to say, Ana, why don't you buy some good bread? But, of course, we lived on the other side of the city.
I understand.
You can see where our house used to be, just to the left of that column that's still standing way off in the distance. Do you see it, Tubal?
I see it.
No, wait. It's to the right of the column. Now I'm not sure.
It doesn't matter.
Of course it matters. It's very important.
What are you making a fuss about, Ana?
Well, a man has to be sure where he lives.
All right. Look around you. Oh, and look carefully. Where do you live?
No, it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, Ana.
It's not your fault.
And whose?
What do you mean, Tubal?
The city was destroyed. Why?
Well, that's a foolish question. Things happen.
No. There's a reason.
It rains, a bird drops from the sky, a city is destroyed. You don't ask why. Things happen.
This is different, Ana. A whole city with all of its people, and we were spared. Why? Don't you see we have to know now before it's too late? Don't you...
What is it? Why did you stop?
Why, he said it. The stranger said it. Soon it will be too late, he said. Ana, Milka, did you see him yesterday in the city?
There are always strangers in the city.
He was tall, very tall, and his eyes were deep and angry.
It could be 100 other men, but, Tubal, I think I know whom you mean. But his eyes they were troubled. I saw him in the market.
It was yesterday. He came to my shop, and he waited his turn with the others, watching the bread come out of the oven. The market was noisy with the cries of the peddlers and haggling over prices.
I've eaten nothing since this morning. Your bread smells fresh and good, Baker.
Go away.
I'm not asking for charity.
You're a stranger.
I only want to buy a loaf of bread.
Even strangers know the laws of our city.
I come from a long way off.
The law prohibits selling bread to strangers.
It's a cruel law.
Well, the punishment for breaking it is even more cruel. Now go on your way, stranger.
Baker, I'm hungry.
Charity is also forbidden. Now go away, I tell you.
Tubal, give me 2 loaves of bread if you can tear yourself away from the stranger.
Don't say such things. 2 loaves.
That's it. Thank you.
Well, you're still here.
Your laws are evil.
They aren't my laws, and I didn't say that I approved of them. I only obey them. Well, no one heard me.
I heard you.
Look, for my sake as well as yours, please, move on. People are beginning to notice how long we've talked.
I haven't finished yet.
Look, if you don't like our city, why don't you go back where you came from?
Soon I will. But first, there's something I must do.
You're not afraid, are you?
No. Should I be?
Well, strangers always are in this city.
Where did you say you came from?
I didn't say.
But it's a long journey.
Very long. Here, Tubal. A loaf of bread fell from the counter.
Thanks. I suppose you have no such laws where you live.
We are not afraid.
Must be pleasant to live without fear.
You dropped the bread again.
So I did. Stranger, you're slow-witted. I can't sell you bread or give it to you. But if you find the loaf...
Tubal! What sort of world is it that kindness must be done under the counter?
You have told me. It's an evil world. But maybe we will learn.
There isn't time. Tubal, soon it will be too late. Will you tell me, please, where I can find the house of a man named Lot?
You're a stranger in the city, aren't you?
That's why I ask.
Who sold you the bread you're carrying? Point him out so we can be arrested and punished.
I didn't buy it.
Then you stole it? Hand over the bread.
No.
Don't argue with me, stranger. It's the law.
It's my bread.
In this city, a stranger cannot say, "This is mine." Give me that bread and show me the man who gave it to you.
No.
It's the law, I tell you.
I don't recognize an evil law.
We'll soon teach you to obey it. Sergeant! Sergeant, this way! Stay where you are, stranger. You can't get away. Stop him! He's a stranger and a thief! Stop him!
Slowly, without running, he crossed the marketplace, and the crowd followed him, shouting.
And then, Tubal?
Nothing, Aina. I couldn't see him anymore.
It was a dangerous thing to do, to give him the bread.
I didn't give it to him, Aina. He... Now I can say it. I gave a stranger bread.
Tubal, let's go away from here.
Not yet, Milka. In a little while.
Now, Tubal, even the soil is dead here. We're alive. We don't belong here anymore.
No, Aina. Then where do we belong?
Any place but these ruins.
We can't go until we find out. Did you see him, the stranger?
I heard the noise in the marketplace.
I saw him, Tubal.
What did he say?
I didn't talk to him. I saw him in the marketplace, surrounded by the angry crowd that pushed and threatened. He looked at the people around him calmly, without speaking, as they accused him of breaking the laws of the city.
Over here. This is the man, Sergeant.
We stand for no nonsense from strangers, especially when they break the law.
I have committed no crime.
That's not for you to decide. Come along now.
There are higher laws than those made by your judges.
Not in this city.
Sergeant, you don't have to argue with them.
Of course, of course. Move! Or do I have to call the guard?
Wait. Citizens, what if I were to tell you that this is your last day on Earth? That tomorrow the sky will open and fire and stones will fall on your houses and crush the city and its people to nothingness.
We don't frighten easily, stranger. I admit you have a voice suited for prophecy, but after all, what are you saying? Only that no man can be sure he'll be alive tomorrow. Stranger, we already know that.
Is there no one here to say the law is evil?
Only for strangers?
Evil has no limits.
Save your speeches for the judge. Sergeant, take him away.
Is there no one to urge mercy and justice? To say that hate is the same as death? No one?
Sergeant, a word in private, if you don't mind. In making the charge to the judge, I hope you'll remember to point out the stranger's disrespectful manner and his defiance of law.
You don't have to instruct me. I know my duty. Let's go now. Well, where is he? Where'd the stranger go?
Where is he?
They couldn't find him. No one knew where the stranger went. But I knew. I saw him go off, and I was about to say, "There he is." But, Tubal, I didn't. I didn't tell which way he went.
Your name is Lot?
I don't know you, but will you come into my house?
Maybe it will be safer for you if I do not.
There are many things that come before safety.
But listen, just now in the marketplace...
Please come in. I will tell my wife to bring food.
Thank you. Aren't you afraid?
Everyone who lives here is afraid.
Yet you don't drive me away.
Strangers are welcome in my house.
That is not the custom of the city.
I don't observe all its customs.
Lot, this is an evil city.
I have known it for many years.
This is like no other.
I am an old man. Since I left the place where I was born, I have lived in many cities. They were of all degrees of wickedness, but none was good, and yet I lived.
You don't understand, Lot. Just now in the marketplace, I asked, and there was not one who was willing to speak against evil.
People, too, are of all degrees. Maybe you expect too much from them.
I expect nothing, Lot. I came to see. Don't open the door.
Lot, come out to us!
Don't go out.
I must talk to them. What do you want of me?
There is a stranger in your house.
He is my guest.
He's broken the law. Bring him out to us.
He is a stranger and my guest. I will come out. Punish me instead.
You too, but first the stranger. Bring him out.
Lot, come away from the door.
You are in great danger. I must find a way to get you out.
Call your wife and your sons and daughters and their wives and husbands. Prepare them to leave.
You do not understand. It is you who must leave.
This is an evil city.
I have lived in many evil places, but the evil has not been in me nor my house.
This is different. The city's wickedness is a cry in heaven.
Will you find me a city of justice and love?
That's not my responsibility.
Then I will stay here.
Lot, get ready to leave.
I see. I did not understand at first. I don't have a choice, do I?
No. They'll break the door down. Hurry, Lot. There isn't much time.
Lend a hand, ain't it? We'll have the door down soon.
They say he spoke with sadness.
Who?
The stranger.
What difference does it make?
No difference, I suppose.
He's a stranger, and he broke the laws of the city.
That's what they say.
Don't you believe it?
Well, I don't know.
Stop talking, Aina, and take hold of this battering ram.
Still, I would have liked to hear him.
You're talking dangerous nonsense.
One man, a stranger. What can he do against the city?
Aina, I warn you, be careful.
Let him go just this once. Why don't you let him go?
Did you hear that, Lot?
Hear what?
Outside. Someone said let him go.
Does it surprise you?
Still, there weren't 10. Not even 10. And besides, it's too late now. Come, Lot, it's too late.
Lot.
Hurry, wife. We have a long way to go.
No, wait. Lot, let's stop here for a while.
He said he would wait until we reach the hills. We must hurry.
Lot, do you remember the first time we left the place where we lived? I was young. I could walk all day.
I remember.
We've built so many homes and left them. I'm tired, Lot.
All right. We'll rest, but only for a few minutes.
The wind is rising. It's a hot wind. It will scorch the vegetables in our garden.
There would have been a good yield this year.
I wonder who will harvest it.
It doesn't matter.
Lot, I just remembered I left the dough to rise on the table.
It doesn't matter, I tell you.
I know. I just thought of it. How peaceful the city looks from here.
We see only the houses, not the people.
There's no one on the plain. We're the first family to leave. That's strange, isn't it? Isn't it?
Let us rest and then go on.
Where are the others? Answer me. There were be no others, will there?
It's no use asking questions.
Not I want to go back.
We cannot.
Who is he, this stranger, that he says leave and we leave?
I'm not sure now that it's because of him.
Then let's go back.
No. There is a time when the things that were are no longer to be borne, and we must leave.
I'm tired of moving again. I'm afraid to be alone in the wilderness.
What are you saying? There are people in cities on the other side of the hills.
Are there? How long will we live there?
Come. It is time to go.
Yes, Lot. The wind is stronger.
Walk faster. We are almost at
There's
the hills.
lightning, but no thunder. Why is there no thunder?
Faster, faster.
The sky is red. I'm frightened, Lot.
Don't stop.
Storm is over the city. Oh, the poor people.
Don't look back. The stranger warned us. Don't look back.
It's my world. I have a right to look.
No. Close your eyes.
I have a right to see the end of my world.
Then fire and stones rained down upon Sodom and Gomorrah, and upon all the cities of the plain. The sky was bright with terrible flames. But there was none to see, except Lot's wife, who turned back to look. Then stood, unseeing, fixed to the spot where she turned. For the cities were destroyed, and all the inhabitants, except 3, who stood among the ruins.
What are you doing, Tubal?
Can't you see? I'm putting the stones together to rebuild my oven.
No, Tubal, no.
Don't be afraid, Milka.
We must go away from here.
No, it's safe now. It's no longer Sodom. Now it's earth for growing wheat and stones for building houses.
Tubal, ghosts don't need houses.
People will come from beyond the hills, Aner. They'll want bread. I'm a good baker, Aner. They'll like my bread.
What makes you so sure that people will come?
I know what happened and why.
Oh? The stranger told you?
No. Anyone who looked, really looked, could have known.
The city was doomed because it was evil. And if we build another city, why should you expect that it will be different? I expect nothing. But at least there is a chance. Maybe even Sodom and Gomorrah could have been saved. Here, give me that flat stone. It'll do for the roof of the oven.
On the morning before the destruction, before the stranger came to Sodom, he stood with Abraham on the hills overlooking the cities of the plain. And here Abraham was told the fate of the city. And being a man, he could not accept the judgment without appeal.
It is not right.
Be careful, Abraham.
When he came to create the first man, he foresaw that both righteous and wicked would issue from him.
Abraham, there were 10 generations from Adam to Noah. And all these generations continued to provoke him before he brought upon them the waters of the flood. The time has come for Sodom.
Still, I have a complaint.
I am sent to do the work. Don't bring the complaint to me.
And Abraham stood before the Lord, and drew near and said, Wilt thou indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? If there are 50 righteous within the city, wilt thou not forgive the place for the 50 that are therein? That be far from thee, to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous should be as the wicked. Shall not the judge of all the earth do justly? And the Lord said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city,
then I will forgive all the place for their sake. And Abraham answered and said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, who am but dust and ashes. Perhaps there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, I will not destroy it, if I find there 45. And Abraham spoke unto him yet again and said, Perhaps there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for the 40's sake. And Abraham said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Perhaps there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for the 20's sake. And Abraham spoke again, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet this once. Perhaps 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for the 10's sake. And the Lord went his way as soon as he had left off speaking to Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place. In the early morning, Abraham went to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked out toward Sodom and Gomorrah and saw the smoke rolling upward toward the hills. It was the end of a judgment, and it may be that he heard in his mind the report of its execution.
3 were saved. 1 who gave a loaf of bread, another who saw but did not tell, and a third who said in the night, Let him go. Only 3. Among all the inhabitants of the city, there were not even 10 righteous men.
We have seen the dead cities, many in a lifetime, and the memory is vivid. Even today, faces turn upward in expectant fear of the falling fire and destruction, and voices ask how the city may be saved and the world survive. From long ago, from the beginning of the world, there is a warning and an answer. Look to your cities, but do not build a roof for protection. Instead, look to your people and count your righteous men, for they are your safeguard and your shelter.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Edgar J. Nathan, Jr., Justice of the Supreme Court of the State of New York and Chairman of the Eternal Light Radio Committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Judge Nathan.
This month we celebrate the birthdays of 2 spiritual Americans whose lives exemplify righteousness and justice. George Washington was described as the intrepid and unselfish warrior, the magistrate who knew no glory but his country's good. Abraham Lincoln described Americans as those who love liberty unselfishly for all men. Carl Sandburg recently reminded us that, like an ancient psalmist, Lincoln warned Congress, fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trail through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The striking story of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, so poignantly dramatized in today's program, brings to us the ancient biblical teaching of the supreme value of righteousness. Unrighteousness and injustice are prevalent both in private and in public life today, and constitute potent and dangerous threats to our democracy. The world is always in judgment. When Abraham was pleading to God for the preservation of Sodom and Gomorrah, the argument raised two questions. Is it the quality of men which sustains the world? Is it numbers which count? The answer came clearly. It is the quality of men, their righteousness, decency, and regard for their fellow men. The day need never come in America when there will not be 10 men of courage, righteous men seeking to do justice, leading us in the never-ending battle to sustain and strengthen our democratic way of life. And may we all follow as intrepid and unselfish warriors, knowing no glory but our country's good, and loving liberty unselfishly for all men. As Tubal said in the play, it's an evil world, but maybe we will learn. To which the stranger replied, there isn't time, Tubal, soon it will be too late. And always must we recall the closing words. Look to your cities, but do not build a roof for protection. Instead, look to your people and count your righteous men, for they are your safeguard and your shelter.
Thank you, Judge Nathan. Our Eternal Light drama today, Not Even 10, was written by Joseph Mindell. It was the second of 15 outstanding programs, originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Leon Janney, Bernard Lenrow, Jan Miner, Alan Bergman, Morris Tarplin, Mitzi Gould, Danny Arco, Ivor Francis. The narrator was Norman Rose. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, Ben Franklin and the Liberty Bell, starring Stotts Cotsworth, was written by Joseph Mindell. It is the third in a series of 15 outstanding programs, originally presented on The Eternal Light, recreated now to mark The Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
He came to Philadelphia with one shirt for his back. Then one fine day he wrote, they say, Poor Richard's Almanac.
Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise.
A penny saved is a penny earned.
Fish and visitors smell in 3 days.
He that falls in love with himself will have no rivals.
He sent a kite up to the sky amidst the thunder's crash. He blinked no eye, stood firm, say I, and tamed the lightning flash.
Take care, Dr. Franklin.
See? 'Tis only electricity, after all.
But this is not the song I sing, for this you know full well. The tale I bring has another ring, the sound of the Liberty Bell.
But the bells were silent in the city of Philadelphia in the first days of July. It was a hot summer that year, and Carpenter's Hall, where the Continental Congress sat, was like an oven. The open windows brought no relief, admitting instead the air of the neighboring stable and a swarm of horseflies that buzzed among the delegates, resting on politician and statesman alike.
Dr. Franklin. Confounded flies. Dr. Franklin?
I must have fallen asleep.
Asleep? Here?
Well, I'm an old man, sir. You must permit me a few crotchets.
I mean no offense, sir, but at this time, in the midst of the debate.
I will tell you something. In confidence, of course.
You may trust me implicitly, Dr. Franklin.
Yes, my dear sir, I have heard all arguments.
But I thought you said...
In my own mind, I have argued them on both sides these 20 years or so. I know them all.
You will have your joke, Dr. Franklin. The debate is going badly. Will you not lend your support in favor of the Declaration?
You don't need me.
But your opinion carries great weight, sir.
Well, there's John Adams of Massachusetts to speak for it, and Lee of Virginia, and young Jefferson.
Mr. Jefferson says nothing. He suffers in silence.
Does he? Well, these benches are too low. Give me your arm, please. Thank you. I think I will sit for a while with Mr. Jefferson.
I refer to the 12th paragraph, which states a most pernicious doctrine.
Here.
A deliberate falsification, a distortion of truth that can only lead to strife.
No. Softly, Mr. Jefferson. You must not heed everything they say.
What I wrote is true.
We were on the committee together. Perhaps you
They're mutilating the Declaration.
Perhaps you wonder why I am so calm. Well, I will tell you why. I've made it a rule never to write papers that must be acted on by a public body.
Listen to what he says, Dr. Franklin.
And if you ask me how I learned this lesson, it was from a neighbor long ago, an apprentice hatter, about to open a shop for himself. John Thompson was his name. Are you listening, Mr. Jefferson?
I ask your pardon, Dr. Franklin. I must seem very rude.
Oh, not at all, sir. Well, his first concern was to have a handsome sign.
Who?
Thompson, the hatter. In fact, he composed the inscription himself. John Thompson, hatter, makes and sells hats for ready money, with a picture of a fine hat underneath.
Dr. Franklin, I'm most anxious to hear the debate.
I understand perfectly, Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you, sir.
Not at all. It occurred to him to submit his plan to friends.
Who?
Thompson, the hatter. Now, the first he showed it to thought the word hatter was unnecessary, since it was followed by makes hats. So it was struck out. The next friend observed that makes might as well be omitted because the customers would not care who made the hats. A third said the words for ready money were useless, as it was not the custom to sell on credit. Out they came, and the inscription now stood...
John Thompson sells hats.
Exactly, Mr. Jefferson. Sells? Sells hats, says the next friend. Why, nobody will expect you to give them away. Out came the word, and hats followed it, as there was one painted on the board. So, there was my friend with his sign reduced to John Thompson and a picture of a hat.
Thank you, Dr. Franklin. You have helped me.
Oh, no. You've been very patient with a garrulous old man.
John Thompson and a picture of a hat. Tell me, sir, do you think this will be the fate of the Declaration?
In this world, Mr. Jefferson, nothing is certain except death and taxes. Yet I will venture to say that the words you wrote will be remembered.
Well, I want you to understand, sir, it's not pride of authorship. But what is decided here will determine how America shall live, whether in freedom or under despotism.
Perhaps it is so.
You do not agree, Dr. Franklin? You do not think so?
I have come to believe, Mr. Jefferson, that how America lives does not depend on any one man or any Congress. Government can only end in despotism when the people have become so corrupted as to need despotic government.
In the month of July, 1776, the citizens of Philadelphia stood before the steps of the State House and listened to words that transformed them into citizens of the United States of America. Words that sang in all who heard them and made a triumphant music that swept the world.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
On that day, from the tower of the State House in Philadelphia, the Liberty Bell rang out, and all who heard it knew the words inscribed on the rim from the Hebrew Bible, the book of Leviticus.
Proclaim liberty throughout the land, unto all the inhabitants thereof.
They told stories about Benjamin Franklin and how he, too, heard the sound of the Liberty Bell. What he said is not written down, but I think we know what was in his mind.
We may proclaim liberty. We may go forth in battle to win it. But we shall not have it unless men learn how to be free.
Who will teach men to be free, and how shall they learn? Benjamin Franklin did not think of himself as a teacher. He was not fond of high and noble words like mankind, for he knew only men. He knew Thompson the Hatter and his Quaker neighbor and Thomas Jefferson, and he was reluctant to talk of good and evil. It was enough for him to decide the right way for Ben Franklin to act. There was, for example, the matter of an invention he made.
Now, with this kind of a fireplace, the room is evenly heated, you see?
Yes, I see.
As a consequence, one is not roasted on the side facing the fire and chilled on the other side.
That is very ingenious, Mr. Franklin. And not too difficult of manufacture, in my opinion.
Ah, that is what I wanted to know. Then you are ready to undertake the manufacture at your iron foundry?
Yes, of course. That is, if you do not ask too high a price for your patent.
Oh, I've taken no patent.
Well, this is a new invention. Of your own, I mean.
So it is, yeah.
Well, then why... I am frank to admit, Mr. Franklin, that I do not understand.
Well, there's nothing very much to understand. I would like my fellow citizens to be as warm on one side as on the other.
There's no trick, sir? No, of course not. You are known to be an honest man.
In fact, I will write an account of the new fireplace that you can use in advertising its sale.
You are an honest man.
If you will pay the bill for printing it.
Pay the bill? You will turn a profit yet on this transaction.
My dear sir, printing is my trade, the means of my livelihood.
Well, would not a patent on your new fireplace add to your livelihood?
Oh, it is a different thing entirely.
You are beyond me, Mr. Franklin.
No, sir. We are together in enjoying the benefits of past and present invention. If I have conceived a new idea, I am glad of the opportunity to serve others.
Franklin wrote these words when he was 16 years old.
I now take up a resolution to do in the future all that lies in my way for the service of my countrymen.
He did not think of himself as a teacher, and yet, if he had never spoken the words, still there was a lesson in the way he lived.
No man is free who lives for himself alone. Freedom is a thing that men share with each other, and therefore a thing secured for ourselves by defending it for others.
One day there came into Franklin's shop a man who drew a booklet from his pocket and threw it on the table.
You are responsible for this, sir.
I am?
There it is in black and white. B. Franklin, printer.
Oh, yeah, Obadiah Larkin's pamphlet. Yes, I printed it.
It is an outrageous collection of deliberate lies and mischievous opinions.
I see that you do not agree with Mr. Larkin's opinion.
Agree? Agree, you say? Let me tell you.
It seems to me that you did not have to buy this pamphlet.
That is not the point. You should not have printed it.
You're not the first to tell me so.
So you admit that your judgment was perverted by your adherence to his views?
Oh, quite the contrary, sir. I think Mr. Larkin is completely wrong. Besides which, the man cannot write a graceful English sentence.
Then why in heaven's name did you print his rantings?
Well, it's very simple, sir. He paid me to do it.
A very lofty motive.
While neither you nor any of those who were so angry would pay me a penny for not printing it.
There seems to be nothing you won't do for money.
Oh, no, you're mistaken. I've always refused to print personal abuse and such things as are libelous or might do real injury to any person.
Yet you accept such rubbish as this?
Well, if I refused it, sir, you would be happy, but then Mr. Larkin would undoubtedly be angry with me. I've given up any hope of pleasing everyone.
It is not a question of pleasing. I will try to reason calmly with you, Mr. Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
What about truth and public interest? Have you no concern about them?
Oh, a great deal. But there is something that troubles me.
Indeed. You surprise me.
Who is to decide where truth and public interest lie? The printer? Well, then there would be no free writing. And the world would have nothing to read but the opinions of the printers, would it?
I see that I am wasting my breath, Mr. Franklin. I bid you good day.
Not yet, sir. I haven't finished. When men differ in opinion, both sides should have equal opportunity to be heard. If truth and falsehood are both freely expressed, I have no fears, for truth is the stronger. But only when it is free. And freedom, sir, is a tender commodity.
Mr. Franklin, they say you talk much about freedom.
Are you making an accusation, Mr. Whitefield?
You know who I am.
I know you are an itinerant preacher, recently come from Georgia. I've heard you preach.
You will hear me no more.
I'm sure that will be Philadelphia's loss.
I would wish that Philadelphia thought so. I have been refused every pulpit in the city.
I'm sorry to hear it, Mr. Whitefield. But surely each denomination, having built its church and engaged its minister, is free to determine what visitor will speak from its pulpit.
I will not argue the point with you, Mr. Franklin. You say you have heard me preach?
Yes, I have.
Did I address you alone, or was it a great crowd? You do not answer me, sir.
I was thinking, Mr. Whitefield, that you come to make an accusation after all.
No. I have heard you on the freedom of the denominations to withhold their pulpits. I now ask what you will say of my freedom to preach and the freedom of my adherents to listen.
Well, I might point out that you are free to build your own church or to preach in the open air.
Is that what you say, Mr. Franklin?
No, I do not say that. For it would make the freedom of having equal with the freedom of doing without.
Thank you, sir. I'm satisfied.
Yes, but I'm not, Mr. Whitefield. I will talk among my friends and acquaintances. Philadelphia needs a new building.
I am grateful for your moral support, but
moral support comes cheap, sir. I do not believe in abstract virtues. On your next visit to this city, I think I can promise you will find the building erected.
Please believe me, sir, that it was not in my mind to ask you to build me a pulpit.
No, but I'm not. Now, wait a minute. Let me explain. This will be for the use of any preacher of the Christian sects, of the Hebrew faith, or of any religious persuasion whatsoever.
I see.
If the Mufti of Constantinople were to send a missionary to preach Mohammedanism to us, he would find a pulpit ready.
You go very far in your liberality, Mr. Franklin.
Or if a free thinker wished to have controversy with God and there were people to listen, it would be for him too.
You go so far that I begin to wonder what you yourself believe.
Well, that's no secret. I believe in one God, creator of the universe. I believe that he governs it by his providence, and that he ought to be worshipped.
Mr. Franklin, is there nothing in your creed about serving God?
Well, that is my creed, sir. Service to God is doing good to men.
Benjamin Franklin did not believe in abstract virtues, and therefore, within the next few months, Philadelphia had a building where anyone, regardless of how he spoke to God, had a pulpit from which to speak to those who wished to listen. Without preaching, by the way he served God, Franklin showed men how to live. By the way he lived, he made himself free of prejudice and blind obedience to custom, and he showed men how to be free. Now, you must not think he was smug or self-righteous, for he refused to take himself too seriously, and he lived with a twinkle in his eye.
When I was young, I knew, or thought I knew, what was right and wrong. I did not see why I might not always do the one and avoid the other. And thus I conceived the bold and arduous project of arriving at moral perfection.
Now, this project disturbed his friend, a Quaker.
Thee is a good man, friend Benjamin.
Well, I'm glad you think so, Peter.
But thee has faults.
Ah, so many. And when I guard against one, I'm often surprised by another. But I will learn to conquer them.
Will thee? Benjamin, I say this because I am your friend.
Of course.
Thee has one fault in particular, a certain lack of humility.
What? Whoa, but that is one virtue in which I thought myself secure.
Thee has a good deal the appearance of it, but as to the reality, I am not so confident.
Ah, yes, you are right, Peter. Even now, I felt myself being proud of my humility.
Perfection is not an attribute of mortal beings. Thee is a good man, friend Benjamin. Perhaps thee is good enough.
I suppose I shall have to be content with imperfection. Besides, a benevolent man should allow a few faults in himself to keep his friends in countenance.
We will not make a catalogue of his faults. He lived to be 84 years old, too long a time for perfection. Knowing the likelihood of human error, he strove to be right rather than consistent. But in one thing he was consistent. Through the 16 years he spent in England before the Revolution, seeking to avert it, during the 9 years in France, gaining allies to win it, and when he returned to America and sat as a member of the Constitutional Convention. The echo of the Liberty Bell hung over the deliberations, and the words of an earlier day still sang in memory.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Government can only end in despotism when the people have become so corrupted as to need despotic government. liberty can only be proclaimed to free men.
Gentlemen, this convention has before it the final draft of the proposed Constitution. Are you ready for the vote?
It is still far from a perfect instrument, Mr. President.
There is much in it that I like,
Mr. President.
but there are serious lacks which must be remedied before
Mr. President.
Dr. Franklin has the floor.
Thank you, gentlemen. I confess that I do not entirely approve of this Constitution at present. But I am not sure that I shall never approve it. For having lived long, I have often been obliged to change my opinions, which I once thought right but found to be otherwise. It is therefore that the older I grow, the more apt I am to doubt my judgment. Well, when you assemble a number of men to have the advantage of their joint wisdom, you inevitably assemble with those men all their prejudices, their passions, their errors of opinion, their local interests, and their selfish views. From such an assembly, can a perfect production be expected? Gentlemen, I consent to this Constitution because I expect no better, and because I am not sure that it is not the best. I cannot help expressing a wish that every member of the convention who may still have objections would, with me on this occasion, doubt a little of his own infallibility.
Proclaim liberty throughout the land, and to all the inhabitants thereof.
The sound of the Liberty Bell is in his voice, and the meaning of America is in his life, and the hope of the world is in his words.
God grant that not only the love of liberty, but a thorough knowledge of human rights may pervade all the nations of the earth, so that a man may set his foot anywhere on its surface and say, "This is my country."
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Saul Satinsky of Philadelphia, chairman of the American Jewish History Center and president of the Federation of Jewish Agencies of Greater Philadelphia. Mr. Satinsky.
The words of the Declaration of Independence set the goals for the American nation, and the Constitution sets forth the methods by which we as a people may pursue these goals. The wisdom of the founding fathers, among whom Benjamin Franklin stands as the outstanding figure, is seen in the fact that they realized that even though all men are created equal and are endowed by God with the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, still it is not enough to proclaim these truths in order to have them as standards of behavior. As Franklin himself said, men are not perfect. He worked out his imperfections.
In the same way, equality must be earned. All men are created equal, but we know that all men are not equal in talent or capacity. True in our country, the Constitution guarantees that all men are equal before the law, that their rights as citizens have equal status no matter what their individual capacities may be, that they have equal opportunities to make the most of these capacities. And in terms of man's personal capacities, it is possible in a democratic setting for some men to use that equality more than others. The test of that use is in the service to one's family, community, and nation. In this way, greater human, as distinct from legal equality, can be achieved. Now, what do we learn from the message we have heard today? Franklin said that it is to be hoped that the love of liberty and human rights will pervade all nations of the earth, so that a free man can go anywhere and feel at home. His words are as appropriate today as they were nearly 200 years ago. We should, each of us, ever turn with grateful appreciation to the utterance of this great man for guidance and for continued inspiration.
Thank you, Mr. Satinsky. Our Eternal Light drama today, Ben Franklin and the Liberty Bell, starring Stutz Cotsworth, was written by Joseph Mindell. It was the third in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on the Eternal Light. This series marks the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Others in the cast were Ivor Francis, Guy Rep, Dean Lyman Omquist, Joseph Bell, Bill Griffiths, and Bill Lipton. The ballad singer, Tom Glazer. Your narrator was Alexander Scorby. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by George Voutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, An American Ballad, was written by Herb Tunick. It's the fourth in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on The Eternal Light, recreated now to mark The Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
In all the state of Texas, from Fort Worth to San Antone, there's not a man who hasn't heard of Rabbi Henry Cohen. The sick, the poor, the needy, no matter what their creed, his heart is always open to a fellow man in need. And his story bears repeating time and time again, for it teaches us the meaning of the brotherhood of men. Now, in case you haven't heard it, though I reckon it's well known, I'd like to tell you all about this Rabbi Henry Cohen. If you ever get to Texas, to Galveston someday, you're driving in your auto and a car gets in your way.
Here, cut out that that racket?
But, officer, that car in front, it stopped right in the middle of the road. It's blocking the whole street.
You think you're Joshua going to blow it out of the way with your horn? Just you be quiet. I'll handle this.
Everybody drives a car. 10 to 1, it's a woman.
No, just what do you think you're doing, stopping that way in the middle? Well, if it isn't Rabbi Cohen. Good day, sir, and how are you feeling?
Oh, very well, Officer O'Malley. How's the family?
The family, Rabbi Cohen, is thriving. And yours?
Oh, we're all well.
That's good. Miss Molly?
Fine, fine.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, I say, did you hear what Molly said to that reporter from the news the other day?
Tell me now.
Well, this reporter, he thought maybe he could make my Molly blush. So he asked her if she was older than I am.
And what did Miss Molly say?
She said, I'm 86. Sure, I'm older than the rabbi. Why shouldn't I be? I'm the boss.
Molly. Say now, what have you got on your cuff today?
Let's see. Busy. First to the hospital. Then I had to look in at the jail.
Tell me now, for how many years have you been using your cuff to write your appointments on?
Oh, always. As long as I've been in Galveston. 60 years.
As long as that, is it?
Yeah, 60 years. I've used up a lot of cups. One of the only arguments I ever had with Molly was on account of my cuffs. Once I came home in the middle of the day for a shower. I took off my shirt, put it on a chair, and then while I was in the shower, who should come by but the laundryman? Miss Molly gave him my shirt with all my appointments written on the cuff. It washed out the rest of my day. Oh, my. I think I'm holding up traffic.
It's nothing. But maybe you better be careful of stopping in the middle of the street the way you do to speak to people. We've got some new boys on the force, and, one of them might just be mean enough to write you out a ticket.
Of course. Goodbye. Shalom.
You can say that again. Shalom. All right, now, I'll take a look at your license.
My license? You're not going to give me a ticket?
And that I am.
But for what?
For what do you think? For disturbing the peace.
Rabbi Cohen was born in England across the wide, wide sea. From there he went to Africa, Cape Town and Kimberley. And there he fought the Zulus, 'twas back some 60 years. But even till this very day, he still shows off his scars. He went back home to England, but not long did he stay. For the star of fate he followed led to the USA. Well, in Woodville, Mississippi, his great career begun. And soon he was invited to dear old Galveston. So Texas found a fighter in Rabbi Henry Cohen. And from Waco to El Paso, his name was soon well known.
You are Major Lowe?
Why, yes.
I'm Rabbi Henry Cohen.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, sir.
Here in your paper, the news. Look here.
Why, well, what about it? You mean this? The story about the fire?
This story about fire.
Well?
It says here a fellow named Simpson had a fire in his stable. The whole stable burned down.
Yes.
Well?
Well, what?
What is Simpson's religion? What church does he attend?
His religion? Church? Now, how do I know?
You don't know?
And I don't care. His religion isn't news.
It's not important?
Not as a news item, no.
Not necessary to mention it?
Of course not.
And now, Major Lowe, let me read you another news item from the news. You printed it last week. Listen. Yesterday, just after noon, the warehouse of Herman Miller, Hebrew merchant, was totally destroyed by an accidental blaze. You mentioned Herman Miller's religion, Major. And what I want to know is this. What is Simpson's religion?
But I think I understand what you mean, Dr. Cohn. I apologize, sir. I'm sorry. You have my word it'll never happen again.
Well, it soon became a custom among the poor and sick to bring to him their troubles, and he would fix them quick. Now, if a woman had a husband that drank up all his pay, though it seemed no one could help her, that rabbi'd find a way. He never asked your church whether Christian, Jew, or Moor. You could always count on the rabbi if you were sick or poor. Now, once a man named Lemchuk was held aboard a ship. He'd come from Tsarist Russia to escape the lash and whip. But when he came upon our shores, a passport he did lack. And now he was in irons, they were going to send him back.
I can't eat. Not a bite.
Now, Henry.
If they send him back, he'll be murdered. They'll kill him.
But, Henry, it's the law.
What kind of law is it that lets a man be murdered?
But you've done everything you could, Henry.
No. No, not everything.
Henry, where are you going now?
The only place left to go. Washington. Pack my bag, Molly. I'm going over to the Levy's to borrow $100.
We're sorry, Dr. Cohn, but there's nothing we can do here in the Immigration Service. Not a thing.
We can't interfere, Rabbi. This isn't a State Department matter.
I'd like to help you out, Dr. Cohn, but I'm only a congressman. I can't do a thing.
Yes. You can do one thing.
What?
Give me a letter of introduction to President Taft.
The president?
He's my only chance. My last chance. Please write me the letter.
And this man,
Lemchuk, Mr. President. Ivan Lemchuk.
Yes, Lemchuk. He entered the country illegally, is that right?
He has no passport.
There's nothing I can do. Really, Dr. Cohen, the law is the law. I know how it is, believe me, I do. These cases are always heartbreaking.
I see. It was nice of you to see me.
I'm glad you came. I must say that I'm deeply moved by your appeal, and the fact that you, Rabbi, have made this long journey to plead for a man who's not a member of your congregation or of your religious faith.
All faiths have this in common, Mr. President. An abiding belief in the will of man to help another who is in need. And without that faith, what are we? Lemchuks. All of us. Lemchuks. Do you understand Hebrew, Mr. President?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Well, in Hebrew, the word for charity is tzedakah. And it also means righteousness. I have come all this way not for charity, but for righteousness. Lemchuk is a human being. His plight doesn't call for charity. It calls for righteousness, for justice.
Yes, Mr. President?
Take a telegram. It goes to Chief Inspector of Immigration of Galveston. Say, hold Lemchuk in Galveston and release in custody of Rabbi Cohen on his return from Washington. Sign my name.
Is that all, sir?
That's all. I feel better that I did it. You know, Rabbi Cohen, it's good to do right things.
In Galveston, the rabbi became a landmark of sorts. He was known in all the hospitals, the jailhouse, and the courts. When Jack Johnson, the famous fighter, was in the town caboose, on the word of Rabbi Cohen, the sheriff turned him loose. Always kind and always gentle, his language never rough. All the little cares of Texas he carried on his cuff. Now here's another story told time and time again. It happened many years ago, way back in 1910.
Rabbi Cole! Rabbi Cole!
Oh, Megs. I'll be right with you. Hello, Megs.
Well, I got your call down the paper. Now, what's up?
The news still sending you all over Texas looking for human interest stories for the paper?
Yeah?
Well, I've got one for you right here in Galveston. Stick around.
Oh, well, what go?
Megs, have you ever heard of Jacob Schiff?
Sure, it's Kuhn Loeb and Company.
Well, Mr. Schiff has given us enough money to start something here in Galveston known as the Jewish Immigrants Information Bureau.
Meaning what?
Well, you know what's happening in Russia. You've read of how the soldiers of the Tsar are hounding my people. Yeah. Well, many of these poor people have escaped. They're coming to America. Most of them, of course, land in New York, where they have so little chance to work in their own trades. They get lost, swallowed up by the ghetto.
Yes, I've seen it.
And that is a terrible thing. It's bad for the immigrants, and it's bad for the country. Now, these people have trades. They're shoemakers, bakers, butchers, carpenters, farmers. And America can use their work. So that's it. Instead of New York, they're coming to Galveston. Here we'll look after them and arrange to send them to communities that need their services. It's better all round.
Oh, and these?
Our first immigrants. Mostly they're from Kishinev. They are... Oh, wait. There's the mayor.
The mayor? Huh?
Yes. I asked Mr. Landis to come down and greet them officially. Good morning, Mr. Landis.
Hello, Rabbi Cohn.
Come. Here are the people. I would like to have you say something to them.
Why, sure.
Now, you go ahead and I'll translate what you say.
Uh-huh.
No, wait a minute. Soll sein Schar. Seid so gut. Seid alle still. Ich will, ihr sollt sich alle bekennen mit Mr. Landis. All right, Mr. Landis.
Well, now, first off, I congratulate you folks on coming to a fine country like the United States.
Gratuliert euch. Das ist hat sich gewesen kommen kein Amerika.
I hope you appreciate the privilege of becoming American citizens.
Hofft, ihr wird sein gute Amerikaner.
I want to say that I'm proud to be here with my good friend, Rabbi Henry Cohen, to greet you personally.
Sagt, ist sehr zufrieden zu sein da. Und persönlich euch mekabel ponim sein.
And I extend to you all the welcome of the city of Galveston.
Und im Namen von die Stadt Galveston geht ihr euch allemen ab. A warmen Borg habo.
Aber seid ihr so gut. Ich will etwas sagen.
Gewiss. Was wollt ihr sagen?
Seid ihr so gut. Sagt dem Mayor, in dem Land, von welchem wir kommen, wollt das nicht gekannt vorkommen.
Mr. Mayor, this man says that they know this scene could not happen in the old country.
In dem Städtel, von welchem wir kommen, wollt der Meier uns mekabel ponim gewen mit a Beitsch.
In the old country, the only greeting they would get from the mayor was with the whip.
Anstatt a Beitsch hat uns gegeben a Wormen Sholem Aleichem.
Instead of the whip, you have clasped their hands.
Wir werden das keinmal nicht vergessen.
This they will never forget.
Well, the hours swept by swiftly, the days not long enough to do the many things he'd written on his cuff. The months and years that followed were rich for Rabbi Cohen. He spent his time for others, their needs he made his own. Well, when a student needed money to finish out his course, the rabbi'd always get it from a certain secret source. When youngsters got in trouble, their parents always came to the little house on Broadway that bore the rabbi's name.
Now, come. If you want me to help you, you must tell me the story.
They beat him with a leather whip. They beat him.
No.
Just because a boy is in prison, do they have the right to whip him?
You know this is the truth?
Yes, he wrote me, and yesterday a boy who was in with him, he came to the house and he told me too.
All right.
Oh, why, Rabbi, why do they do it?
I don't know. Someday they won't. That's what we're working for now. A reform of the whole prison system. But it takes time. Everything takes time. Now, when I first came to Texas, a long time ago, believe me, when I first came, the age of consent for a girl was only 10.
Oh.
Think of it, just 10. Oh. We worked and got them to change that. We'll get prison reform, too.
But what can you do, Rabbi?
Now, you leave it to me. I'll do something for your boy.
Look at that record. Just look at it. 17 years old and a criminal record a yard long. Petty thievery, stealing cars, stick-up.
I know it, Your Honor. But the boy has learned his lesson. I'll be responsible. Let him have a parole.
Parole, this kid? Not in a million years. Not to you. Not to anybody.
Is that so?
Just what do you think you're doing, Rabbi Cohen?
I just locked the door.
Well, unlock it.
I won't unlock that door until you agree to parole this boy.
Huh? Why,
Now, you know, Your Honor, you're a fine one to refuse to give this youngster another chance. You of all people. Now, maybe you don't remember, but I do. How many times I helped you when you were in trouble. Yet you reformed. You came back and won for yourself a high position in the community. Now I ask you, can you, of all people, refuse this boy a chance to become, as you did, a decent, self-respecting citizen? Yes. Perhaps even, like you, a leader of the community. Now, you can't refuse, can you?
No. You're right. I can't refuse.
Now, once this land was poisoned by a lawless, vicious band. As the rabbi fought injustice, he fought the Ku Klux Klan. Once he was invited to a luncheon when he saw a Klansman sitting silent at a table near the door. He arose and faced the stranger, and the stranger's face got red. Then he turned to all the people, and this is what he said.
Before I start, Mr. Chairman, may I say this? When I go into a ward in a hospital, I never think to ask what religion each patient professes, or whether he has any religion at all. It's enough for me that he's sick. To me, there is no such thing as Episcopalian scarlet fever, Catholic arthritis, or Jewish mumps. As disease can claim no denomination, neither can evil. No one group is all black or all white. In truth, we are all gray. This is neither the time nor the place to attempt to answer bigotry, if ever bigotry can be answered by fact. I am not afraid of the bigot, the persecutor, because they cannot persist. Every tradition of social progress is against them. History is against them. Men of goodwill are against them. And Almighty God is against them. And now, Mr. Chairman, I will proceed to the subject that has been assigned me. Marriage customs among the ancient Greeks.
After 50 years of service in 1948, the people came to honor him from all the Lone Star State. From Houston and from Dallas, Fort Worth and San Antone, they all came down to shake the hand of Rabbi Henry Cohen. Thousands crowded in the hall, the governor was there. Senators and congressmen, they crowded everywhere. And then the hall grew quiet, and this little man arose. He looked a little out of place in his strictly formal clothes. His lips moved in a prayer, a tear rolled down his cheek, and then he smiled a tender smile, and then began to speak.
It hardly seems like 50 years since first I came to Galveston. I must say this. If what I have done has been good, then it must be because here I have found good clay. And if any honor must be given me, then it must also be given to my dearest companion, my wife Molly. My dear friends, the supreme command of the Bible is, love thy fellow man as thyself. Or as the great Hillel said, what is displeasing unto thee, thou shalt not do unto another. I believe that. I have tried to shape my life according to that belief.
In all the state of Texas, from Fort Worth to San Antone, there's not a man who hasn't heard of Rabbi Henry Cohen. The sick, the poor, the needy, no matter what their creed, his heart is always open to a fellow man in need. And this story bears repeating time and time again, for it teaches us the meaning of the brotherhood of men.
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light drama today, An American Ballad, was written by Herb Tunick. It was the fourth in a series of 15 outstanding programs, originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Leon Janney was heard as Rabbi Cohen. Featured in the cast were Joseph Bullen, Ivor Francis, Beatrice Pons, Nelson Umstead, Guy Rep, Bernard Lenrow, and Reuben Singer. The balladeer was Tom Glazer. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by Parker Gibbs. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Bible Blueprint of the Holy Land, was written by Mark Siegel and was based upon the article How the Bible is Building Israel by Blake Clark, which appeared in the Reader's Digest. It is the fifth in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting.
How does tomorrow become yesterday? There is a process, and men know it as time. Even a child knows that tomorrow will become yesterday. But how does yesterday become tomorrow? It is a process, too. And perhaps its name is history. This is the story of how Israel's yesterday is shaping Israel's tomorrow. And the catalyst of history that makes the process possible is a book that has lived in the hearts of the Jewish people for centuries. The Book of Books, source of comfort and of strength, wellspring of inspiration and prophecy, storehouse of epic and of history, the Holy Bible. You feel a sense of history from the first moment you set foot upon the soil of Israel. And you learn immediately that the Bible is more alive in Israel than last month's bestseller. What are you digging for, friend?
What does one dig for? Water.
You expect to find it here?
We know we'll find it here.
Right here in this barren spot?
Right where I'm digging.
I don't understand.
Then your education is deficient.
How's that deficient?
You haven't read your Bible.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't get the connection.
Well, if you read your Bible, you would know that when Lot lifted up his eyes, he saw all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, even as the garden of the Lord.
Oh, I'm acquainted with the passage, thank you, but water here in this spot?
This is the plain of Jordan, isn't it?
Yes, but...
And the Bible says it was well watered everywhere, doesn't it?
I know.
Please, you're holding up my work. We should be striking water here any minute.
At first, it seems naive, this literal faith in the Bible as a guide to the forgotten resources of the country. And so you seek an expert, someone who will tell you that it is not history, but geology,
which is the divining rod.
Come in. Sit down. Now, what's on your mind?
I've been getting Bible lessons from one end of the Jordan Valley to the other.
Oh?
I've become curious about these well-digging operations. Surely they have a scientific basis.
Well, they're based on many things.
Oh, but surely you must do topographical studies and geological tests before you dig for water.
Yes, we do. And generally in the right places.
You sound like the well-diggers I've been talking to.
I do?
Exactly.
Well, perhaps I have reason to.
What reason?
Here, I'll show you. This map.
The Jordan Valley?
Yes, a small stretch of the Jordan Valley.
And what are the crosses on the map?
The crosses show where the ancient Israelites had settlements. The Bible tells of a few such settlements in this area.
Well, that's very interesting, archaeologically speaking.
You don't seem to understand.
I don't?
We have dug for water at these sites and found it. What's more,
yes,
using the Bible as a lead, we've uncovered 70 ancient settlement sites in this part of Israel alone.
You've dug for water in all of them?
We haven't got around to all of them yet. But the water is there. I'd stake my professional reputation on it.
A history of 3,000 years lies close to the arid surface in the land of Israel. And as you watch 2 million people building a new country, you ask the inevitable questions. How is it being done? What makes you so sure? The answers come from the confident faces of pioneers who know that the present devastation of the land is man-made and that man can undo it.
If the ancient Israelites could prosper here, so can we.
Well, you see, we have helpers. What helpers? Why, Abraham and his son Isaac, also Solomon, and not to mention Samson, Lot.
We have 4 invincible tools to build the country. Faith, the will to work, a sense of humor, and the Bible.
You feel the Bible everywhere in Israel. In the historic shrines and holy places. You feel it in the names of cities, valleys, towns, and rivers. You feel it as a force in the hearts of Israel's people. And you feel it even in the most casual conversation with a farmer in the Amek.
So we grow mainly grapes and olives and grain.
May I ask you a question?
Go right ahead.
When you came here, there was nothing?
Not exactly nothing. There were rocks.
But nothing growing?
Nothing useful.
Then how did you know which crops to grow?
I asked.
Well, of course, the Department of Agriculture.
Oh, I asked 300 foxes.
300
foxes, Samson's foxes.
The Bible, Samson?
That's right. When Samson fought the Philistines, he went and caught 300 foxes and tied them tail to tail.
Oh, yes, of course.
And he put a firebrand between the foxes' tails.
And so you knew which crops to plant?
Of course.
Well, that's perfectly clear. How?
And when Samson had set the brands on fire, he let them go into the standing corn of the Philistines and burnt up both the shocks and also the standing corn with the vineyard and olives. What could be clearer?
The Bible is a farmer's almanac, and the voice of the past is heard clearly in the land.
Then Isaac sowed in that land between Gaza and Beersheba, and received in the same year 100-fold.
And sometimes the voice of the present comments dryly on the record of the past.
Must have been a good year.
Yet the work of redemption goes forward, and the blueprint for the work is the Bible.
This is the place, men. Corporal.
Yes, sir.
We'll pitch camp here.
Yes, sir.
Your squad will set up a tent right over there. The company headquarters will be right
An
here.
assignment in the Negev in the year 1952 for a company of 18 young men and women led by tough ex-Army scouts. An assignment of peace and not of war.
Well, there's no need to be quite so military, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
It's all right. I'd like to explain what this is all about. Why we've come this deep into the desert. Corporal.
Yes, sir.
Would you please hand me that Bible, the one on top of my knapsack?
Here it is, sir.
Thank you. Now, I want all of you to listen carefully. And Abraham went up out of Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him into the south. And Abraham was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there at first.
Shimon,
And there
what is
Abraham
this, a Bible
called on the
lesson?
name of the
There's
Lord.
nothing wrong with a Bible
And
lesson,
Lot
is there?
also,
I know,
with
but I thought
Abraham
this was
had
going to be a
flocks
briefing
and
session.
herds. What seems to be the trouble, Corporal?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
You confused?
It just seems an unusual briefing session, sir.
Oh, I guess it is at that, Corporal. All right. Listen, all of you, I'll put it as simply as I can. You see, the average rainfall in this part of the Negev is 4 inches, less than 4 inches a year. But in Genesis, which I've been reading to you, you'll discover that Abraham took great herds of sheep and oxen to this region, right here. Now, the question is, where did the water for the grazing land come from? Finding the answer to that question is our assignment.
Squad 1 to headquarters. Squad 1 calling headquarters. Come in, please.
Your signal is coming in. Go ahead, please.
Judith, we've hiked 20 miles in a circle around camp. It's not getting cooler. What did the lieutenant say?
The lieutenant says move out 1/8 of a mile and start the circle again.
Squad 1 to headquarters.
Your signal is being received, Sergeant.
We've reached the hills, Judith. The going's pretty rough. What does the lieutenant say?
Lieutenant,
The lieutenant says Squad 1's put in a good week's work. Tell him to return to camp. We'll start again on Monday.
Squad 1 to headquarters. Squad 1 to headquarters.
headquarters here, Sergeant.
Judith, let me talk to the lieutenant.
What's up, Sergeant?
Sir, in these gullies out here, in every one, we found little walls. It looks like a drainage system.
Good work, Sergeant. Now follow them.
Follow them, sir. To what?
They'll take you to the cisterns the Bible says Isaac built. And, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
When you find those cisterns, if there should be any water in them,
Yes, sir?
the company commander authorizes Squad 1 to take a swim.
The ancient rain conservation system and the cisterns mentioned in the Bible have been reconstructed deep in the Negev. You see them today storing almost 750,000 gallons of life-giving water. The cattle graze peacefully beneath the desert sun, and the grass grows green, symbols of how the Bible is helping to build Israel. Sometimes it seems as if the entire population is engaged in a hunt for lost property. They are detectives without badges, these young men and women in khaki shorts. They and the soldiers, scholars, farmers, archaeologists who pursue the ancient fertility and productivity of the land. And the clues they follow are 30 centuries old.
What trees can grow in the south? Well, let's try the tamarisk. That's the tree that grew in Beersheba for Abraham.
It grows today for modern Abrahams. 2 million tamarisks have been planted in Israel's southland.
We'll drill for oil on the sites of Sodom and Gomorrah. All geologists assigned will please read Genesis chapter 19 before reporting for duty next Monday.
The stories of the search are many, but of all the mysteries solved with the help of the Bible, one stands out. A quest that began not in the Holy Land itself, but in the mind of Dr. Nelson Glick, a biblical archaeologist and educator. The story begins almost 25 years ago in the city of Cincinnati.
Nelson, do you have a minute?
Oh, certainly, Professor. Come on in.
Nelson, you remember the matter we were discussing the other day? Question of coordinating our courses a little more closely. Have you given any further thought to it? Nelson.
Professor, I'm sorry. I was several thousand miles away. Now, if you'll forgive me, let's begin again.
I was asking Nelson if you'd given any further thought to...
Gearing our courses, huh? To tell you the truth, Professor, I haven't, but I will today, I promise him.
Good. Let me know when you're ready to talk about...
Professor, hold on a minute. There's something I want to show you.
What, Nelson?
This report. Have you read it?
Which report?
This one, on potential natural resources in Palestine.
I feel it's the Bible, Nelson,
Yeah,
not...
that's why I'm asking you.
No, Nelson, I haven't read that particular report.
All right, now look at this tabulation. Here. You see what it says under mineral resources?
It says none.
Mm-hmm. Does that strike you in any way as peculiar?
Well, as I said, Nelson, I'm no authority on...
Professor, in the covenant God made with Moses, what did he promise the children of Israel?
Good land. Land flowing with milk and honey.
And more specifically?
Well, you know as well as I do. A land of brooks of water, fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills.
Right, and a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees. But what else? What else, Professor?
Let's see. A land whose stones... I see.
Precisely. A land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig copper. Professor, there is wonderfully valuable historical memory in the Bible. Perhaps the statement dealing with mineral wealth...
That's a very interesting point you raise, Nelson. Must give it some thought.
Thought, Professor? I haven't been able to think of anything else for days.
Dr. Nelson Glick turned the question over in his mind, and his dreams were filled with other clues from the Book of Books.
Hiram.
Yes, Your Majesty?
Do you know why I have summoned you?
When King Solomon sends, Your Majesty, his subjects come.
I am building a house unto the Lord, Hiram.
It is known throughout the land, Your Majesty.
Your cunning as a worker in brass has come to my ears, Hiram.
I am honored, Your Majesty.
I wish you to cast 2 pillars of brass, 18 cubits the height of one pillar, 12 cubits to compass about the second pillar.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And upon their top, 2 urns of brass, a hand's breadth thick. Fashion me basins of brass, and pitchers of brass, and vessels of brass. Brass, brass, brass.
Of course. Brass. Professor.
Yes, Nelson.
The Hebrew word nehoshes, how do you translate it?
Copper, of course.
Of course. And the use of the word brass in the Bible, that's a mistranslation of nehoshes, isn't it? It should be copper.
Well, of course, but I don't understand.
Why I ask you so elementary a question? To confer what I already know, Professor.
I still don't understand. Is it so important?
Important? Well, it's important enough for me to go to Palestine, Professor.
Because nehoshes means copper?
Professor, if there was copper in Palestine in biblical times, and perhaps especially in King Solomon's, well, there's copper there today. And I'm going to find it.
In the early 30s, Nelson Glick went to Palestine, a detective without a badge, searching for copper mines. Mines which, if they had ever existed, had disappeared from the memory of men for almost 3,000 years.
I would like to hire a camel.
Yes, good camel.
I will want him for several months.
Months? Where do you travel?
Where? Frankly, I'm not yet sure.
He tried the north, and he tried the Jerusalem hills. He tapped with his archaeologist's hammer on 1,000 mountainsides. But the mystery, if there was a mystery at all, remained unsolved. And on his return to Cincinnati, Dr. Nelson Glick continued to read the Bible and ponder the question of King Solomon's mines.
Professor, can I have your opinion on a matter of Bible history?
Of course, Nelson. That is, if it has nothing to do with King Solomon's mines.
Well, I think it may.
Nelson, you're the most persistent man I ever met.
Now listen, Professor. The land of Edom. Why were so many wars fought over it?
Why? It belonged to Israel.
Yeah.
Many nations sought to take it away. That's sufficient reason, isn't it?
But why, Professor? Much of southern Edom was a desert then. Southern Edom is a desert now. Now, why should Judea have fought so bitterly to hold it?
What are you getting at, Nelson?
Well, I have a theory, Professor.
Another theory?
Another. They fought not for the land, but for what was in it. They fought for the copper mines of King Solomon.
In 1934, Dr. Nelson Glick, by that time a scholar and archaeologist of fame, and a small party moved silently through the deserts, a few miles south of the Dead Sea. The sun beat down upon that desolate stretch of rocky, forbidding land between Edom and Judah, anciently and now called the Arabah. Under the blazing desert sun, the party approached the black tents of a nomadic Bedouin tribe, and Dr. Glick, the persistent questioner, asked questions of the sheik who greeted him.
You know the Arabah well?
As the palm of my hand.
Well, in your wanderings, have you seen anywhere a deep hole in the ground, a shaft of any kind?
A shaft?
Where men might have dug for copper?
No. There is no place such as that in the Arabah. And I know the Arabah as the palm of my hand.
Week after week, the party traveled, probing in the ancient ruins of the grim land called the Arabah. Probing, ferreting, following clues 3,000 years old, and finding nothing.
Dr. Glick.
Yes, Shimon?
Don't you think it's time?
To admit defeat, huh?
To turn back?
Perhaps for this year.
And for next?
Somewhere in this land there is copper. Now, the Bible is a living guide, Shimon. If we trust it, it will lead us in good time to King Solomon's mines.
The party turned northwards, and early one morning, as the sun rose from behind the black hills, a solitary horseman appeared upon the horizon, riding towards the caravan.
Can you make him out, Shimon?
Just about, Dr. Glick. It's the sheik, the one you talked with weeks ago.
Peace be with you.
With you, peace.
Well, what brings you to our camp, my friend?
I have remembered something. Perhaps it is important to you.
What do you remember?
I stayed in the Arabah. There was no hole where men might have dug for copper. Yet, my father spoke once of a place...
Where there was a mining shaft?
No, my friend. Yet he spoke of a place in the desert called Hirbet Nahas.
Hirbet Nahas. That's Arabic for copper ruin.
This I remember.
My friend, 1,000 thanks. Can you take us there?
I will take you there this day.
They came to the place, a valley guarded by high sandstone hills. Fragments of pottery on the site provided evidence of ancient habitation. Beneath the ruins of Hirbet Nahas, they probed and excavated.
Dr. Glick. Dr. Glick.
Yes, what is it, Shimon?
Look at the rock.
Huh?
It's green.
Green. That's copper, Shimon. It's raw copper. We've found King Solomon's mines.
Today in the Arabah, there are new sounds. Sounds of blasting and of steam shovels and pneumatic drills reaching for the rich ore of King Solomon's mines. Those who work the minefields will tell you...
Wherever we find the rich outcroppings, we come upon the slag and furnaces and pottery of Solomon's miners. Sometimes we get the feeling that someone has just left.
They are carving out Israel's tomorrow with the help of yesterday, guided by the Bible blueprint of the Holy Land. And perhaps as they strive to regain the lost fertility and productivity of the land, the pioneers hear above the sound of man's machinery the echo of the words spoken by the Almighty to Joshua as he stood upon the threshold of the promised land.
This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayst observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success.
These words they hear in the days and nights of the building of the land, and also these which help to shape their history.
Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. For the Lord thy God is with thee, whithersoever thou goest.
If you would like a copy of today's anniversary script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Jacob Philip Rudin, President of the Central Conference of American Rabbis and spiritual leader of Temple Bethel in Great Neck, New York. Dr. Rudin.
Proudest of all Jewish names is the name People of the Book. We have ever sought to live by that book, our Bible. In very real ways, we have never ceased to live in it. Because we believe that the Bible is a deathless book, we have seen it not so much as history, but as yesterday's voices speaking in our today. Because we see on every page of the Bible the stamp of divinity, the Word shaped eternally by His Spirit, the page and the Word have become the flame and the fire against our every darkness. So our history becomes timeless, and our people becomes a single undivided generation, living by the Word, nourished by a never-ancient text, sustained by a book that never grows old. Thus the very soil of the Holy Land becomes the page of the Holy Book, and the Holy Book becomes the very consecrated soil. The finger of the past points forth the pathway of the present. The present circles through the past into the future which rests upon them both. The people in Israel can dig the wells of the land because over the centuries the people has kept the well of living waters flowing free and clear in mind and spirit. The copper mines can be discovered again by the skilled and devoted hands of Nelson Glick because long ago the people of the book dug deep into their hearts and discovered there the treasures of piety and trust which have sustained us in the long journey through the nights of our despair and sorrow. Noble people and noble land, united by the book which has transmuted the heart of the people and the soil of the land into a timelessness out of which a seed and a dream can be brought to flower into glorious reality. The seed of a people's history fulfilled in faith, the dream of a brotherhood of mankind, for whom all the earth shall become at long last a place of security and the habitation of peace.
Thank you, Dr. Rudin. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Bible Blueprint of the Holy Land, was written by Mark Siegel and was based upon the article How the Bible is Building Israel by Blake Clark, which appeared in the Reader's Digest. It was the fifth in a series of 15 outstanding programs originally presented on the Eternal Light, recreated now to mark the Eternal Light's 15th year of broadcasting. Etta David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Nelson Olmsted, Santos Ortega, Norman Rose, Lou Soren, Mandel Kramer, Sam Gray, Maurice Tarplin, Guy Rep, and Gloria Flood. Your narrator was Roger de Coben. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Our program is directed by George Boutsas. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.